So what you're saying, Cyclone, is that I need to do what the VTubers do. And just have an always waiting one that has my schedule. And your bot is too slow. Bots always are. But I agree. To be fair, that's mostly on me. I could just, since I know pretty much what my schedule's gonna be, I could do a lot of stuff. I just avoid doing it. I would appreciate it, yes, so I can hear the stream start. More often than not, that does mean that there's gonna be, actually not more often than not. Occasional enough that it is relevant to bring up. That does mean that there are going to be times where it's going to be wrong and I'm just going to be late. Like today's a good example. Dude, I love this song. It'll start immediately. Let some music play at the start, so it's no big deal. Perfect. I agree. Oh, thanks for being my first follower to the How do I get back to it? Home? Groups? First follower to the curation. I need to finish need to give more to it here. Oh, I should probably actually play. Well, no, because we're going into the other stuff anyways. But yeah. Oh, it's funny because right now I'm the only person who's a Jovi Literature Club member. It's just got my profile icon as the background for my for the club. I figured this would be too funny to not have as the club ID. That's so loud. Wait, why does this feel so familiar? There's no electric guitar in all of me. I don't know what this song is. Oh, god damn it. It's Ed Sheeran. Why the hell did they make Ed Sheeran a clarinet? Here we are. Oh, that's not good. Okay, there we go. That updated. So we'll check that out. Oh, looks like video game hurdle's broken again. Actually, we're going to play down this whole playlist. If there's a single song we don't like or we think would be better somewhere else, we'll move it out. This song is obviously not getting removed. Shit. Wait, Rise of the Triad Dark War? Is that a dog nose? I'm much more confused. One, how does Rise of the Triad Dark War take place in the Wolfenstein universe? And two, I didn't know there's a quick dog game. I have so many more questions. First-person shooter game first developed by Apogee in 1985. One of 5 different characters. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Special operatives known as Hunt, high-risk United Nations Task Force, sent to San Nicolas Islands to investigate a deadly cult activity. It was originally meant to serve as the sequel to Wolfenstein 3D, titled Wolfenstein 3D 2: Rise of Triad. Wait, what are the characters you can pick from? WoW is rated atrociously for the iOS version. I mean, it actually doesn't look that bad. It's just an old school, like, old school first-person shooter. I feel like there should be a better term to describe. It's more technically like a 2D plane. I don't know. Because you can't aim up and down. Ten unique digitized enemies in the game. 13 hardcore weapons, 1 of 5 characters. And you get to play as a dog. Oh, that's funny. The Rise of Triad is actually on sale today. Ludicrous edition. I have now followed your curator page. Wait, did you not already? I assumed you were the person who followed it first anyways. Well, I appreciate it. Huh. I just assumed you were the first one. I was not the first, dang it. It must be me? But I haven't fully updated it. And the other thing I can do is you can actually attach YouTube videos and YouTube reviews to them too. So I'm definitely intrigued by what all you can do with it. But yeah, you can also join this and like have like discussions and stuff. But yeah. Maybe it was the wizard? Perhaps. This opens up. Obviously, I think it's better to have stuff in Discord, but if people want to do stuff in Steam, this is an option now. And to be fair, it does have an actual like proper forum, which is probably the better call for a lot of discussion stuff anyways. But here we are. Oh, that's weird. Send me out of chat. Yarr! Talk like a pirate! Pillar parrot. Ham, quote, cannonball anchor. Satellite, echo, cornerstone, jackknife. Backflip, backbone, belly flop, repeat. Well, some of these are ways to dive into water. Cannonball, belly flop, I think a jackknife are all ways to dive into water. The problem is I don't know enough about diving. So I'm not locked into that. Ham radio, satellite radio, pirate radio. Backflip, backbone, belly flop, repeat. Jackknife, cornerstone, echo. Quote, cannonball, anchor. Parrot, pillar, talk radio. Let's fucking go. We have quote, echo, repeat. To say something that has already been said before, to parrot. The anchor, the cornerstone, the backbone, and a pillar. Which leaves the cannon, jackknife, backflip, and belly flop, which are all divings. Holy shit, dude. Let's go! All it took was the power of Snake Richard. Snake Richard. Is this a sign? Should I be playing Kirby Air Ride? Snake Richard. I don't know what this is. It's underwater. Does Myst 2 take place underwater? Why are there cats that have no faces? Clearly not that. It's an RPG adventure. Should I know this? Am I dumb for not knowing this game? Gravity Rush? Not this again! Not again! Pizza OG Mud. What? Rogue? Dwarf Fortress? Brawler cartoony crocodile. Oh, does it not mean like literal mud? God fucking damn it. Multi-user dungeon? That's what I thought it was talking about. That's why I was so confused. It means actual mud. Pay no attention to me. Cavern of Dreams, Superstar Saga. That's actually pretty big. Oh, I thought you were thinking of the other way around. I was thinking of the multi-user dungeon, and turns out it literally meant actual mud. Who reads mud and thinks mud and not mud? I know, right? Your boomer age is showing, Kappa. Listen, the worst part is I don't even think I've technically ever played a mud. Ever. In my life. Oh, we needed to check this out. Roughly 2-year anniversary of PlateUp. To celebrate, we're delivering PlateUp Fully Loaded update with a huge 60% discount. New dish tacos. Advanced building mode lets you take control of a crane, which will allow you to move around your kitchen layout without the cabinets and appliances getting in your way. No more having to pick up and replace your sushi-style conveyor belt layout just to get that disused corner of the kitchen. Oh my god, bless. Need to clear a table in a hurry? Why not politely, or not so politely, urge the customer to leave by taking their meal home with them. Upon receiving a leftover bag, the customers will immediately finish eating their current course, taking every last crumb home with them. Even the most picky eaters will take home the whole dish. Incredible. Dish cabinet. Instead of being presented with a select few dishes to choose from, you'll now be able to select from any of the main dishes. To be unlocked for players at level 16. No longer will you have the dream of your perfect pasta restaurant while you work away flipping burgers. Bless. Customers will order tacos 2 or 3 at a time with up to 4 delicious toppings to menu. Holy shit, that's so much. But you don't have to plate them. Added the feature for customers to dish out their own portions for a variety of other dishes. That could be interesting. That could be really, really interesting, actually. Mini golf maker is pretty big. Wait, new transit station? That's actually... Oh, wow. That looks gorgeous. Oh, this really is just the OG Lobby 2 style. I like it better than the current one we had, if I'm being honest with you. Virus Horde mode, new PvE game type. Ooh. Dude, this is a huge Tower Unite update. I'm sorry, Camera IO, create your own cutscenes? Tower Unite, Tower Unite Machinima win? Ooh, that tiki furniture set actually looks great. In the tiki room, in the tiki room. Alright. And then last but not least, is there any updates for... Why did I say Resident Evil? Retro achievements. I know I need to grab the one that you already linked. Oh, that's actually not working for me. What was the new game? Actually, I might play that. That sounds really good. Oh, actually, I cannot because I did not rip it yet. What to do at a different time? Go to new games. Did you ever add Xeno Crisis Homebrew and Metroid Prime Locus into the spreadsheet? I do not add any of the sub because I'm not planning on doing any of them, and it's really just for me anyways. I have not added. We don't know what we're getting for the homebrew yet, right? Like we still don't know what achievements or points we get. So I did not add that because we just actually don't have an answer, and I did not add any of the subs to it. Mostly because it doesn't like work. I have a multiplier, and this times this is what gives you this, and I can't make it not do that for beat. I think there hasn't been an answer yet. That's kind of what I figured. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry. Alright, sorry about that. I think Xenocrisis is a paid homebrew, which is certainly uncommon. I have never heard of that before. How do you spell this? C-R-I-S-I-S. GameCube. Bitmap Bureau. Ah. Perfect. GameCube ISO is officially available to purchase here. $15. Neat. So that's definitely not happening. Mostly because, like, the game looks fine to me. And then, was there any more posts on the event posts? I'm assuming no. Yeah, no, there's literally not even a new post on here. 18 hours ago. Did this person post twice? Because I saw them posting about using their alt forever ago. Also, I can't imagine why you would do an alt, but whatever. I like that guy on that thread has 28 points and immediately followed by a guy with 2 points, Piglet Mastered. And now you're understanding why. I'm playing Piglet Mastered. It's time. Not all of us can be god gamers, I suppose. True. Oh, I would say, by the way, so far so good on the music. I don't think any of these are bad. Right now they're all music covers and stuff, but I probably should have skipped ahead because I think nothing so far has been. And the 28 points guy is all master is true god gamer. That doesn't surprise me for a second. Did my game crash? Load it directly from Dolphin, I guess. None of these look important. They can install after. Piglet. So I am trying to do master the piglets. So I should pull it up. Oh, bother. There's a way to change it to only show me stuff that can be missed. Oh, there are no missables. My favorite flavor. What the hell is this? Doki Denki Studio. Okay.
It was the first day of autumn in the 100-acre wood, and everyone there was
There's something
very busy spring
that's the hardest
or
one.
autumn cleaning.
Watch all 6 movie clips fully in a single
At least
session. Is this
almost
gonna get me
everyone
dumb
was.
set?
Little Roo was otherwise occupied playing with his ball. Now Al was busy looking for something he had misplaced.
Oh, I say, where has my memory book gone off to?
The vast majority of people who have played this
Why,
game
I
have
can't
mastered this,
remember.
by the way.
Carrots, carrots, carrots! I must gather more carrots.
And Eeyore was having a particularly gloomy day.
Why would it? Disney's notoriously
Pooh,
lax with
however,
his
was
intellectual
happily
IP.
doing
Big
what
fucking
he
cap.
loves most, eating honey.
What is up with Winnie the Pooh's, like, throat
Pooh
there?
Bear certainly loves honey.
Oh,
But honey was not on everyone's mind, especially not Tigger's.
And a couple of hoo-rat-tat-tat-doody-doos, and hoop-a-ting.
Ah,
I don't remember Piglet's nose being so flat. Oh dear.
A Granosaurus.
Granosaurus.
Oh, a Granosaurus.
Do I need to be watching this one?
There, little Piglet.
Because it says all 6 movie clips in a single
Just a big
session.
old pile of leaves, and they're very...
This doesn't seem like a movie clip. Doop 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 doop.
If you would like to begin a new adventure, yes, this
Well,
is
considering I don't have a game. Wait, that's it? I got an achievement for making a new game? That can't be right. A wonderful thing about Tigger is Tigger is the only one. This is literally nothing. View credits. No, I'm good. Oh, that's cute. Can you not jump in this game? Sure hope those frogs aren't important. Okay, we'll leave that for the end of the day. And by that, I mean I'm probably going to watch that offline.
should you? As Pooh slept, Piglet became the hero of Pooh Bear's dream.
A Pooh Bear's dream. Bom, 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 bom,
If
bom,
only
bom.
Piglet were here, he would surely help me find some honey.
Thought Pooh, falling asleep. And that's exactly what he was going to dream about.
Bum, 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 bum.
The bottle was far too high for Piglet to use by himself. This was certainly not the moment for trying to.
What? Christopher Robin.
everything will be all right, Piglet. To overcome your fears, you must believe in yourself.
Oh, thank you, Christopher Robin. I feel better already.
Aww. Is this supposed to be a map? I have no clue what we're doing,
And
by the way.
who is this? Could it be my young friend Piglet?
Oh, hello, Owl.
What a pleasure it is to see you. Now tell me, what are you doing in Pooh's dream?
How do you
Would
know
you
it's Pooh's
perhaps
dream,
be
though?
looking for a treasure?
Oh, no, Owl. I've come to see if Pooh might need my help.
Ah, bravo, Piglet. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Pooh is just on the other side of this gate.
That's like the most suspicious thing I think this man could have said to me. Oh, yes. Go right through here to the other side of this gate that will definitely not close behind you and trap you with a bunch of enemies that will kill you. Anyhow, those gingerbread men look like they're going to mess me up. I'm starting to think this game is a little under my skill level. Maybe outside the target audience here. What would ever give you that idea?
Do be careful, Piglet. This caramel is quite sticky, and I seem to have found myself rather stuck in it. And it would be so bothersome if we both got stuck. Don't you think?
Oh, but Pooh, how did you get stuck in the caramel?
Well, you see, I was searching for some honey, and Rabbit thought this might be a good place to search. Well, at least I think that's what he told me. But now that I think about it some more, I could be mistaken.
Hold on, Pooh. I'll get you out.
That would be very nice. Thank you, Piglet. I suppose a stick might be useful.
Oh, bother. Oh, how? How convenient.
Piglet thought the lollipop stick might be quite handy.
I'm just going to start skipping cutscenes, I'm not going to lie to you. Oh, bother. You're not getting the true experience of Piglet's big adventure. Want to talk about grown-up stuff like international conference and tax brackets? I mean, seems a little on the nose. I did go to a restaurant today, and they, rather than raising their prices,
And so it
they... Do I need to talk to you? Give me a cookie. Will you help me with this? I should actually probably watch what this is trying to ask me to do. Let's see what happens when I try to do this. 1 second. Can I not ask for help? Oh, I have to search places for cookies. I might need an actual guide for this.
Unfortunately, Piglet was unable.
Pooh Bear, could you help me?
Of course, Piglet.
Could you press the handle of the bottle? I'm a bit too small to reach it, you see.
Oh, a bottle with handles. I wonder why that is.
Wait, does skipping the cutscene not cause the thing to happen?
Now, let's see. Oh, that did it. And now, perhaps we can find Rabbit and some honey for my tummy.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Pooh. I'll go find Rabbit
did I
and
not-
ask him if he knows where some honey is.
Already talked to
Piglet,
Pooh?
Perhaps you should go and find Rabbit, and I shall return to where I was before I was here. Oh, and also, Piglet, You know, there
Before
may
I
be
was.
heffalumps in there. I suppose perhaps you should be rather careful.
Be really careful.
Heffalumps.
I'm so confused. Do you have to watch the cutscene? Or it doesn't work? Also, did I get everything that's in this room? No, so there's still cookies in this room. The good news is it tells me where their cookies are. The bad news is I think I just have to like run into literally every object in the game, being like, "Give me cookies, damn it! I am the cookie monster. C is for cookie. And you're gonna give that cookie to me." Okay, cool. I like that it tells you that kind of stuff. Oh, going back to what I was saying, I was at a restaurant today, and they apparently decided rather than raising their prices and telling people what they're doing, they were just gonna add an entire just bonus 5% onto every bill, so they could just keep their menus looking the same. And so, like, when you look at your receipt, it says that you paid taxes and then also a living wage cost is what they called it. But they like threw it down by the taxes so that it's like just a percentage increase. Sounds like a scam. I would agree with you. Especially because the way they listed it was to make it try and look like it wasn't their fault. They're like, we don't want to raise our prices, but like we're having to pay people a wage that we don't want to pay them. Or something, I guess. Where the hell are the cookies that are here? Give me my cookies, old man. Do you have cookies for me, buddy? You do not seem to have cookies for me. Can I fast travel? Nope. Needless to say, I was very annoyed when I saw that. I was like, really? You couldn't just, like, make it so that it was obvious that you're charging extra and then also not list it in a way that makes it look like it's just taxes that are unavoidable? Part of the problem is actually the way our, like, prices are listed here in general. Like, the fact that all of our stuff is listed cost first and then you're expected to just know that there's taxes, but you don't know what gets taxed at what rate. So, like, nothing's listed the price you know you're going to pay. So it's easier for people to just tag on fees that are garbage. Hashtag just USA things. Crazy actually seeing a price underneath something that's actually the correct price.
A chocolate door was blocking the path. Now, how would a very small...
Wait, what? I'm very confused as to what I just did. Is that a working mirror? In a Disney game?
A heffalump door. If only Piglet could frighten away the heffalump in this room, it's certain that the door would open.
Now it just seems like you're bullying somebody, Piglet. Bro, you just bullied him so hard he went into a freaking bottle. What the hell is this game? First learned in the US, the price tags in grocery stores aren't what you end up paying at the register. I thought I was misunderstanding things. No, no, no. That would be accurate. It is a scam.
Piglet had found a candle.
I believe the word you're looking for, Mr. Narrator, is stolen a fucking candle from that man he just imprisoned in a bottle.
The cupboard appeared locked. Our friend Piglet would need to find the key.
Oh, I have to just kick random shit. It doesn't prompt me. I just literally have to kick random shit. This game is cursed. But yeah, this does seem like it's going to be an easy dub. We're just probably going to have to chit-chat about stuff. Because I have a feeling like this is not going to be the most exciting gameplay. Man, this feels more like a setup for some cursed, like, horror game than it does Piglet's Grand Adventure. Bro, how are the physics for these cookies less good than the, freaking Super Mario Sunshine's coins? I swear to God. Sorry, Sunshine is wrong. 64 is correct. Let me shit talk the right Mario game. Bro, I literally can't reach that cookie. Ah.
A chocolate door was blocking the path. Now,
Lost the run to coin RNG.
Piglet.
True.
Oh, the candle's flame was exactly what Piglet would need should he have to melt something.
Like a chocolate door? This is not how... We should not be teaching kids this. This is very much not what we should be teaching kids. Please do not light doors on fire with candles you find around the house. In fact, you're a child. Please do not pick up candles from around the house. Bro, these cookies have the worst RNG. Is this the last room? Okay, no, there's one more. Nailed it. I'm a god at this game. Alright, what the hell does Rabbit want? What's up, bro?
Now, don't forget, if you attract the bees toward another beehive, you would have enough time to get some honey from this hive. Oh, yes. What a good idea. I'm glad I thought of that.
Cool. Sounds like I gotta find that other room that's got the beast in it. I'm guessing it's through this. Ooh, what's this? Oh boy, 1 whole point.
Huh?
Is that a new move I learned? What just happened? What? What just happened? Spend 50 cookies to purchase a scary face. Well, how do I use it? Ooga booga booga. This piglet has a scary face. I did it. The bees are attracted to raspberries, but only if they're specifically on that thing.
And so, Piglet was able to reach the honey. Now, he could easily fill an entire...
I guess as you have to do... Oh. Zoinks.
And so, Piglet was able to reach the honey. Now, he could easily fill an entire honey pot.
But I don't have a honey pot. They didn't give me a honey pot. Did I fuck up? Oh my god, these random, like... Walking like I'm a loser. Wait, what else is here to kick? Silly me. I cannot believe I'm gonna have this as like my only mastery.
Oh, well done, Piglet. Oh, you're braver than I thought. And now that the bees are away, I shall be able to replenish my honey supply. And you'll need a honey pot too, won't you? Well, here's the key that unlocks a cupboard in my kitchen.
Cool, that's all I
Rabbit
needed to
had
hear.
just given Piglet a key.
Wait, which cupboard needs unlocking? Where's the cupboard that I can unlock? That ain't it. Was it in here? Oh no, the heffalum's back.
Huh?
Really hope you don't have like 20 games for gold badge and end up putting none of them in your top 10 disparage. I mean, it depends if they deserve to be in my top 10 or not. I'm gonna give you a hint. Piglet's Big Adventure is not worthy.
The cupboard appeared locked.
I see Jovine scribble. If you needed me to tell you that, I feel like your expectations of my existence are way lower than I thought. Oh, I also love how Rabbit just decided to fuck right off.
By filling the honey pot, Piglet knew that he would make it. And so, at last, Piglet had filled his honey pot.
Do I really have to walk all the way back? Could I feel like exit dream, re-enter dream would be a good way to do it. The problem is I don't know if I lose all my cookies or not. And I really don't want to test that right now. I love how Owl just like disappeared out of existence and does not care. I actually need to do this so I can freely explore and kick things. I don't know why he had 2 HP. Intensifies. Oh, that was my favorite one so far. Do that again. Why are there so many cookies in this area? I wonder if I can kick this. Nope. That's probably the #1 complaint I have. I don't know what I can and can't kick. There's like 0 indications, so I just run around kicking everything. Which feels pretty out of character for Piglet, but... It's not you? I assumed it would be you. Let's go. Cookies, get. Honey, give. Oh, bother. Bum 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 bum.
Should you?
Woo-hoo.
And so Piglet proved himself the true hero he was by helping his friend. Piglet faced his fears, and he was now no longer frightened of heffalumps and woozles. Now it was their turn to run away, as Piglet tried to catch them all.
Oh, I have to go back and catch the rest of the dudes in that dream. I have not become the bravest of them all because I did not hunt down that heffalump. Because I felt mean, because it felt like we walked into his house and bullied him. Wait. Oh no, it's actually a separate thing. I have to go back to a level after I beat it and murder everybody. This game is very weird. Correct. I could probably do some React content if you have anything that takes a good amount of time. If you think it's worthwhile. Bravest of them all. Three brave, five me. La la. Oh, hi. Oh, Martha. I'm the bravest one of them all in Pooh's dream. So there's nothing else to do here. Okay, cool. And it just instantly gives me credit for being the bravest one of them all and kicks me back out. Perfect.
Should you?
I gotta admit, the entire house being made of cardboard is kind of cute. Wait, is there ever anything in this room? Yeah, okay, there is. I've kicked like everything and nothing gave me cookies. It must be once I finish the goals, I guess. Doink. Give me that cookie. Nom, 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 nom. It's a cute world, though. Bum, 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 bum.
Piglet had just picked up a jar of glue.
My favorite flavor. Man, this new Paper Mario DLC looks weird. Womp 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 womp. Lovely little bird noises, though.
Ah, I cannot reach you. Sad cooking noises.
Oh my god, not again!
Piglet.
Oh, it's tick-
Hey there, Piglet. I'm doing my daily bounce.
Oh, hello, Tigger.
Hey, what's this fence doing here? It's keeping us Tiggers from bouncing. And a Tigger that can't bounce, why, he's no Tigger at all.
Maybe there's some way to open it, Tigger.
Huh. I think you may be onto something, Piglet. I do remember seeing a little pool tab over there. Maybe if somebody pushed it up, it would open this fence and free up some bouncing room. But I'm
I love me some
suspecting
bouncing room.
that there's some heffalumps and woofles about.
Maybe if you tried not to make any noise, they wouldn't notice you.
Oh, you mean sneak around like? Sneaking's what Tiggers do the best. I'll take care of this fence for you, Piglet. Just stand back and watch.
Wait, what? Hold up. I have to be Tigger? Oh shit.
Now Tigger had the same cardboard gate in front of him. He would also have to find the corresponding...
I have done goofed.
Piglet!
Oh, Tigger, you couldn't open the gate?
There I was.
And so Piglet found himself stuck behind the cardboard gate. He knew that finding the correct pull tab would make the gate disappear. The only question now was how to locate the pull tab. Now Tigger had the same cardboard gate in front of him. He would also have to find the corresponding pull tab to make the gate disappear. Now Tigger had the same cardboard...
I'm very confused.
And so Piglet found himself stuck behind the cardboard gate. He knew that finding the correct pull tab would make the gate disappear. The only question now was how to locate the pull tab.
What pull tab, my man? Oh. Now the main question is, do I need to actually get back? No. Okay, cool. Easy. Man, I'm just not finishing cookies. Bring it on, brother. Am I wrong? What was it? I thought it was React. React Q? Clip Q? Yeah, there it is. Clip Q. That's what it's called. Wait, what the? Oh, I picked up the bottle.
A piece of cardboard. Why, that will certainly be useful.
I could swear I've kicked everything in here. This one? Nope. This one? Ah, yes, silly me. Of course it's that tree that looks like it can't be kicked like every other tree. I reopened the queue, by the way, Cyclone.
Where are my cookies?
Okay, that actually looks very kickable. That one's on me. Okay, but I'm still missing one. You? No. You? No. You? Whatever, I know I'm gonna have to walk back through all this anyways. We'll just grab it on the way back. It's actually driving me crazy, the fact that none of this is working. Still not scary. How rude. Correct, but rude. Bum 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 bum. Boom, 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 boom. It's a really, really fight you want to take on, buddy. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I really thought they were gonna make me steal from Rue's mailbox. Minnie the Roo, Minnie the Roo. Do 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 do. What did I miss? This bush? I could have sworn I already kicked this bush. I did. Oh, this bush. Or this rock. Nope. I got nothing, man.
Oh, Roo, are you in there?
Piglet, is that you?
Yes, I came to get you. Kanga is very anxious.
Piglet, did you get...
Correct.
Piglet, did you get the key?
Oh, I'm missing a key. Well. I still love the cloud, or the whole cardboard design for this space. How it looks like it's colored in with crayons and... Dude, these cookie spawns, I swear to God.
The way was blocked by a rock, drawn in pencil and the way was blocked by a rock, drawn in pencil and charcoal. Perhaps erasing it would be enough.
Well, considering I don't have an eraser. Oh, I thought I annihilated these guys. Boogity 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 boo. My favorite scary face. By far, the scary face. Everybody super spooked by it. Oh, it's the noose fairy face I learned. The pull my ears and stick my tongue out face. Unobtainable by humans, really, but... Can I kick the water? Nope. It has to be one of these, right? Yep. At least we finished one zone here so far.
Have you finally found Rue, Piglet?
Yes, Kanga, I have. He's in his playroom, but he's locked himself in and can't get out. Do you have the key?
Oh dear. Now I'm sure I've seen that key someplace around the house.
Oh, now I can kick the house. Okay, cool. Originally, when I kicked the house, nothing happened. I think I already kicked this present. I did. This fireplace also got stuff in it? Nope. Good. We didn't teach kids to kick fireplaces, at least. Where's the key?
Ah, yes. Kanga has given a key to...
Of course. Silly me. Of course Kanga had the key all along. Bro, why? Damn these cookie coins. Worst RNG in A 2023. Oh yes, of course it was those flowers. Silly me. There we go. The idea that we're going so fast when we walk this slow to like skid is just actually hilarious to me. I gotta go fast. Huh. Huh. It's not very powerful. Critical hit. Oh my god, depth perception. My worst nemesis. Oh, thank God. La la.
The key to Rue's...
Piglet!
Time to kick everything. I'm not gonna lie, I was definitely expecting everything to be as quick as Winnie the Pooh. So I'm a little shocked how much longer these have been. Oh my god. Dude, the coins hitting each other mid-air are actually gonna tilt me out of this world. Ooh, an eraser.
An eraser. Now, this would be useful, should there be any paper about.
Brum, 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 brum. Oh wait, where is this gonna bring me? Oh, back at the front. Wait. Then what's the exit to the south? Or is that not actually an exit there? And I'm just making things up on my mind. Turns out.
Piglet could see that Rue's ball was stuck at the top of the ladder. Correctly. Now, correct. Piglet could see that Rue's ball. Piglet could see that Rue's ball was. Glue is exactly what piglets need to repair things. Now erasers are most useful for erasing things, aren't they? Correctly used, this cardboard could come in quite handy.
Oh, I could kick that. It just didn't work the first time. Got it. But that's everything here. Okay, I think I need to go back with the eraser. God, I wish this game had fast travel. I think we're gonna listen to music, because without it, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go crazy. Something something implying I haven't already. Apparently that rock was not suspicious enough. Apparently I just never grabbed. Wait, what? Hello? I know there's still something in here. Hey, we did it.
A paper door showing a heffalump in the shape.
It's a heffalump B. Okay. I'm guessing it's going to open the heffalump B door.
A paper door showing
I
a
have to scare the
heffalump in
heffalump
the
bee.
shape of a bee. Pig.
En garde. I just bullied that poor bee. It was objectively the correct call, but I definitely still bullied that poor bee. Hello, Eeyore. How's it going, Piglet?
Hello, Eeyore.
Oh, hello, Piglet. I'm surprised you noticed me.
Eeyore, would you happen to have a piece of wood? I need it to fix a broken ladder for Roo.
Ooh, we got some interesting stuff going on over here, though. Mm-hmm. Flower A, B, and C.
Piglet would have to make 3 steps appear. But how should... Oh dear, the pull tab had been torn. Piglet would have to repair it in order to pull out the 3rd step.
Oh.
If only he had some glue and a piece of cardboard. Oh dear, the pull tab had been...
How convenient. Soup, soup. Did I miss any soup? Nothing that exciting. Mostly me wandering around and kicking things. Sounds like a good day. And then I did set up the clip queue. And it should now be open if that's something you wanted to do. Where the hell is this last one? You? No. You? No. Ah, silly me. Wait, that's not the last one? Bro. Oh boy, would you like to hear about why the Fifth Amendment is so fucking based? Which amendment's the 5th one? Grand jury, double jeopardy, self-incrimination, due process, and eminent domain. I mean, I feel like if I had to pick any amendment, I'd probably pick the first as my favorite one. But there is some awesomeness. Like, the problem is you don't really know what makes that one good unless you know what makes other countries not having it bad. I am kind of curious what you have to link. Bro, where the fuck are my last cookies? Give me my cookies, nerd. I mean, same, but that one goes without saying. I mean, it's the one that's the easily most forgotten, right? Because, like, Japan does it. I don't think there's any actual... I think most people in the US just assume everybody has that. Haha, get it? Oof. True, though. Do you have any cookies for me, bud?
Now you can fix the ladder for Rue. It's good news that you were able to get the steak.
What the hell is this resolution? This is not a 16:9 video, is it? We'll make that work. Control Alt Windows T? Control Shift Windows T. There we go. Shit, what is the always on top keybind? I always forget that one. Is it Windows Shift T? No. Is it Control Windows T? There we go. Hello? Why is this not staying on top? Why is everything breaking?
You a taste of a typical law school classroom experience here today, and I thought I would take advantage of this opportunity.
I guess you're only going to get to hear
something that's been on my mind for a while. To stand up and to proudly say, God bless America, God bless the Bill of Rights, and thank God for the Fifth Amendment. I'm not ashamed to say I'm proud of the Fifth Amendment, and I'm proud to admit on camera and on the internet that I will never talk to any police officer under any circumstances, with all due respect, sir. I'm doing something really extraordinary here today, something you'll almost never see another law professor do as long as you live.
To be clear, that is... No, most law professors will fully admit this is exactly what the Fifth Amendment is for. You should plead the Fifth, and there's no reason to not plead the Fifth. Like, any lawyer worth their salt will already say that. We already know that. 99% of the time, like, it's just the occasion of, like, you're not there to be incriminating yourself, so you shouldn't do that. Lawyer or law professor, both. They're very, very, very similar, whether or not people like want to admit it or not. Most states won't even let you most states won't even let you try to take the bar exam until you've gone to college for being a lawyer. Or sorry, got a not a doctorate, but some degree of a form of a degree in being a lawyer. There's like a very, very, very few set amount of states. Dude, I don't know where this last cookies could possibly be for this room. And that bothers me a lot. What? Bro, I've kicked that thing like 3 times.
I'm really putting myself on the spot here. This was my idea. By my invitation, I have given up half of my time, approximately. I'm giving equal time and the last word to an expert who really knows something about what I'll be talking about. So I'm opening myself up to the possibility that he will contradict me.
Uh-oh. Unbelievable. So I gotta fight some bees really quick. How's it going, Rep Jelly? Oh, I got way too close. I might get scared. I done goofed. The most intense quick-time action events, you know? Only the serious gamers play. Piglet's Big Adventure. Alright, I think we're good.
I was a criminal defense attorney when I was in private.
Cyclone, this is 46 minutes long. I thought you wanted long reacts. I mean, I do, but I'm kind of just impressed. Where did you even find this from? I need to know, like, what made you randomly looking up American lawyer talk? Less queue managing? I mean, no, that's fair. That's perfectly reasonable. I'm just kind of astounded that you were even finding this. Hello? Sir? Sir? Sir, I need to beat you up. There we go. YouTube recommended me and quite glad it did. So you know more about the legal system you're not in? I mean, to be fair, I'm guessing I've probably listened to way more stuff of this. Maybe because it's Better Call Saul video I watched. Kappa. I think you'd be surprised how much I've listened to and watched quite a bit of, like, law and lawyer-based stuff. I mean, that's part of why I know about how janky some specific states can be. Cough, cough, Texas. I'm looking directly in your eyes. But, my gut says it's the core thing of, like, in general, your right to remain silent is your right to make sure you're not incriminating yourself, and that's a huge, huge deal. The fact that you can refuse to say anything and not be held in contempt of court, or sorry, not contempt of court, technically that's different. I think that's actually still true, though. You cannot be legally held liable for being quiet is a huge deal, and because that's just not true in a lot of other countries. I think it actually hilariously got brought up the other day of, like, we asked you this earlier. You said you didn't answer, and now you're answering. Like, you cannot say that. That's not how that works. Somebody's silence can never, ever be used against them. And that's a very, very big deal. Some countries' police will beat you up if you don't speak.
With this piece,
which I think is absolutely wild. So I get where you're coming from. But my gut says that's, like, the key thing. That may happen in the US, to be fair, but at least you're getting a shit ton of money later. Yeah, the whole concept is you should not ever be forced to get yourself in trouble. Because, one, that doesn't make sense. Oh, no, I'm fighting a door that's going to scare the shit out of me. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't realize he was going to scare me. Is he going to walk towards me? Ha, get owned, door. What a fool. What a darned fool he was. Wait, no, go back. I need to heal up, though. Who the heck is that? Is this a boss fight? Bro, boss fight time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Seems like there's like 4 button combinations and that's like it. Oh no, there's more of them. Anyways. It wasn't BXBXB, it's BXBYB. Still doesn't matter. So the other catches right now, apparently we're just going through a shit ton of... Can I not damage him while his cloak is down? Ah, that's why. Oh, I messed up. Wait, do you run faster when you're scared? Bro. Can I not fight when I'm scared, though? Bleh. I think I got it before he put up his cloak. I did. Got him. Who needs to worry about the cloak if you could just be fast? Man, I love skipping a billion cutscenes. I still don't have all the cookies that I need.
And so Piglet proved himself.
I'm literally 5 short. Wait, which space am I 5 short in? Is it Eeyore's space? Wait. Did I finish Eeyore's space, I guess? Oh, sweet. So this isn't actually that hard to do. And I'm already gonna be... And I can get the bravest while doing this? Because that's not a bad idea. Maybe I just wait and get the cookies while I'm looking for the bravest. Because I have to run through every location anyways, essentially. Goodness gracious. That's a lot closer than I wanted it to be. How have I not kicked that tree? Who stole the cookie from the cookie jar? Slight picnic? Yeah, the OBS just stopped sending for some reason. I wish I knew what caused it, but like sometimes it just happens. It's like every like couple of weeks, we just get some days where just OBS just disconnects randomly. I couldn't tell you if it's on OBS's end, if it's on my computer's end, if it's on YouTube's end. I genuinely don't have an answer for you. Maybe it's on everything. But yeah, every couple of weeks we just randomly have. I think if you go look back at the VODs, you can tell that stuff's still getting sent. Because you can actually see where it pops up and comes back off. Connecting to a bad server today? Maybe it's the only time that's happened today so far. Snaps OBS connected to West server for no good reason. Incredible. I don't know if I can make it in time. I should have picked up the bottle. I thought I could wrap around 2 circles. Rip. I actually really don't like the Bravest of Them All segments. I like the concept, but man, are they kind of bad. Like, how am I not touching right now? It's like my least favorite pastime is running people into a corner. Then you gotta wait for them to drop the bottle, pick up the bottle. And also they're like slightly faster than Piglet. Don't stay up too late, dearie. So does this focus more on the actual, like, your right to silence of the Fifth Amendment, or does it actually touch on the other? This is the one weird thing with our amendments, is some of them are like a freaking omnibus of like all of these things, and some of them are just like, yeah, no, this is just, you know, like they have to give you a speedy trial, right? They can't make you wait like 60 years. Or yeah, no, the government cannot force you to house the army. Basically only the self-incrimination part? Gotcha. Then the real answer is like, I've seen enough times where people say stuff that they shouldn't say, they don't need to say. Don't do the police's job for them. It's as simple as that. And then it probably goes over, even if you're innocent, it's usually a bit more questionable because they're kind of there looking for who to charge, not who to let go. And again, it's their job to investigate based off of the facts. Self-incrimination is like the only thing that they can do. They can't really take your word for somebody else doing it.
Oh, if only Piglet would.
Because witnesses kind of suck. Witnesses are trash. Oh, man, what a camera. So if this is anything like every other world, we can't actually do anything in there. Let me see if there's cookies. Man, that dude looks super evil. Oh, this is actually me playing. Duh. I thought it was a cutscene. So it does say there are cookies in there, so I'll probably have to come back at some point. Oh look, it's Mickey and his ink. Would you like another react then? If you think it's reasonable / you think I kind of have a handle of this, then I'd be down for that. I think that'd be worthwhile. Also, I may or may not have already watched this, now that I think about it, if I'm being honest. The one thing that's also annoying me is it won't handle this. The Fifth Amendment, that kind of stuff.
A wax stamp sealed the parchment. With a little heat, Piglet would certainly be able to melt the seal and open the parchment.
Hilariously, if it was the other parts of the Fifth Amendment, I would say I definitely don't know, but I think it's pretty... I've seen enough to know that, like... Yeah. I am a little... I do think the professor's a little full of himself to say that he's so special to come out like this and speak on how you should never... I should be back again. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with OBS. It's literally like 2 seconds. Like, the pop-up pops up, and then it immediately pops back up saying, okay, you're good again, we lied. Just the world is not ready for the power of Piglet. I think I've genuinely seen this. Because I've looked up a lot of stuff on this before, just because it's like... It's entertaining for me. Plus, like, it's very much, like, part of my pastimes to, like, look at other stuff. I mean, you've probably heard me talk about, like, the different states, the requirements for IDing, and that kind of stuff before. So, you know, like, it's definitely stuff I've looked into, and watched. Hell, I know the most recent case where the other side of this even popped up, like I said, for the... Where am I? Where somebody didn't say something and then eventually did. And the judge was like, you cannot use the fact that they didn't say something in court. That is not how that works. That is a clear Fifth Amendment violation. And the judge very much got very angry with that lawyer because they should know better.
Well, would you look at that? The pile of books.
How about a 3-hour, 45-minute video about invisible walls in Super Mario 64? I mean, sure, but Jesus, how is it that long? Also, have I not already watched this? Oh wait, why am I Winnie the Pooh now? It goes over every single invisible wall in the game. There's like 100. I'm dead. It's gonna start me back from the beginning. Thing is, I wouldn't even recommend skipping over every example because some of them are extra interesting, and he elaborates on why. There's like one invisible wall that can kill you sometimes. That's incredible. It probably squishes you. Because I know the system has some weird shit for like... Wait, no. SM64 doesn't care about squishing. That usually pushes you through the floor. What game am I thinking of that can kill you sometimes when you get squished? Do I immediately die from this? Man, I love taking one wrong turn and losing 30 seconds of my life.
Tell me if this sounds familiar.
No,
You're just
bother.
casually playing Super
I'm
Mario
afraid
64
my tummy
when all
was
of a
too
sudden,
rumbly.
bam, you hit something. But what'd you hit? It doesn't look like there's anything there, but for some reason, the game considers you to be hitting something in that spot. So this is what we call an invisible wall, and there are many of them in the game. Now for most people, invisible walls are like this mysterious, elusive thing. You may have seen clips like this.
Oh! What was that? There's an invis wall there?
So try to see how loud this is. Okay, that's plenty.
Or like this.
Use of that, so I got a visible wall.
Or like this.
What? No! What the? What the?
Or like this.
And invisible. Yep. Yep!
Or like this.
Why is there an invisible wall there?
Yeah, why is there an invisible wall there? Why
Bro,
do
why is
all
this
these
not-
strange interactions happen? For decades, invisible walls have tormented players, messing up runs and causing tons of confusion, because nobody really seems to know what invisible walls are or why they're there. So
I can't seem to
made
get
it
this
my
embedded.
mission to answer
I'm
that
looking
and
at it
put an
right now,
end
so you
the
can listen to it
confusion.
while I
So come with me on this journey as
watch
we
it.
delve into the deep, dark, inner heart of invisible walls. This is Invisible Walls Explained once and for all.
Why is it not working today? I don't have an answer for you. I'm probably going to restart
Before we get
Winnie
to
the
Invisible
Pooh
Walls,
after
there's
this.
some basic
'cause I think
fundamentals
that's
of
actually
Super
the
Mario
problem.
64 that we need to go over
There's
first.
something about the game that's
So,
keeping it
all
on top.
geometry in the game is made up of surface triangles, which you can see here. Now, there are 3 different types of surface triangles.
Bum, bum,
First,
ba-da-da,
there are
bum,
floors.
ba-da.
Floors are the triangles that you can stand on, and in visuals, we color them blue. Second, there are walls. Walls are
Oh,
the
can I just
triangles
actually-
that
oh,
you
I
can
fucked
push, punch, kick, and wall jump off of. We color them green. And third, there are ceilings. Ceilings are the triangles that if you jump up into them, they'll cut short your upwards trajectory.
So if I'm
And
not mistaken,
some
part of the
ceilings
problem
even let you
is
hang on them and swing around. We
the
color
game never lets you
ceilings
go
red.
underneath a floor,
Now,
right?
one important property of a triangle is its normal vector. Think of a triangle's normal vector as an arrow that juts out perpendicularly from the triangle. Interestingly, it's the direction of a triangle's normal vector that determines whether the triangle is a floor,
did it, Reddit.
wall, or ceiling. If the normal vector is pointing upwards at all, then the triangle is a floor. See, even these triangles count as floors because their normal vectors point just a tiny bit upwards. On the other hand, if the normal vector is pointing downwards at all, then the triangle is a ceiling. So even these ones are ceilings because their normal vectors point just a tiny bit downwards. And finally, if the normal vector is pointing exactly sideways or extremely close to exactly sideways, then the triangle is a wall. So now you know the 3 kinds of triangles: floors, walls, and ceilings, whose normal vectors point upwards, sideways, and downwards respectively. Note that here I'm showing the triangles from the side, so they just look like lines from this angle. Now we're going to talk about the triangle hitboxes, aka how these triangles affect Mario in the area around them. So let's start with floors. A floor's hitbox extends 78 units below the floor, and its effect is that it snaps Mario up
I might
onto
be in
the
trouble
floor.
here.
So we can see that as Mario enters the hitbox, he gets snapped up. But now let's make this visual more precise. You see, Mario's position is the point at the bottom center of his model, which I'll represent with this symbol. So when I talk about Mario entering a hitbox, it's purely about whether the point at the bottom center of his model.
good news is
enters
all
the
this is stuff that
hitbox,
I've seen
not
before.
just any point on his model entering the hitbox. Also, Mario doesn't move around continuously, but in discrete chunks, which I'll represent with yellow arrows. So let's watch it again. Mario moves to the right, 1 arrow at a time, and now he's about
I
to
can't
enter
remember-
the floor hitbox. So
Mario-
on the next step,
SM64 is
Mario
half
enters the
frames,
floor
right?
hitbox and then gets snapped up onto the floor. In other words, those 2 arrows happen on the same step, so we never actually see Mario below the floor. Here's what a floor snap looks like in the game. Mario walks towards the wooden post and then snaps up onto it. If we have multiple floors in a row, then Mario would snap up on each one of them, so his height increases each time he reaches a new step. That's how climbing stairs works in the game. And if the floor is at an angle, then Mario would snap up each time he moves. So in this case, his height increases continuously. And that's how ramps work in the game. Though, note that floors will also snap Mario downwards to some extent, so that walking downhill works too. Now let's talk about walls. A wall's hitbox extends out 50 units on both sides, and it's offset to be a little lower down than the wall triangle itself. Its effect is that it pushes Mario sideways in the direction of the triangle's normal vector, which in this case is to the left. So we can see that as Mario enters this hitbox, he gets displaced sideways, putting him exactly flush with the wall's hitbox and also putting him into the pushing animation. Just like before, the arrow for Mario going into the hitbox and the arrow for Mario being pushed out of the hitbox happen on the same step, so we don't actually see Mario inside of the wall hitbox. And so now, if Mario just keeps walking into the wall hitbox, then he ends up pushing against the wall in a state of equilibrium. Like on every step, he goes a little into the wall, then gets pushed out that distance, then goes a little into the wall, then gets pushed out that distance, etc. So that's what's going on when you push against the wall in the game. So even though Mario's position is 50 units away from the wall triangle, it still looks like he's touching the wall because his model is about 50 units in radius. In contrast, if Mario enters the wall hitbox from the other side, then he gets a big push from the wall, because this time he gets displaced almost all of the 100 unit diameter of the wall hitbox.
Which again, all things we've gone over before because we've seen it before.
You're not normally meant to go into a wall from that side. And then for ceilings, their hitbox extends from 160 units below the ceiling to infinitely upwards. Now the lower portion and upper portion have the same effect, but what effect that is actually varies based on what action Mario's in, so let's go through the different actions. First, if Mario's on the ground, then the ceiling hitbox cancels his movement. So you can see that as Mario tries to enter the hitbox, his movement gets cancelled, which prevents him from entering the ceiling hitbox. And he also does the pushing animation when this happens. Here's what that looks like in the game. So note that even though Mario's 160 units below the ceiling triangle, it basically
I actually didn't know
like
this part about how far below the ceiling
his model
triangle
is just under 160 units tall. Second, if Mario's in the air and tries to enter a ceiling hitbox, then what happens depends.
The one
on
I knew
whether
was
it's
janky
moving
was the floor
upwards or
one,
downwards.
which I thought was
If he
infinitely
enters the
below
ceiling
it.
hitbox while moving upwards, then his movement
Which
gets
I'm guessing is
canceled
gonna be
and
brought
his
up.
vertical speed gets set to 0. This cuts short his upwards trajectory, since from that point on he'll start
Unless
moving downwards
unless
due
there's
to
a
gravity.
ceiling above it.
I mean,
or
gravity
below
gets
it.
applied every frame you're in the air, but in these visuals, I'm simplifying things and only applying it when it's relevant to the point I'm making. So here's jumping up into a ceiling in the game. It cuts short Mario's upwards movement, and then he falls down afterwards. On the other hand, if he enters a ceiling hitbox while moving downwards, then only the horizontal component of his movement gets cancelled, and so he just does the vertical component, which is moving straight down. Like, ceilings aren't going to cancel the whole movement, because that would let you hover in the air, and I have a hunch the programmers
really
didn't
funny.
want that. So here's what falling into a ceiling looks like in the game. It cancels Mario's horizontal movement to prevent him from going inside the ceiling hitbox, but he still falls down. And then third, if Mario's in water, then the ceiling hitbox doesn't cancel his movement, but instead snaps him down to the bottom of the ceiling hitbox. So we can see that as Mario enters the hitbox, he gets snapped down.
Which
Here's
is why
what
we
that
have some
looks
other
like in the
crazy
game. Mario
skips
snaps down as
in
soon
the
as he
game.
enters the ceiling hitbox. And if the ceiling is at an angle, then Mario snaps down each time he moves forwards. So for example, if I swim into the ship,
Like, I believe
get
that's
moved
what,
to
gives
downwards
us that
accordingly.
new,
Now,
like-
you may find it strange that ceiling hitboxes extend infinitely upwards. Like, if a ceiling triangle's right here, then why should it have an effect way up here? Well, the thing is,
'Cause you should never
most
be
of the
above it.
time, you only have access to the lower portion of the hitbox. The upper portion is usually out of reach, and so you wouldn't notice its effects. In fact, ceilings typically fall into one of two cases. Case 1, we're in an enclosed room, so the hitboxes look like this. In this case, the hitboxes prevent you from exiting the room. Like, if you try to exit downwards, the floor snaps you back up. If you try to exit sideways, the wall pushes you back in. And if you try to exit upwards, the ceiling cancels your movement and cuts short your upwards trajectory. So in this case, the
We're
room
almost at the
keeps you
point where I'm gonna
inside,
be
and so
exiting this
you'd never normally be all the way up here
game too.
interacting with the upper ceiling hitbox. And then case 2, there's an enclosed structure, like a box.
To see
so
if
the
I can fix this
hitboxes
stuff.
look like this. Now, I said ceiling hitboxes extend infinitely upwards, but that's just what they do in isolation. because you see,
If
when
there's
there's
a
a floor
floor,
above the
it
ceiling,
stops
then
it.
the ceiling hitbox only
Okay, I
extends
think I have my
upwards
floors and my
until it meets
ceilings
the
mixed
floor
up.
hitbox. So you can see that the inside of this box is filled with the upper portion of the ceiling hitbox. And once again, this upper portion is inaccessible since there's no way to enter the box. Like, if you try to enter going downwards, the floor snaps you back up. If you
There's
try
no way
to
to get
enter
into the
going
box.
sideways,
Asterisk.
the wall pushes you back out. And if you try to enter going upwards, the
That's what they
ceiling
all
cancels
think.
your movement and cuts short your upwards trajectory. So in this case, the box keeps you out, and so you'd never normally be inside of it interacting with the upper ceiling hitbox.
Normally.
One other note, you can see that the triangle hitboxes overlap in some cases, which brings into question which ones take priority. Well, that's actually pretty simple. Wall interactions happen first, so I put their hitboxes on the top layer, then floor interactions, so they're on the next layer, and then ceiling interactions, so they're on the bottom layer.
Which I think is
Now,
super
even
relevant
though
because that
ceiling
can cause
hitboxes
issues.
cancel Mario's movement, there are still some ways to enter a ceiling hitbox, like by having an object push you into it. For example, here I have a Bob-omb push me into a ceiling hitbox, specifically the ceiling on the underside of the cog. So now I'm actually stuck because the ceiling cancels any movement I try to do, and it won't let me jump up either. Separately, here's what it looks like to enter a ceiling hitbox in the air. Mario just falls straight down since any sideways movement gets cancelled. And so there, we actually did touch the upper portion of a ceiling hitbox because we entered above the ceiling of the tunnel. So anyway, now we know the hitboxes of the 3 types of triangles. But there's one other hitbox that's also important, which is out of bounds. Now the term out of bounds can mean different things depending on the context. Like, a person might say that getting right here is out of bounds, because this isn't somewhere that you're intended to go in the course. But that's not what we mean in this case. See, the most useful way to define out of bounds is any point in space where there's no floor triangle below. So if our entire course...
Okay, to clarify, that is not the most useful always. Did he say the most useful in this game or in this case? I think he said in this case.
But that's not what we mean in this case.
Okay, in this case. I thought he meant in this game, and I was like, that seems like not a helpful definition.
See, the most useful way to define out of bounds is any point in space where there's no floor triangle below. So if our entire course was just this one floor triangle, then all of this area would be out of bounds. So that's everything to the side of the triangle and below it, just not above it. Think about it like this. The default state of space is out of bounds, and floors create safe havens above them. Also note that we color out of bounds gray and give it this symbol, and you'll see why in a moment.
Because it has a kill
For the
plane.
most part, Mario isn't allowed to enter out of bounds. If he's on the ground and tries to enter out of bounds, then his movement gets cancelled and he pushes, just like with ceilings. An easy place to see this is on the castle roof. Just walk up to the edge and Mario will start pushing. If Mario's in the air and tries to enter out of bounds, then the horizontal component of his movement gets cancelled, and so he only does the vertical component.
Oh, I
So
was supposed to
unlike
make
ceilings,
check. Oops.
this happens for both upwards and downwards movement. That means you can jump up against out of bounds without it cutting short your upwards trajectory. And finally, if Mario's in water and tries to enter out of bounds, then his movement just gets cancelled. There's not a normal place where this happens in the game, but if you clip into the tunnel in Wet Dry World like we did earlier, then you'll fall into the tunnel after the loading zone. Because of that, the town section of the level isn't loaded, and so you can just swim into the end of the tunnel. This is swimming into out of bounds, so Mario's movement gets cancelled and he just ends up swimming in place. So the reason Mario's not able to jump off of courses like Bob-omb Battlefield is because you can't move into out of bounds. There's no actual wall triangles on the edges of these courses keeping you in. And for courses with death barriers like Cool Mountain, the reason you can jump off of these courses is because the
there's
death
actually a
barrier
fake floor.
itself is made up of floor triangles.
That's so
Here's
funny.
a zoomed out view of the whole course. So you can see that the death barrier is made up of 2 giant floor triangles below the main part of the course. And then here's a side view of the 2 courses. So Cool Mountain has a death barrier floor below it, while Bob-omb Battlefield doesn't. The death barrier creates a safe haven all around the course, making that area habitable. So that's why in Cool Mountain, you can jump off the course and go below it, whereas you can't do that in Bob-omb Battlefield. Now it is technically possible to enter out of bounds, but it's even harder to do than entering a ceiling hitbox. Like, our old trick with getting pushed by an object doesn't work.
This is exactly what was happening, by the way. It actually is taking, and it is above everything else. For some reason, Piglet's Big Game is also pinned to the top, even though I didn't pin it to the top. And multiple times I checked to try and make sure it wasn't pinned to the top. Okay, for some reason the one that's launching through here is broken, so. Because it's not this. Why is it becoming pinned to the top all of a sudden? Was that a config setting in... Because this is not usually an issue. I guess it'd be under graphics. Maybe I need to make it not full screen. I guess we're just not going to play full screen, which is fine for me. That being said, I am going to take a little bit of a break. Get up, stretch, do those things. You take care of yourself. We'll see you in a few. I do love that with the YouTube chat up, or the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat, you can actually see the source for any of the videos.
In this case, because the game knows not to apply the object push if it would put Mario out of bounds. But nevertheless, there are still some ways to do it. For example, we can enter out of bounds by doing a ledge grab in this corner and then climbing up. We can jump into a cork box next to a steep hill. We can have the ground move out from under Mario, which is done here using the merry-go-round floor. And we can have Chuckya throw Mario out of bounds. As you can see,
yeah, there's enough in there that it's
Mario
definitely
dies when he
checking
goes
out.
out of bounds, which is why we give out of bounds the skull and crossbones symbol. But also when this happens, Mario stops having his hat on,
Cool,
though
so
you
your
get it
trick is still
back after
safe.
you respawn.
So you
now
can
everyone
actually-
always wonders, why does going out of bounds make Mario lose his hat?
I'm guessing it's gonna
well, let me explain.
pop me back to
you
the
see,
start. Yeah, it does.
Mario's
Okay.
logic every frame goes like this. First, it resets his hat state, so he'll be in the state of having no hat. Then it lets Mario do his action, like say,
Why?
1 frame of walking forwards. And finally, it updates his hat state to be how it's supposed to be, which gives him his hat again. And so his hat will be on by the time he gets rendered. So that's what normally happens every frame. But between steps 1 and 2, there's a check. Specifically, it checks if Mario's out of bounds, and if so, then we're done with the function. Don't do the rest of the steps. So let's say Mario's currently out of bounds, and now let's walk through the steps to see what happens. First, it resets his hat state, which makes him have no hat. Then the check ends the whole function since Mario's out of bounds. So we never even get to step 3 where it puts his hat back on, and so we just see Mario without his hat. In other words, we're seeing the intermediate state of things that we're not normally supposed to see. So anyway, now we know the 4 types of hitboxes.
Incredible.
Floors, walls, ceilings, and out of bounds. Now you may have noticed that there's a bit of a similarity between walls, ceilings, and out of bounds, because they all basically block Mario's horizontal movement. So let's do a side-by-side comparison. On the left, we'll have Mario interact with a wall hitbox. In the center, we'll have Mario interact with a ceiling hitbox. And on the right, we'll have Mario interact with out of bounds. And just to clarify the ceiling case, there weren't many ceilings that worked well for this visual, but I did find one. See, in the castle foyer, I clipped behind this pillar, did a backwards long jump, and then used the speed to clip behind the upstairs key door. Now opening that door loads a new area, so by clipping behind it, we end up in this sort of fake area that you're not meant to be in. There's not many surface triangles here, despite what the visuals look like. So that means we can go to the edge of the floor and push directly on a ceiling hitbox. Specifically,
That's so weird.
The ceiling of the hallway below that has the boo in it.
That's
so
weird.
I just wanted to clarify that. So now let's compare the 3 cases. If Mario just walks forwards, then in all 3 cases, he stays in place doing the pushing animation. Here's a diagram from above. See, the wall hitbox lets him go into it and then pushes him back out, which makes him be flush with the hitbox. But the ceiling and out of bounds hitboxes just cancel the movement, so he won't even be flush with those hitboxes. But now watch what happens if we try pushing at an angle instead of head on. In the wall case, we do a sidestepping animation, but in the ceiling and out of bounds cases, we still push, but now at an angle. See, the wall hitbox lets you enter the hitbox at an angle, then pushes you out perpendicularly, which lets you move along the edge of the hitbox. But the ceiling and out of bounds hitboxes still just cancel the movement, so you don't end up moving along their edges. So to recap so far, the pushing animation isn't actually specific to walls. It can happen for ceilings and out of bounds too, though the sidestepping animation is specific to walls.
So depending on how you get stuck, you can tell.
Now let's see what happens when we jump into these 3 hitboxes. For the wall and out of bounds, the jump goes all the way up, but in the ceiling case, the jump goes nowhere, because like I mentioned earlier, ceiling hitboxes cut short your upwards trajectory. So in this case, Mario doesn't even leave the ground, he just lands instantly. So in our bullet points, let's add that ceilings are the only one that cancel your upward speed. And just to keep the bullet points lined up, let's add that out of bounds is the only one that kills you. But now let's see what happens if we jump into them, but don't touch them until the downwards portion of the trajectory. In all 3 cases, Mario's forwards movement gets blocked, and so he just falls down in place. So just like with the ground movement, the wall lets Mario move into his hitbox and then pushes him back out, while the ceiling and out of bounds cancel the movement altogether.
Take a moment of appreciation for a bullet point. Bullet point kills you. That's it. That's the whole bullet point. That's all you need to know.
But that's just for jumping at
no
a slow
context.
speed. If
Just
instead
kills.
Mario jumps into the hitboxes moving at a medium speed, then in all 3 cases, he does a soft bonk. You know, a bonk without any star particles and Mario stays upright. So let's add that
yes,
to
my
our
favorite
notes.
bonk.
And if he jumps into the hitboxes moving at a fast speed, or during certain other actions like a dive or slide kick, then in all 3 cases he does a hard bonk, which has star particles and Mario falls off his feet. So let's also add that. But now listen to the sound of each bonk. See, when you bonk on a ceiling or out of bounds, it makes a sort of poingy sound effect, while the wall doesn't do that. And so
I'm sorry.
let's add that to our
Calling it a sort of whatever effect rather than making like a it makes a woo 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 whip noise is just come on. I expected better.
Notes too. So overall, you can see that the 3 cases are pretty similar.
bonks here.
They all let you push on them, and they all let you bonk on them. So it's easy to see why people might
Boingy sound
confuse
effect.
walls, ceilings, and out of bounds. Someone might see Mario pushing and think he's pushing on a wall, but actually he's pushing on out of bounds. And someone might see Mario bonk and think he bonked on a wall, but actually he bonked on a ceiling. So just keep in mind how similar these three types of hitboxes are. Now, we're almost ready to get to invisible walls, but there's still one more topic we need to cover first, which is positional units. For example, here I'm showing Mario's position on screen so you can see his X coordinate, Y coordinate, and Z coordinate. Each coordinate represents how far along Mario is on the corresponding axis. The X-axis goes east and west, with east being the positive direction. The Y-axis goes up and down, with up being the positive direction. And the Z-axis goes north and south, with south
everybody
being
uses
the positive
Banjo-Kazooie music
direction.
because it slaps
take a
so
top-down
hard.
map
Or
of a course.
Banjo-Kazooie and
If we
Banjo-Tooie,
zoom
sorry.
in, we can see the
Technically, this is
grid of
Banjo-Tooie.
individual units. So a single unit in SM64 is incredibly tiny, only like a centimeter wide. And the extra bold lines are the X and Z axes.
Where'd the
Now we're gonna
cookie go?
analyze what a surface triangle looks like at this scale. I mean, surface triangles are usually way bigger than this, but we're going to be looking at some pretty tiny triangles for now, just so that we can see how certain properties work. Now, as you know, a surface triangle has 3 vertices. But what you may not know is that these 3 vertices have to have integer coordinates. In other words, the vertices always lie on the intersection of a horizontal unit line and a vertical unit line. So a triangle might look like this, or like this, or like this, but it would never look like this because here the vertices aren't.
Is that why we get... Well, hold up. No, then how do the seams get matched up or mismatched? Shouldn't they always be on the same coordinates? Did somebody set the... How small are these coordinates? Like, actually. Because I'm wondering how we're getting mismatched seams like we do in, was it Tall Tall Mountain?
At integer coordinates. The reason for this restriction is because triangle vertices are stored as shorts, and a short is a variable type that can only have integer values between negative 32,768 and 32,767. So it's impossible for a vertex to have a value that isn't an integer. So now let's consider this floor triangle. The question we're going to be analyzing is, where can Mario stand on this triangle? You might assume that it would just be this area, like the area enclosed within the triangle.
No, it's the area above it, no?
Let me explain by filling out this little table. So Mario himself is at some coordinates, and those coordinates are stored as floats. Floats are another variable type, and they basically store real numbers, like numbers that can have decimal components.
Where the hell is it?
For example, let's say Mario's at X coordinate 1.34 and Z coordinate negative 2.79. But that's not the point that the game checks to see whether it's within the floor triangle or not. Instead, the game first converts those values to another type. Specifically, it converts the coordinates to shorts, and then that's the point that the game checks to see whether it's within the...
I love how we're 20 minutes into this video, and we have no explanation on any thing, because we have to explain every single thing that goes into a invisible wall before we can explain what invisible wall is what.
Or not. And like I mentioned earlier, shorts can only have integer values.
I respect it,
no
by the way.
decimal components.
That's the right call.
So to convert Mario's coordinates from floats to shorts, the game takes the coordinates and then chops off the decimal components. So it's not rounding, it's truncating. And so the summarize...
Damn it. I was going to say, excuse you, the technical term is truncation, and then he fucking says it anyways.
Even though Mario's at 1.34 and negative 2.79, the floor detection function first truncates those values to 1, negative 2, and then checks if that new position is within the floor triangle or not. Why does it do that? I guess the programmers thought the calculations would work out better with shorts instead of floats, since floats can have slight rounding errors. But anyway, let me show this on the grid using the same numbers.
because truncation gets rid of those rounding errors.
At X coordinate 1.34 and Z coordinate negative 2.79. I'll also add a highlight to Mario's current unit square to make that easier to track.
What the hell is that?
And then for the floor detection point, we can start at Mario's position, but then we have to truncate the decimal components. So for the X coordinate, 1.34 becomes 1, meaning we go to the left edge of Mario's unit square. And for the Z coordinate, negative 2.79 becomes negative 2, meaning we go to the bottom edge of the unit square. So in general, the floor detection point will always be on the corner of Mario's unit square closest to the origin. And that directly follows from the fact that when you remove a number's decimal component, the number will only get closer to 0. So now if we move Mario around in a continuous way, we can see that the floor detection point moves around in a discrete way. And in all 4 quadrants, the floor detection point is still always on the corner of Mario's unit square closest to the origin. On the other hand, if Mario moves around within a unit square, then the floor detection point doesn't even move. In other words, all the positions within a unit square use the same floor detection point, because all their positions truncate to that same corner.
This seems like a very big problem. Because that also means you're very inconsistently truncating. You could be on the exact same spot and have 4 different truncation points, is essentially what this is saying, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding.
Corner closest to the origin. Consequently, we can actually think of the corner closest to the origin as the representative for the whole unit square. So whatever floor status the representative point has will be the floor status for all the points within the unit square. So if the representative point is a floor, then the whole unit square is considered floor. If the representative point is out of bounds, then the whole unit square is considered out of bounds. And spoiler from the future, if the representative point is a ceiling, then the whole unit square is considered ceiling.
This wouldn't be a problem if it was always consistent, but I have a feeling like it's not always consistent. To be fair, that's 1 centimeter squared, smaller than the size of a keyboard key. Yes!
I'll demonstrate this principle with the floor triangle from earlier. We were trying to figure out
But
where
here we
Mario
are.
can stand on this triangle, and I said it was not just the area inside the triangle. So let's look at some points near the
piece of a
triangle's
map.
edge. If Mario's
close
within
to
this
the
unit
entrance.
square, then this is the floor detection point, aka the representative point for the whole unit square. The representative point is not within the floor triangle, so I'll make it gray to indicate no floor. I'll also put a little
Even though
arrow
there's
from
that
the
entire section
representative
that
point
is.
to the unit square, just so that there's no confusion about which unit square it's the representative of. And note that because the representative point is always on the corner of the unit square closest to the origin, the arrow pointing from the representative point to the unit square will always be facing away from the origin. But anyway, since the representative point is gray to indicate no floor, we can color the whole unit square gray to indicate no floor. So even if Mario were here, which looks like it's inside the floor triangle, it would still count as being outside the triangle, since this whole unit square is considered outside the triangle.
Yikes.
On the other hand, if Mario's within this unit square, then this is the representative point. This time, the
I'm sure this won't ever
representative
come
point
back
is
as a
within the floor
problem.
triangle, so I'll make it blue to indicate floor. And then I'll put the arrow again, and now, since the representative point is blue to indicate floor, we can color the whole unit square blue to indicate floor. So even if Mario were here, which looks like it's outside the floor triangle, it would still count as being inside the triangle, since this whole unit square is considered inside the triangle. So going back to the whole triangle, the simplest way to determine where Mario can stand on it is the following process. First, mark all integer points that are within the triangle, including on the triangle bounds.
Oh,
then
shit,
put
I
the
didn't think they
arrows
would fight
facing
me.
away from the origin to indicate which unit squares are being represented. And finally, fill in those unit squares. And so now, we can see the exact area where Mario can stand on this triangle. So the floor
These
detection
seem
area
problematic.
isn't a perfect triangle, but more like a pixelated approximation of a triangle. And because it's pixelated, we get some interesting properties. For example, if the
Standing
edge
on
of a
things you
floor
can't and
triangle
standing
is
on things you
cardinally
can't.
aligned, like it's exactly horizontal or exactly vertical, then the edge of the floor detection area will be a straight line. More specifically, if it's an edge that faces towards the origin, then the floor detection edge will coincide with the triangle edge. And if it's an edge that faces away from the origin,
always gonna
then
be
the
one
floor
over?
detection edge will be 1 unit offset from the triangle edge. On the other hand, if the triangle's edge is not cardinally aligned, like it's on a diagonal, then the floor detection edge will be jagged.
Yikes.
Separately, note that ceiling detection works in exactly the same way as floor detection, since it also converts Mario's coordinates from floats to shorts. So all the insight we just gained about floors also applies to ceilings, like with the representative points and how the ceiling detection area is really just a pixelated approximation of the ceiling triangle. And before we move on, I have one more note about the representative points. So in general, an integer point is the representative for just 1 unit square,
Got
which
it,
is the
they're
unit square
gerrymandered.
away from the origin. But for integer points on the x-axis and z-axis, they're each the representative for 2 unit squares, and the origin itself is the representative for 4 unit squares. So I just wanted to clarify that. And so now, we're finally ready to start talking about invisible walls and what they are. But how can we answer what they are without knowing
I just
what
want to
they
clarify.
are?
It took
In other words,
30
what do we
minutes
even
to get to
mean
the
when we
point.
say invisible walls?
Bless.
How should we define them? Because we can't find examples of them
Oh.
to analyze unless we know what actually qualifies
Let's
as
treat
an
Angie.
invisible wall. So let's break it down. The term invisible wall has 2 parts to it, invisible and wall. To satisfy being
Fucking
invisible,
thanks,
we
Captain
just have
Obvious.
to not be able to see it. For example, this would count as an invisible wall because I don't see anything there. However, this would not count as an invisible wall
Because I can
clearly
see it?
see the wall there. And then to satisfy being a wall,
Brother.
you'd think I'd say it has to be a wall. But think about it. A casual player can't see specific triangles and their classifications. Instead,
it's whatever
a
is
casual
like-
player would just go by what it seems like is happening. After all, they say if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So if we apply that principle here, we'd say if you can push on it like a wall and bonk on it like a wall, it's a wall. At
even though
least
it's
it would
actually
seem
not.
that way to a casual player. So based on all that, our definition of invisible walls will be any space that's pushable and bonkable but has no visible texture. Now remember our discussion from earlier? We established that walls, ceilings, and out of bounds are all
do that.
pushable and all bonkable.
So we can technically
really,
tell the
an
difference based
instance
off
of
the
any
sound.
one of these three hitboxes
But
can be labeled as an invisible wall, so long
we
as
don't
there's
care,
no texture associated
because it
with
all
it.
feels the
Now,
same for a
surface
player.
triangles usually
I
have
respect
textures,
that.
so a wall could only count as an invisible wall if the programmers didn't put a texture for it. A ceiling could count as an invisible wall if you hit its upper hitbox, since that's so far away from the ceiling texture that it would just seem like a separate thing that's invisible. And then out of bounds would always count as an invisible wall, since
Because
it's
there's
a
never a
hitbox with no
texture.
surface triangles, and so it has no textures. So those are the three things that can count as invisible walls. But from there,
So first things first, they're gonna count every single out of bounds hitbox in the game that you can touch. I assume. Which is like just every level, right?
further broken it down into
That's the,
8
like,
causes
freest
of
real
invisible
estate.
walls. 3 of them are pretty straightforward, 4 of them are a little more involved, and the last one, well, let's just say it's the final boss of the causes. But instead of thinking about them like this, you know, 8 items in a row, we're instead gonna think about them like this, with 4 items on the left, all separate, and 4 items on the right in a 2x2 table, like a Punnett square. So I basically created the periodic table of elements, but for invisible walls. And we're gonna
Incredible.
spend the rest of the video filling it out. Like, for each cause, I'll explain how it works and we'll look at examples. So, let's dive into the first cause of invisible walls, which has to do with wall triangles. See, most wall triangles have a texture, but surface triangles and graphics triangles are 2 completely separate things in
So
the
sometimes
game.
they just aren't
Surface
the same.
triangles have hitboxes that affect Mario, like we've talked about, and graphics triangles are purely visual. Now, for the most part, the programmers made it so that every surface triangle has a corresponding graphics triangle. But there are
So it's
some
just a mistake.
exceptions.
The answer
And
is
so if there's
everything
a
in this
wall
Punnett
triangle
square
with
is
no
just a
corresponding
mistake.
texture, then that would count as an invisible wall. So let's look at some examples. In the hallway leading up to Bowser in the Dark World, there's an invisible wall right after the trap door. Obviously, it was put there because this whole hallway is a trap, and you're not actually
So that
meant
one
to
wasn't
get to the
actually
end
a
of it.
mistake.
Then in Tiny Huge Island, there's an invisible wall in the water all
Even though
along
it
the edge
is,
of the course.
not
So this is
textured.
a rare case when there actually is a wall at the edge of the course instead of just out of bounds. Now, if you remember, when you swim into out of bounds, Mario's movement gets cancelled, and so you're just kind of stuck there until you turn all the way around. The programmers obviously didn't like that behavior, so they added a wall here so that you can swim along the edge instead of getting stuck. Because remember, walls let you move along them, but out of bounds cancels your movement. And note that this wall is also present in the tiny version of the island. Then in the Slide in Tall Tall Mountain, there's an invisible wall in the shape of a little rectangle at the top of the
Wait,
end of
sorry.
the first tunnel.
I missed that.
So
What's
there's
available?
Also, walls let you move along them, but out of
Wait, they
bounds
actually put
cancels
one
your
in the
movement.
tiny version? That's
and note
hilarious.
That this wall is also present in the tiny version of the island.
That's
Then
so
in
funny.
The Slide in Tall Tall Mountain, there's an invisible wall in the shape of a little rectangle at the top of the end of the first tunnel.
They must
So
have
you might
originally
be
planned to put a
wondering why
sign
that's
there. There must have
Well,
originally
based
been
on
an intent to
footage
put a
of the
sign
game's
there.
Beta, we can actually conclude that this is a remnant of a left turn sign that used to be in that
That's
spot.
hilarious.
It's kind of blurry, but
It's-
it's there already.
it's also
So
very
that means
clearly
at some point, the
a sign
programmers
shape.
removed the graphics for the left turn sign,
And
but
forgot to remove
accidentally
it.
left in the collision.
Incredible.
Also in the Tall Tall Mountain slide, if you head the wrong way and go down the dead end path, you can see that they put a big invisible wall here.
To make
This
sure
is
you
so
can't
that
skip.
You can't fall off from here and land on a later part of the slide. Instead, they wanted you to plummet to your death. But since now we can see the
What a bunch of
exact edges of this big
assholes.
wall, we can actually just navigate around it and land on a later part of the slide anyway. In fact, here I've landed on a part after the loading zone, so the rest of the slide isn't even loaded. And so if I continue ahead, I just
That's
fall
actually
off and die.
even funnier.
Then in Big Boo's Haunt, there's an invisible wall above the center of the merry-go-round. It's like a little column sticking right out of the pyramid.
My guess
See,
is
the
originally they
camera
had
in
it
this
going all the
room
way
is
up to
normally
that.
situated right in the center above the pyramid. and they wanted to prevent you from going through that spot since
even
that could
smaller.
cause the camera
Or
to
smarter.
turn really suddenly. But if we use hacks to remove that invisible wall column, we can see exactly what they were trying to prevent. See, the camera does a 180 in 2 frames, which probably isn't the best user experience. Then
Yeah,
in
it's very
Bowser in the Fire
confusing.
Sea, there are some invisible walls right
Bless.
after the funnel at the end. These were put there so that you don't accidentally jump over the funnel and fall down, because then you'd basically
they're
have
not
to
that
redo
much of
the whole
assholes.
level. But also, there's some invisible walls under the funnel to make sure you can't touch the ending trigger from the side. And finally, in Womp's Fortress, there's actually a big invisible wall right under the course. So why'd they put this one here?
Yeah, that one I do wanna
It
know.
actually has to do with the water that's in the level. Let me give you a quick rundown on water. So here's the side view of a surface of water.
Oh,
Note that I'm
otherwise you
making
could
it
jump
purple
down. I
because
forgot
blue
water
is
goes
already
infinitely
taken by
down, doesn't it?
floors. So there are two important
So if they didn't
things
put
to
that, I could have
understand
jumped
about
off the
water.
edge and gotten the
First,
water from the
hitbox
bottom.
of water extends from the water's surface to infinitely downwards. Like,
Gotcha.
they never programmed water hitboxes to have a bottom. And second, whenever Mario enters a water hitbox, his height gets set to just under the water's surface and he goes into the swimming action. Now normally,
I love how I already knew
notice
the
height
answer,
change
I just
because
needed
you're
to
only
actually
meant
think
enter
about it.
water hitboxes from the top, which means you'll already be near
I'm assuming
the
I'm
water's
correct.
surface when your height gets set to near the water's surface. So in most cases, this height change doesn't have a very noticeable effect, but there are
It
some
would if
ways
you
to
were
enter
way
water
out of
from the
bounds.
side, in which case you can get a huge upwarp to the water's surface. For example, in Tall Tall Mountain, you can clip through this wall into the water behind it. And from there, if you go forwards, you can enter the hitbox of the water higher up in the level, causing you to upwarp to that water. And similarly, in Tiny Huge Island, we can clip into the mountain, and then we upwarp to the top of the water that's in the mountain. So going back to Womp's Fortress, the reason for this invisible wall is to prevent you from entering the water hitbox from the side. But they made a little oversight, because to the right of this invisible wall, there's a gap. So you actually
So you can
can
actually
enter
still
the
do
water
it, you just
hitbox
have to have a
after
weirder
all
angle.
and get the upwarp, which makes for a nice party trick. In fact, you can say to your friend, I bet you $10 I can jump off the edge and survive. Easy way to make money. So yeah,
Easy
that's the first
money.
cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call wall with no texture. Now let's look at the second cause, which has to do with ceilings. Remember, I said ceilings usually come in one of two forms: the top of an enclosed room
Accidental
or the bottom
ceiling
of
with
an
no floor, I
enclosed
guess?
structure. I also said that the upper part of a ceiling hitbox is so far away from the ceiling texture that it just seems like its own separate hitbox that's invisible. So in these two cases, that would be above the enclosed room and inside the enclosed structure. These
Wait.
two areas are meant to be out of reach, but there are
Where's this song from?
ways to interact with the
It's
enclosed
Mario.
is so the bottom I said ceiling texture. Now let's look at the second cause, which has to do with ceilings. Remember, I said ceilings usually come in one of two forms: the top of an enclosed room or the bottom of an enclosed structure. I also said that the upper part of a ceiling hitbox is so far away from the ceiling texture that it just seems like its own separate hitbox that's
Is it
invisible.
an Animal Crossing
So in
remix?
these
I
two
don't know.
cases,
I've never
that
heard
would
it
be
before.
above the enclosed room and inside the enclosed structure. These two areas are meant to be out of reach, but there
sounds
are
very
ways
nice.
to interact with them, which we'd count as interacting with an invisible wall. So let's look at some examples, starting with getting above rooms. Like we saw earlier, in Wet Dry World, you can use Chuckya to clip into the space above the tunnel, which is an upper ceiling
My gut
hitbox.
instinct would have been
If we bonk
Super
in
Mario
there,
Sunshine,
our angle
but
actually gets
'cause
reflected
it's,
every frame, because when
an
Mario's
accordion
in the
sound,
bonk action,
but I don't
he's
think that's,
programmed to reflect off
I
of
don't
ceilings
recognize
and
it.
out of bounds.
So I would
Since
assume
here,
I'm
Mario's
wrong.
surrounded by ceiling hitbox, he just gets continuously reflected, which looks pretty silly. In Hazy Maze Cave, it's actually possible to glitch this moving platform out of bounds. And so then, we can have the platform move out from under Mario while he's in the air, and so he ends up in the ceiling hitbox above a room down below. In the castle foyer, like we saw earlier, you can clip inside this pillar, and so then you're able to push on the ceiling hitbox of the area below. You know, the area with the stairs that go down to the basement. And also, like we saw, you can backwards long jump and end up behind the upstairs key door, and that lets you push on the ceiling hitbox above the Boo hallway. Now let's look at getting inside enclosed
So,
structures.
reasonably
In Jolly
speaking,
Roger
all of these are
Bay,
stuff you
it's
should
possible
never
to clip inside the floating
run
ship,
into.
whose whole inside is ceiling hitbox. And in Rainbow
come the
Ride,
fuck
we
on.
can use a Bob-omb to clip inside one of these glass blocks. And of course, their whole inside is ceiling hitbox too. So those are some examples of getting above a room and inside an enclosed structure. But there's a third case that can happen, and that's if we have something that should be an enclosed structure, but
Does he have music credits in his video links? I don't have it opened, so I can't check. Oh, perfect, I can. It's my sleepover. I pick the movie. God damn it. I have never before in my life seen a donation comment. When did that happen? When the fuck did they add those? How do you even do that? What? How? How do you even donate in a comment? Buy a super thanks. So I can click somebody else's. But how the fuck do you do that? Can I just type $50? How does this work? YouTube memberships? Wrong. There's no membership button. There it is. It's in here. Who the fuck is gonna notice that? Do you see that if it's, like, normal? Bro! You have all this space! Why are these in here? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Why are these still in there? It does show up on a 16:9. I was checking that. Pen and Coic does not have YouTube memberships. There would be a membership button next to the subscribe button.
But doesn't have a floor on top.
I think very few people have them,
actually. The ceiling hitbox would just continue to propagate upwards unimpeded. In theory, this should never happen in the game, but does it? Well, in the Tall Tall Mountain slide,
why did that just teleport to the other side of my screen? I did not do that.
White so that it's easier to see.
Pen and Coac.
On its underside, we have some ceiling triangles, and on the top side, we have some floor triangles. So no problems here. But now let's look at the second arch. On the bottom, we have some ceiling triangles, and on the top, there are no floor triangles. The programmers just didn't put any. So that means the ceiling hitbox isn't covered by any floors, and so it just propagates upwards without anything to contain it. And what about the third arch?
That's hilarious.
On the bottom, we have some ceiling triangles, and on the top, there are once again no floor triangles. So on this arch too, the ceiling hitbox just leaks out into the space above. And so basically, if you've ever tried to jump over the second or third arch, you'll have found that you're unable to, because Mario just bonks on the ceiling hitboxes. We call these exposed ceiling hitboxes, because unlike normal ones that are contained, these ones are just right out in the open. They're exposed. And then there's actually a fourth case for ceilings, which is a ceiling that's all by itself. Not the top of a room, not the bottom of an enclosed structure, but just a ceiling in isolation, whose hitbox would also propagate upwards unimpeded. Surely the programmers never did that, right? Well, in Cool Cool Mountain, we have this bridge near the red coin star. At the end of—
How is it slightly too angled to be considered a wall, isn't it? The story of every Mario thing fucking ever.
The bridge are these two flaps on the sides. These were clearly meant to be walls, but they're actually ceilings since they're angled slightly downwards. And because the programmers didn't expect these surfaces to be ceilings, they didn't put any floors to cover them. So the ceiling hitboxes just rise upwards.
Damn programmers ruining my games.
Meaning that this is another case of exposed ceiling hitboxes. So watch out if you're ever playing around near these two flaps. So yeah, that's the second cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call above ceiling, below any floor. Because if there's no floor above the ceiling, then the whole area above the ceiling is bonkable. And if there is a floor above the ceiling, then only the area between them is bonkable. So now let's look at the third cause, which has to do with out of bounds. If you remember from earlier, all courses are surrounded by out of bounds, even if they have a death barrier.
I don't know how that...
And that out of bounds is an invisible hitbox that you can bonk on, so it counts as an invisible wall.
Am I kicking
so if
these
the course
lands?
doesn't have a death barrier, then the out of bounds
I'm so happy I
area
accidentally
will just
grabbed
be
one
on
of
the
those
edge
because
of the
otherwise I would have
ground.
been so confused.
And if the course does have a death barrier, then the out of bounds area will be at the edge of the death barrier, which you can reach if you jump far enough. So that's the third cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call out of bounds on course edge. And so those are the first three causes.
Just literally not even going over anything other than these exist. They're boring as shit.
To the three
Next.
hitboxes we talked
Thank
about
you.
earlier.
Next.
Walls, ceilings, and out of bounds. So think of these three causes as the simple, basic implementations of those three hitboxes. The remaining causes are more advanced implementations. So let's get to those ones now by
Advanced
next looking
invisible
at the Punnett
walls.
square. Specifically, let's look at the fourth cause. Like I said, these causes are more complex. So instead of me saying the cause outright, we're going to build up to it with examples so that you get some intuition. So imagine a structure like this. It's a staircase with 2 steps. Now
This one's
let's look at
definitely
this
Animal
structure
Crossing.
from above. Not just like this, but also on a unit grid, which looks like this. So there's a floor rectangle on the bottom representing the lower step, and a floor rectangle on the top representing the upper step. Now I have 2 clarifications to make. First, a floor rectangle is just 2 floor triangles together that form a rectangle. Like, we could analyze this situation on the triangle level, but it's simpler to just pair up the triangles into rectangles and analyze the situation on the rectangle level. So that's what we're gonna do.
So would this guarantee whenever you have a rectangle, there would always be some extra thickness depending on where it's sitting? So like if this was I guess origin, based off of what he was saying, there should be a whole extra square over here that qualifies as technically being still walkable. I'm assuming that's part of what we're going to run into.
And second, even though we're looking at the same shape on the left and the right, they're at different scales. The 3D shape on the left is at a normal scale that you'd find in the game, like hundreds of units wide, while the shape on the right is scaled down to be really tiny, like less than 10 units wide. I made it really tiny so that it's easier to see individual units. So for example, if we rotate the 2 shapes, the one on the left will stay normal looking, but the one on the right will deform, because remember, all the vertices still have to have integer coordinates, which has a big effect at this scale. Now on the right side, the structure looks like 2 floor rectangles with a seam in between. On the left side, the structure also looks like 2 floor rectangles with a seam in between, though if we look at the structure from the side, we can see that there's a whole wall on that seam, which causes the floors on both sides of the seam to be at different heights. So on one side of the seam, we have the floor edge at the bottom of the wall, which is the north edge of the lower step, and on the other side of the seam, we have the floor edge at the top of the wall, which is the south edge of the upper step. The question we're going to be analyzing is, are there any gaps between these 2 edges on the unit grid? And in this case, the answer is no, there are no gaps.
But
the
if you
lower
rotate
step's
it-
edge and the upper step's edge are exactly flush because they have the same lateral coordinates, so there are no gaps between them. Now if the floors were separated like this, then there'd be a gap. But for now, there is no gap. So let's clear that, put the structure back to a top-down view, and now we're going to rotate it to see if that causes any gaps between the edges. Now even though
But
the
it
2 edges are
absolutely
changing
does.
coordinates, they remain exactly in sync. So for example, at this angle, there are still no gaps
Did it
between
not
the 2
remain
edges,
not
since
in
they
sync
still have
literally
the
half a
exact
second
same
before you
lateral
stopped?
coordinates. So let's rotate the structure back to its starting angle, and now we're going to change the structure itself. You see that upper step? I've now split it into 2 steps, and you can see this change reflected on the unit grid. So again, let's think about the edges that make up the seam between the lower step and the upper steps. Or in other words, the edges at the bottom of the wall versus the edges at the top of the wall. This time, that would be the north edge of the lower step, the south edge of the upper left step, and the south edge of the upper right step. Same question, are there any gaps between them on the unit grid? The answer is no, but the reasoning is a little different this time, because now there aren't just 2 edges with the same lateral coordinates. Instead, there are 3 edges, a long edge and 2 short edges. And notice that the 2 short edges connect at a point that lies exactly on the bigger edge. Because of that, we're going to call that point an edge vertex. In general, we'll define an edge vertex as a triangle vertex that's intended to lie laterally on another triangle's edge. So it's not meant to coincide with the other triangle's vertices, but instead be somewhere in the middle of the triangle's edge.
I'm sure that won't be a problem at all.
Exactly on the edge, but just be intended to lie on the edge. So in
Could be
theory, it
intended.
could miss by a little. Now going back to the structure, we can see that the edge vertex here does lie exactly on the bigger edge. And because of that, there are no gaps between the bigger edge and the 2 smaller edges. In the 3D view on the left, that means that this edge vertex is laterally aligned with this edge. And just to clarify, I could mark the edge vertex here or here. It doesn't really matter because those 2 points are basically guaranteed to line up with each other. So laterally, they're like the same point. So going forward, we'll consider them to be the same edge vertex, and I'll only be marking one of them. Okay, so let's clear all of that, put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it again.
Oh God.
You may notice
Oh
something
God.
funky is going on with the edge vertex on the unit grid. So let's stop it here. And now same question. Are there any gaps between the edges? Interestingly, in this case, there is a gap.
That's a
and
huge
because
gap.
the edge vertex is no longer exactly on the lower edge. And how could it be?
Because it's not on a vertex.
Triangle vertices must have integer coordinates, but there are no integer coordinates that lie exactly on the lower edge. Earlier, when the structure was cardinally aligned, it was easy to find an integer coordinate exactly on the edge because the edge went through so many. But now, since we're at a weird angle, the edge doesn't go through any integer coordinates, and so it's literally impossible for the edge vertex to lie on the edge. Instead, it just has to pick integer coordinates that are close to the edge. That means there are two cases. Case 1, the edge vertex overshoots and causes the floors to overlap. Floors overlapping like this is perfectly fine and won't cause any invisible walls. And then case 2, the edge vertex undershoots and causes a gap between the floors. And when there's a gap like this, then we have some problems. Remember, the triangle area itself doesn't represent where Mario can stand. Instead, we have our little process for figuring that out, so let's do that again here. First, we mark all integer points that are within the floor on the floor bounds.
I see a couple of vertices.
Arrows, and finally, fill in the
that
unit
ain't right.
squares. Now you can see the issue. There are two integer points that aren't inside any floors. Consequently, their unit squares are not considered to be floor. Instead, we call them floor gaps. And so basically, any structure that resembles this could have floor gaps. Instead of this, it could look like this, or like this, or like this. It doesn't take very much.
Those look
You
familiar.
Just need a seam between floors, usually with a wall in it, and for the floor edges on either side of the seam to be subdivided differently. That causes
I'm sure those are all
edge
examples we
vertex,
definitely
which,
don't
as
see
we
anywhere in the
discussed,
game.
Is a vertex meant to lie on another triangle's edge, specifically a triangle on the other side of the seam. But if the structure is at a weird angle, then the edge vertex might be misaligned from its edge, causing there to be floor gaps.
O'Neil Mario is about to
So
quantum tunnel
recap,
through a
we looked
1
at
square
4
centimeter hole in the
scenarios,
ground. Goodbye,
whether there
Jumpman.
was no edge vertex or there was an edge vertex, and whether the structure was cardinally aligned or at a weird angle. And only
Please,
when
we've
there
used
was an
smaller
edge
spaces
vertex
for
at a weird
speedrun
angle
problems.
Did we get floor gaps? So those are the two main ingredients. Now I think it would also be useful to look at floor gaps from the side. So let's take this structure, put it sideways, and now take the cross section of the step.
Bro, the niche level of this song that they are using right now. This is Banjo-Kazooie, Rusty Bucket Bay, underwater. For real, my dude? Exclusively underwater is this version of the sound used.
And to make this easier to work with, I'm going to make the wall a little taller and extend the floors. Now, as we saw in the previous demonstration, there's some geometry that can cause these 2 points to be misaligned, meaning that the wall triangle can end up slanted. So what we're going to do here is look at 5 different alignments of the upper point in order to examine 5 different slants of the wall triangle. The 5 slants are leaning very far back, leaning a little back, perfectly vertical, leaning a little forwards, and leaning very far forwards. We're going to see which ones cause there to be floor gaps and what happens in those cases. So let's start with perfectly vertical.
Dude, I love getting
the
one
2
cookie.
floors are exactly flush. Now for each case, we're going to see what happens when we show the out of bounds area. So first let's add the floor hitboxes, and then let's let the out of bounds area propagate upwards to see where it fills. In this case, the floors cover all of the out of bounds, which means all the area above is habitable. So I'll give this case a happy face. Then next, let's look at leaning very
Happy
far back.
face.
Interestingly, when the wall triangle is this slanted, it actually gets classified as a ceiling. And this happens in the game. There are triangles that are meant to be walls, but are just a little too slanted, and so they're actually ceilings. For example, in Cool Mountain, there's this ceiling. So even though it looks like a wall, you can't kick on it or do any other wall interactions with it.
So
and then
wall
in
kicks
Rainbow
won't work.
Ride, there's this ceiling. It's meant to be part of the big house's wall, but because it's just a little too slanted, it's actually a ceiling. So we'll call these wall-like ceilings because they're ceilings that look like walls and are meant to be walls. So going back to our demonstration, let's see what happens when we show the hitboxes again. Like before, the floors still cover all of the out of bounds. In fact, we have some floor overlap in the middle, so there's floor to spare. So this case gets a happy face. Then next, let's look at leaning a little back. Here, the wall triangle is still a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. If we show the hitboxes again, we can see that the floors still cover all of the out of bounds, with a little bit of floor to spare. So this case gets a happy face. Though, one big caveat here is that this angle is not to scale. In reality, walls can only tilt about this much while still being a wall. but I didn't want the arrows to be really crammed together.
That's
so in
actually
these visuals, we're
funny.
just going to pretend that walls can tilt this much and still be a wall for the sake of convenience. Then next, let's skip ahead and look at leaning very far forwards. Now the wall triangle is so slanted the other way that it gets classified as a floor. And this happens in the game too. For example, in Bob on Battlefield, the side of this third step has a floor triangle that's meant to be a wall. But because it's a floor, you can walk on it and slide on it. In Bowser in the Dark World, the side of this little bridge has a floor triangle. In Bowser in the Fire Sea, the side of this platform has floor triangles. And in the castle courtyard, the side of this structure has a floor triangle. So for these ones, we'll call them wall-like floors. But what effect does this have in our demonstration? Well, first let's show the floor hitboxes. You can see that the original two floors are now separated a bit, but luckily, this new floor covers the area in between. So if we show the out of bounds area, we can see that the three floors together cover all of the out of bounds. So this case gets a happy face. And then finally, let's look at leaning a little forward.
I'm sure we
Here,
wouldn't leave
the
this
wall
one for
triangle
last
is
for
still
any
a
good
wall,
reason.
just a slightly leaning wall.
I'm
Now
sure
let's
it's
show the
also
floor
totally
hitboxes.
fine.
The two original floors are still separated a bit, but now there's no third floor to cover the area in between. All we have is a wall there, but walls don't cover out of bounds. It's like the wall took on the responsibility of a floor, but doesn't
Gasp.
actually have the powers of a floor. And so if we show the out of bounds area, we can see that a tiny sliver of out of bounds leaks through the leaning wall. And that sliver of out of bounds would
How
be
could they?
classified as an invisible wall. This type of invisible wall has caused a lot of frustration over the years. Like, think about this kind of invisible wall compared to the previous three causes that we looked at.
You kinda
These
get
three
it.
causes aren't actually that annoying. For the walls with no texture, those are put there intentionally to prevent you from going to places that you're not supposed to go to. So they don't really get in the way when you're going to places that you are supposed to go to. For the ceiling hitboxes, those are mainly just above rooms and inside enclosed structures, which are places that you don't normally interact with. Well, aside from the arches in the Tall Tall Mountain slide and the bridge flaps in Cool Cool Mountain, those ones can get in your way. And then for out of bounds on the
Almost
course
died.
edge, you know where those are, and it's not like they're in the way because they're only on the edges of the course. But for this most recent type of invisible wall, it's just in the middle of the course out in the open. It could even be on the path that you're supposed to use, so you might just bonk on it out of nowhere while you're trying to beat the game. So this type of invisible wall, along with the rest that we're going to cover, are in some sense the real invisible walls, because they're the ones that frustrate players and give a bad name to invisible walls.
All my
So I'm
homies
gonna
hate
give
these
this
invisible
case an
walls.
angry face. So
Angry.
to summarize, we looked at 5 possible slants of the wall triangle, and only a wall that's leaning slightly forwards causes there to be a floor gap that lets out of bounds leak through. If we move the upper vertex around continuously, you can see that it's only a very narrow range that lets the out of bounds leak through. Basically, the wall triangle has to be leaning forward so that there's a gap between the lower floor and upper floor, but the wall can't be leaning too far forwards or else it acts as a floor that covers that gap. Now I think it would also be useful to see what each of these 5 cases looks like from a top-down view. When the wall leans very far back, the floors overlap. You can tell because the overlap area is an extra dark shade of blue. When the wall leans a little back, there's still a floor overlap, but a bit smaller in area. When the wall's perfectly vertical, there's no floor overlap or floor gap. The whole thing is just a uniform shade of blue. When the wall leans a little forwards, now there's a floor gap. You can tell because there's some white in the middle of all the blue. And remember, that white area is actually covered by the wall triangle, but that doesn't really do anything. And finally, when the wall leans very far forwards, then the wall turns into a floor which covers the gap. So yeah, it's only the one case that causes floor gaps. But interestingly, floor gaps don't necessarily cause invisible walls. See, there are actually 3 cases for what effect a floor gap has because it depends on what's below the floor gap. Case 1, there's another floor below the floor gap.
But it doesn't matter.
In this case, Mario can freely jump over the floor gap and not hit
It only
any
matters when it's a
invisible
ceiling
walls.
or an outer bounds,
He can also
I think,
go
right?
into the floor gap and fall through to the floor below, assuming there are no wall hitboxes in the way. Then case 2, there are no floors below the floor gap. Like we saw a second ago, this lets a tiny sliver of out of bounds leak through. If Mario jumps into that sliver, he'll bonk, and if he walks into it, he'll push. And then case 3, there's a ceiling below the floor gap. This ceiling has a lower hitbox, but we don't care about that. It's the upper hitbox that causes a tiny sliver of ceiling to leak through. So this would also count as an exposed ceiling hitbox. And just like the sliver of out of bounds, the sliver of ceiling lets us bonk
Feels
on it
just
and
as
lets
bad.
us push on it. So it's only case 2 and case 3 that cause invisible walls. Now if you ever encounter an invisible wall like this, it might not be obvious whether it's from out of bounds or from a ceiling. Since you know, invisible walls are invisible, so in the game, we wouldn't see the hitbox colors that I'm showing here. But remember, only ceilings cut short your upwards trajectory. So a quick and simple way to distinguish between these two cases is to jump up into the invisible wall. If it lets you jump up, then it's out of bounds, and if it stops you from jumping up, then it's a ceiling. So let's look at an example. In Bob on Battlefield,
there's actually an
this wall
occasion
on the
whether or
floor
not we
seam.
care or not.
Here are the floor edges on both sides of the seam, which are subdivided differently due to the steps. And based on those, here are the edge vertices. Now you may be wondering why it looks like I'm showing the same thing on the left and the right. Well, they're actually different camera modes. See, the one on the left is a perspective view, meaning that things get smaller as they go farther away from the camera. So it's like the normal camera mode that you'd see in the game. In contrast, the one on the right is an orthographic view, meaning that things stay the same size regardless of how far away from the camera they are. This orthographic view is useful because it allows us to have a nice looking top-down view. So next, let's show all the course's floor triangles, and now we're going to zoom in on each edge vertex to see how it misses its edge. Like, does it cause a floor overlap
Are we getting double
or a
scared on
floor
purpose?
gap? The way this one misses is by causing a floor gap, because you can see the white area between the floors. Then for the next edge vertex, it also causes a floor gap. And for the last one, this one's a little weird. See, the bottom of the step and the top of the step don't actually line up, even though they were meant to. That's what actually causes the side of that third step to be a floor instead of a wall, like we saw before. But anyway, this just means we have 2 edge vertices to look at instead of 1, and they both cause floor gaps. So let's zoom out a little, and now you can see that there are integer coordinates that lie in the white area between floors, meaning that those points are out of bounds. Now let's remove the triangle fill color so that we can mark which unit squares are out of bounds. For each of those integer coordinates, let's add the arrow facing away from the origin, and then fill in those unit squares with gray for out of bounds. And now let's pan across the seam so that we can see all of the unit squares of out of bounds. So each of the unit squares on the right represents a little sliver of out of bounds that leaks through the leaning wall. And as we're panning on the right, I'm adding these slivers on the left so that you can see them in 3D. They're basically square columns that are 1 unit wide, though I'm drawing them each as 1 pixel wide because that's what's easiest to see.
Why does this man have a mirror?
So that's the whole seam. Interestingly, there's one point near the middle of the seam that lies on the x-axis. So that point has 2 arrows and causes 2 unit squares of invisible wall.
Incredible.
So yeah, that's how the out of bounds units are distributed along the seam. On the left, if we zoom in a bit, you can see the 2 unit columns in the middle that are extra close together, since they're both from that point on the x-axis. And if we step back a little, you can see just how high up this invisible wall goes, all the way to the top of the course, at a height of 32,768. So it's pretty weird. There's just this invisible wall in the course that goes way higher up than anything else. And of course, because it's an invisible wall, that means anytime you go through that spot, you may end up bonking on it seemingly out of nowhere. On the other hand, you may end up passing through it. So why is it that you only hit it sometimes? Well, let me explain. Here's a top-down view of the unit grid, and let's say we have invisible wall units on a seam like this. Now normally, invisible wall units are at a slanted angle, but just to keep this demonstration simple, we're going to say that they're all in a nice row like this. And let's say Mario's currently south of the invisible wall seam and wants to cross it going north. It's important to understand exactly how Mario's movement works. So Mario has
now we're
a
gonna go into the
horizontal
steps.
speed, which represents how many units forwards he moves per frame. For example, if Mario's speed is 8, then he moves 8 units forwards per frame. But even that's a bit of an oversimplification because the game doesn't move Mario forwards all at once. Instead, it takes his speed and subdivides it into 4 equal pieces called quarter steps. So a speed of 8 would be subdivided into 4 quarter steps, each having a size of 2. Then on each frame, Mario
My brain
moves
says we should call
forwards by
them
4
ticks.
quarter steps. So in the game, you'd see
But I
Mario
think that's because I'm used to
before he
tick
does the
rate
4
being
quarter steps.
the name.
You'd see Mario after he does the 4 quarter steps, but you wouldn't see him at these intermediate positions because they happen mid-frame. But I'll still show them here because they're very relevant for this discussion. So here, I'm making full steps pink and quarter steps yellow so that it's easy to distinguish them. Earlier, when I showed movement arrows, they were kind of a mishmash between quarter steps and full steps because I was simplifying. But you see, it's
How
only
dare
every
you
full
simplify.
step that Mario's animation updates and gravity applies, while it's every quarter step that floors, walls, ceilings, and out of bounds apply. Since here, we're interested in whether Mario hits invisible wall units, which are ceilings and out of bounds, we're only going to focus on the quarter step arrows. And I'll add even more arrows to his pathing, because we're interested in whether he hits the invisible wall at any point in his pathing, not just on the next frame. Anyway, since Mario's moving forwards 2 units at a time, that covers every second unit. That means there are 2 kinds of spacings, a spacing like this and a spacing that's offset by 1 unit like this. You can think of them as one covers the even unit squares and one covers the odd unit squares. If we look at the invisible wall seam, you can see that the pathing on the left skips straight over the seam while the pathing on the right hits it. Since invisible walls stop your movement, I'll remove all the arrows after the collision and put this symbol at the collision point. So in this example, there's a 50% chance that we hit the invisible wall, since 1 out of every 2 spacings hits it. Another way to see this is if we take just one of the spacings and move the starting point continuously. You can see that half the time it makes it through and half the time it stops. So that's why invisible walls can seem sort of random. Even though they're always there and don't move, you're not guaranteed to hit them when you cross the seam. Instead, it just comes down to whether your spacing crosses over it or goes into it. So in theory, you could always avoid hitting them by controlling your spacing just right, but in practice, at least casually, that's way too precise to control. But luckily, there are some other factors that are easier to control that also affect how often you hit an invisible wall. For example, your speed. So far, we've just been working with a speed of 8, which has quarter steps of size 2. But let's double that to 16 speed, which has quarter steps of size 4. This time we have 4 different spacings, which you can think of as covering all the unit squares that are a multiple of 4, 1 more than a multiple of 4, 2 more than a multiple of 4, and 3 more than a multiple of 4. There wouldn't be any more than that, because if we added a 5th one, 4 more than a multiple of 4, then really it's just the same spacing as the first case, but starting 1 quarter step forwards. But anyway, you can see that only one of the 4 spacings hits the invisible wall, meaning that there's a 1/4 chance of hitting it. And just like before, we can also see this by taking one of the spacings and moving it continuously. Most of the time it makes it through, but 1/4 of the time it hits the invisible wall and stops. So at 8 speed, there was a 50% chance of hitting the invisible wall, and at 16 speed, there was only a 25% chance of hitting it. So basically, the faster Mario's moving, the smaller the chance of hitting the invisible wall. Because more speed means your quarter steps cover more distance, and then they're more likely to pass right over the invisible wall units. Separately, your chance of hitting the invisible wall also depends on Mario's angle to the invisible wall seam. Currently, we're moving perpendicularly to the seam, which is optimal if you're trying to avoid hitting the invisible wall. So that'll be the control case, and we'll compare it to this case of Mario turned at an angle. At this angle, each quarter step moves 3.5 units to the right and 2 units forwards. Now if you think about this, the 3.5 units to the right doesn't contribute towards crossing the seam. And so it's like that part of the movement is going to waste at this angle. It's only the 2 units forwards that makes progress towards crossing the seam.
I've never died before.
If we move both cases vertically, you can see that the angled case hits the invisible wall twice as much as the control case. Since the control case moves forwards 4 units at a time, while the angled case moves forwards only 2 units at a time. So even though they're the same speed, the angle changes how much of your speed contributes towards getting past the invisible wall. Going perpendicularly uses all of the speed to try to get past the invisible wall, while a slanted angle only uses a component of the speed to try to get past it. And now watch this. If we make Mario's angle even more slanted, now he moves 3.9 units to the right and only 1 unit forwards. Since the invisible wall is 1 unit thick, that means Mario can't even cross it now. See, no matter where he starts, his quarter steps just don't move forwards enough to cross the seam. So to recap so far, if you're trying to avoid hitting an invisible wall, then you should be moving at a fast speed and moving perpendicularly to the seam. But if you're trying to hit the invisible wall, then you should be moving at a slow speed and moving nearly parallel to the seam. But there are also properties of the invisible wall itself that affect how often you'd hit it. Up until now, we've just been looking at the simplest example of an invisible wall, which is a 1 unit thick continuous seam. But invisible walls often don't look like this. For example, maybe we have an invisible wall that looks like this, where it's 2 units thick. Now if we look at all the spacings, we can see that 2 of the 4 spacings hit it, which is
It's
a 50%
almost like it
chance.
doubled.
In other words, the thicker the invisible wall is, the higher the chance of hitting it. On the other hand, we might instead have something more like this.
I feel
where
like we
only
definitely
every
didn't
second
need to
unit on
explain
the
that,
seam
but
is
here
an
we are.
invisible wall. Now, not only do we have 4 possible vertical spacings, but we have 2 possible horizontal spacings, because you may or may not line up with an invisible wall unit. To illustrate this, we can subdivide each of the existing cases into 2 cases. So now, we have 4 different classes of vertical spacings, 3 of them cross right over the seam, but 1 of them lands on the seam directly.
These are so
Not
blurred, by the way.
necessarily on an invisible
These like
wall unit,
Eeyore
but just on the seam. And separately,
paintings.
we have 2 different classes of horizontal spacings. One of them passes between the invisible wall units, while the other one lines up with an invisible wall unit. So in total, that's 8 possible spacings, only 1 of which hits the invisible wall. So there's a 1 in 8 chance of hitting it. Another way of saying it is, there's a 1 in 4 chance that we land on the seam, and a 1 in 2 chance that we line up with an invisible wall unit. So multiply those together, and you get that there's a 1 in 8 chance of hitting the invisible.
That means Samoa Joe's got 3/4 chance of winning here to defeat me. He's not a normal human.
We should explain everything in as most details as possible. Why? Because it's been years and people don't still understand what half A press means. Oof. Too real, too real. Do you know the Samoa Joe rant that I'm talking about? Because otherwise this sounds really unhinged. I feel like even with the context, it still sounds pretty unhinged. OMG Steiner math? Is that what the actual name for it is? We're in Luigi's Mansion again, boys. Yes. Oh, is it really? That's incredible. The infamous Steiner math problem.
You know, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Small Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the 3-way at Sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning, because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even gonna try. So Samoa Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning, if we used to go one-on-one, and then add 66 2/3%, I got a 141 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice.
Oh, it's missing the last line.
I got a 141 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Sacrifice.
That last line is very important in my opinion.
See, but I'm gonna break it down for all you ladies. Would you rather be with me, or would you rather be with Joe?
Well, I think Joe's kind of nice. I mean, you know.
See, you're one of those girls that like romance. I'm gonna talk to all my freaks out there. Would you rather come home to me, a genetic freak, to be satisfied every night, or go home to that fat ass?
Oh, Jesus. I didn't know that's where that went after that. 141.66%. That's your chance of hitting an invisible wall in Mario. It's a 141.66% chance.
Wall. And note that this is in comparison to before, when it was a continuous seam, where we had a 1/4 chance of hitting it. But now that it's half as dense, we only have half that chance of hitting it, which is 1/8. So basically, the denser the invisible wall is, the higher the chance of hitting it. And finally, many invisible walls don't even have a uniform spacing along the whole seam. For example, maybe it's more dense on the left and less dense on the right. In this case, trying to cross it on the left side is more likely to hit it, and trying to cross it on the right side is less likely to hit it. So yeah, that's the basics of interacting with this kind of invisible wall.
Never mind, I figured it
that
out.
should help you understand and appreciate the rest of the examples as we go through them. Now, I'm not just going to show you a few examples and call it a day. That's not how we do things.
Doesn't he literally
here.
do every
Instead,
single one?
I'm going to show you every invisible wall in the game for a few reasons. First, I want this video to serve as a reference guide for every invisible wall, showing where they are.
Bro already explained how every invisible wall works, and now we have 2 hours of going over all of them. Before that starts, I'm gonna get up, stretch, do those things I need to take care of myself. I'll see y'all in a few. And I do indeed still have a way to go to master Piglet. I think we're gonna master it today, though. I'm fairly confident we should master Piglet, no problem today. It's just kind of brainless. I actually, like, if you asked me what was going on in the game, I'm not sure I could tell you.
Are and what they look like. That way, the next time you bump into one, you can come back here and see exactly why it's there. And second, I want to show you just how prevalent invisible walls are, and just how glitchy this game is. That way, you won't feel so bad about bumping into invisible walls. They're so abundant.
These are just describing more reasons why I don't want to speedrun this game.
If you do want to see every example, because you want to know every inch of this game's
complete about 2
weirdness,
points in one
then you
screen
can
from
just sit
scratch.
back and relax as I break it all down for you. And if you don't want to watch all the examples because you see some of them and get the gist of it, that's fine too. You can skip forward to the next section using YouTube's chapter system. And so now, let's get into the examples. So also in
Wait, did I already get
Battlefield,
everything that was
we
in
have
here?
this wall on the bar fence. Based
Yes,
on how
I did.
its edges are subdivided, it has one edge vertex on the bottom, which misses its edge by causing a floor gap. And so that means that all along this seam are units of out of bounds. Note that the density of this invisible wall varies along the seam, and there are even some gaps in it. And so basically, if you ever go above this bar fence, you may end up bonking on this invisible wall. And remember earlier when I showed that you could bonk inside a ceiling hitbox and get reflected every frame? Well, you can also do that on this kind of invisible wall, essentially by wedging yourself between two of the unit columns.
Oh,
Playing
those
it
look
again,
so
if we
gross.
pause it and zoom in, we can see exactly what's going on. So on this frame, Mario does a quarter step
Zoom,
going
enhance.
forwards as part of
Zoom,
the dive edge.
enhance.
This quarter step lands on a unit square of out of bounds, so it gets cancelled and Mario bonks.
Tickle-dee,
Though note that
tickle-dee.
Mario's
Are we tickling a
bonking
statue?
animation
Son
is
of a
one
bitch,
frame
dude.
behind what it should
I hate
be,
this game.
so on the left, it doesn't quite look like he bonked yet. I mean, you can see the star particles, but his animation is still diving. But he's bonking, so next he moves backwards a quarter step, which also lands on a unit square of out of bounds, so that gets cancelled too, and Mario reflects his angle. And now since he's still bonking, he does another quarter step backwards the other way, which also lands on a unit square of out of bounds. So that quarter step gets cancelled and causes another reflection. And now we're back to the same state as before, so it just repeats over and over. Mario just bounces back and forth between those two unit squares. So yeah, that's why that can happen. Then still in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall on the far side of the gap in the mountain path. It has two edge vertices on the top. Interestingly, the left edge vertex causes a floor overlap, so that's fine, but the edge vertex on the right causes a floor gap, which is where the problem is. So near that right
Who
edge
could have ever
vertex,
seen this
we have
coming?
some unit columns of out of bounds, specifically
You son of a
two
bitch.
groups of them. Now this invisible wall is especially evil because if you hit it, you fall into the gap. Like, I can't imagine a worse place in Bob on Battlefield to have an
I'm pretty
invisible
confident
wall
I've hit
than on
that
the
once
far
before
side
in my
of the gap
life.
You have to jump over. Then even still in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall right after the bridge on the mountain path. It's kind of a weird shape, but it has one edge vertex on the top near the bridge. This edge vertex misses its edge by causing a floor gap, which means that there are some unit columns of out of bounds near the bridge. And interestingly, if we zoom in on the bridge, you can see that some of the unit columns
by far one of the
actually
most
rise
evil
up
ones in my
into the
opinion.
bridge, and so they stop there instead of continuing to rise up. But anyway, that means that for this gap too, if you try to jump over it, you may end up hitting this invisible wall and falling into the gap. And one more in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall below the upper alcove in the mountain. It has two edge vertices. Zooming in, we can see that the right one causes a floor overlap and the left one causes a floor gap. So the result is that mainly on the left side of the alcove, we have some unit columns of out of bounds, and these ones are fully contained within the alcove. So this means anytime you enter or exit this alcove, you might bonk on this invisible wall. Then in Jolly Roger Bay, we have this wall on the right side of this alcove. It has one edge vertex on the top. Will there be a floor overlap or a floor gap? It's a floor gap. I mean, it has to be. Otherwise, why would we be here examining it?
Hey,
Now,
one
a
in
cool
Dire
thing
Dogs, I
about
play
this
Shotgun
one
Mario
is
in
that
there.
it only has four
Nice to
unit
understand
columns
it.
of out of bounds, so
Yeah.
you can see each one of them individually. And
Bro.
since this one's in water, we can swim into it, which cancels our movement, and so we just
I'm
end up swimming in
99%
place. So it
chance
looks pretty
or
odd.
90%
Then in
chance
the Jolly Roger
sure
Bay
that I've
ship,
actually
we've
hit
got
that.
a lot going on.
And it pissed
So
me the
first,
hell off.
There's this lowest platform that has a wall with an edge vertex, and so it has an invisible wall on its edge. Then next, we have this slightly higher platform. Very similar thing going on here, because the bottom of this wall has an edge vertex leading to another invisible wall. Then on one of the higher platforms, we have yet another wall with an edge vertex that causes an invisible wall. So that makes 3 platforms with invisible walls, but can we get a 4th one? And yes, we can, on the highest platform of them all. This time, the wall's a slightly different shape, and there are only 3 unit columns of out of bounds. So yeah, those are the 4 platforms with this type of invisible wall. So if you thought climbing up these platforms was hard on its own, just remember that out of
I've
nowhere,
definitely
you
hit
might
those
bonk on one
before.
of these invisible walls. But hey, at least now you know where they are, so you can avoid them. Or hit them on purpose, if that's what you're into. I'm not here to judge.
If
And in
that's
Cool
what
Cool
you're
Mountain, we
into.
have this wall. It's like an upside down triangle, so it has one edge vertex on the bottom. Now, if we show all the floors except the death barrier, you can see that there are some floor
I will
gaps,
judge you
but
for
this
being into
time they're
bonking
filled
and
with
invisible
ceiling
walls.
instead of out of bounds. Because if we look on the bottom of this structure, we can see the ceiling down here, whose upper hitbox leaks through those floor gaps. So what that means is that all along the seam, there are unit columns of
Jesus
ceiling leaking
Christ.
through. Now, as a general rule, in courses with death barriers, all the invisible walls coming out of floor gaps will be due to ceilings and not out of bounds. Because think about it, if the course has a death barrier, then the whole thing is protected from out of bounds. That means you wouldn't find out of bounds anywhere in the main part of the course. And it's not like the course geometry can generate its own out of bounds, that's not how that works. Here's another way to think about it. Let's say we have a floor and it has a floor gap in it. In order for this floor gap to have out of bounds under it, there would have to be no floor under it, because that's what out of bounds means. But even if the main part of the course doesn't have any floors under it, the death barrier is still guaranteed to be a floor under it. So it's just not possible to have out of bounds come out of the floor gap. Instead, the only way for there to be an invisible wall coming out of the floor gap would be if there's a ceiling hitbox leaking through it, because courses can generate their own ceiling hitboxes. Now let me clarify how jumping into ceiling columns works. Basically, there are three cases. Case 1, you move into the ceiling column while falling down. In this case, your quarter step gets cancelled and you bonk, assuming you're moving fast enough. Then case 2, you move into the ceiling column while moving upwards. Then your quarter step gets cancelled and the ceiling cuts short your upwards trajectory, meaning you'll now start falling down. But then let's say you miss the ceiling column on the next frame, either because your speed changed or you're holding a slightly different angle on the control stick. Then you'll pass right through the invisible wall and continue with your trajectory. Though
I was gonna exit course teleport, but Eeyore's right
and
here,
then
so.
case 3, you move into the ceiling column while moving upwards, so your quarter step gets cancelled and it cuts short your upwards trajectory. And then you hit the ceiling column again on the next frame with your downwards trajectory. Then just like the first case, your quarter step gets cancelled and you bonk, assuming you're moving fast enough. So it kinda looks like you went straight from moving upwards to bonking, but it was actually a 2-frame process because of the way ceilings work. So yeah.
As the candle had gone out, all that remained for Piglet to do was to light it again. Surely someone would be able to help him.
Did you get Rue's lamp?
Oh, I need to talk to Rue. Okay, so the fastest way to talk to Rue is exit dream. Actually, is it? I think I'm 1 step away from Rue, aren't I? No, I'm 3 steps. I'm actually pretty confident then. Is the fastest way to talk to Rue?
Those are the 3 main interactions that can happen when you jump into a seam of ceiling hitbox. So going back to the game, let me show you what these interactions look like. So first I hit the ceiling while moving downwards, which causes me to bonk. Next I hit it while moving upwards and then miss it afterwards, so it cuts short my triple jump. And then I hit it 2 frames in a row, so it looks like I go straight from moving upwards to bonking, but it actually took 2 frames. And like I mentioned earlier, an easy way to confirm that this invisible wall is a ceiling is to just walk into it and then try jumping. You can see that my jumps don't go anywhere, meaning it's a ceiling. On the other hand, if we push against an invisible wall that's out of bounds and then try jumping, the jumps actually go up. Then next in Cool Mountain, we have this wall. It's a pretty interesting shape because there's like a little overhang structure on the right, and here are the relevant edge vertices. So the first one misses by causing a floor gap, then a floor overlap. Now let's zoom out and hide some of the lower floors to make this next part easier to see. So then we have a floor overlap, and the last one is a floor gap. And based on our earlier discussion, you should already know that these ones are going to be ceiling leaking through and not out of bounds, since Cool Mountain has a death barrier. Now you can see that there are 2 sections of invisible wall. The section on the left is due to this ceiling on the underside of the wood, and the section on the right is due to this ceiling on the underside of the overhang. So these invisible walls could get in your way if you're doing movement near the red coin star. And remember, the bridge flap invisible wall is around here too, so surely there wouldn't be a 3rd one around here, right? Well, also in Cool Mountain, there's this wall, right next door to the previous one we looked at. Now this wall is actually made up of 2 floors, 2 ceilings, and 2 walls. And it's the big wall on the left that's the issue. It's another triangle, so it has 1 edge vertex on the bottom. This edge vertex misses the edge by causing a floor gap, resulting in 2 sections of invisible wall.
That is a lot of invisible wall.
Due to this ceiling triangle that we've been looking at the whole time, and the section on the left is due to this ceiling down here, you know, the top of the little cave. And so basically, if you're messing around near the blue coins, you might just bump into this invisible wall. Now this invisible wall is interesting because it's actually used in the task for collecting 100 coins while doing the Big Penguin race, which was tasked by Krakex. See, she uses the invisible wall to backwards
That's
long jump in
incredible.
order to get lots of speed. That makes for a quick trip back up the mountain to enter the cabin for the penguin race.
I actually did not
I've
know
talked
that.
about backwards long jumping a couple times, but I haven't really explained it, so let me do that now. So Mario has a move called a long jump that you can do by pressing Z and then A while you're moving. Now the cool thing about a long jump is that when you start it, it multiplies your speed by 1.5. Let me show this on the graph. If we start with 1 speed and then continuously long jump, our speed increases by more and more each time, because each time it multiplies by 1.5, or in other words, gets 50% bigger. Now the programmers didn't want you to be able to get infinite speed this way, so they capped it at a maximum of 48 speed. So a long jump will never go above 48 speed. But the programmers made a little oversight because they forgot about the negative numbers. So let's say we start with -1 speed. Now if we start continuously long jumping, our speed will decrease by more and more, since multiplying by 1.5 just makes these negative numbers more negative. And this time there's no cap, because the programmers never put a minimum
No
speed
cap?
that a long jump can do. So basically, we can get unlimited negative speed by long jumping backwards. And so we call it a backwards long jump, or BLJ. Now, doing backwards long jumps doesn't automatically result in unlimited negative
door,
speed.
dude, every time.
That's because even though the starting speed of a long jump is uncapped, Mario loses speed while he's in the air from the long jump. So trying to backwards long jump on a flat floor with nothing else won't work because Mario loses too much speed in the air. Looking at the speed value, you can see that I get to -20 speed right after starting a long jump, but then it goes back to -15 by the time I land and can do the next long jump. To avoid losing all this speed, we need to do a bunch of backwards long jumps in quick succession. So you can do this on a steep floor, because then each long jump lands back on the floor instantly, and so you can do a bunch of long jumps in a row without any airtime. You can also do it on a rising platform, because the platform rises into your jump, so you land instantly and can then backwards long jump again. And finally, you can do it using a ceiling, because the ceiling makes you land instantly instead of letting you jump up. See, it's all coming together. So going back to the cool mountain task, let's pause it, zoom in, and now I'll show Mario's movement arrows. And I'll make the arrows green if they're on the first frame of a long jump. So you can see that each backwards long jump was strategically done to move into a ceiling column, which prevents Mario from jumping up and instead makes him land right after. That allows Mario to do the next backwards long jump right away, and so he's able to build up speed very quickly by doing that. So see, invisible walls can actually be helpful for something. Then in Big Boo's Haunt, we
Wait, didn't I
have
already
this
kill
wall
this man?
on a seam between floors.
How many
Now,
times do I
might
have
be
to tell you,
wondering
old
what floor
man?
the magenta line belongs to. Well, there are actually some invisible, intangible floor triangles in this room covering the giant gap in the
Incredible.
floor.
I
So
didn't
why are
actually
they
know that.
there? Well, you see, when Mario's in a course with rooms, like Big Boo's Haunt, then only 1 or 2 rooms are active at a time. Specifically, the game activates the room that Mario's in and any room that he's next to the door of. And the way the game figures out which rooms to activate is based on the floor triangle that Mario's above. So to put it simply, if Mario's
That's
above
actually
a
really
floor
cool.
in room
I didn't
A,
know that.
then room A will be active. If he's above a floor in room B, then room B will be active. And if he's above a sort of intermediate floor, usually next to a door, then both room A and
I'm bad
room
at
B
this game.
will be active. Now this system works pretty well, but think about how it would work in this room. The thing about this room is that there's a big gap in the floor that leads to the room down below. Since Mario's current room is based on which floor he's above, in theory that would mean jumping over the gap would change your room to the room down below. That'd be bad.
So they had to
because
add
then
floors.
The room down
That's actually
below
really
would be
cool.
active instead of the upper room, even though you're still in that upper room. So to solve this, the programmers did 2 things. First, they added some invisible, intangible floors here that belong to this upper room. That way, even if you're above the gap, your floor triangle is still a floor from this upper room, and so the upper room stays active. And second, a bit lower down, they added a second layer of invisible, intangible floors. These floors are intermediate floors, meaning they activate both the upper room and lower room. So when Mario falls into the gap, first the upper room is active, then both the upper room and lower room are active, and then only the lower room is active. So yeah, that's why these floors are here. And now let's resume the visual, which reveals that there are floor gaps. But
Of course
this
there's
time,
floor gaps.
it's
There's
not
always
ceiling
floor
or out
gaps.
of bounds that's below the floor gaps. Remember earlier, I said
It's gonna
there
be
were
the
3
other
cases
floor?
for floor gaps. So far, we've only seen case 2,
But it's
which is
gonna
out of bounds,
disappear the
and
whole
case
room,
3,
isn't it?
which is a ceiling. But
That's
now,
gotta be the
it's our
implication
first
of that,
time
right?
seeing case 1, where there's a floor gap with a floor under it. So it's not actually an invisible wall, though it does stem from the same cause. So in our demonstration, that means each of these floor gaps has a floor under it, so I'll put blue points to represent that. And remember, these are floor gaps in the upper intangible floor. So when Mario goes above these floor gaps, his new floor is the
I may have
lower
seen this
intangible
before,
floor. So
actually,
doing that causes
but I'm not
the lower
100%
room to
sure.
also activate and hides the objects in the upper room, like the boo and red coin. So that's why out of nowhere, the boo can just teleport back to its starting position.
I'm
while you're
99%
in this
sure I've done
room.
that before.
And finally, since it's a floor gap with a floor under it, we can just jump into it and fall down to the room below.
What? What the hell? Did anyone just see that?
Then in Hazy Maze Cave, we have this mesh ceiling that you're supposed to swing across. If you're not familiar with it, there's this path on the right that's just a dead end, there's this path in the middle that leads to an item block with a 1-up in it, and there's this path on the left that leads to the star. Now this one isn't actually an invisible wall, and it's not even a floor gap, it's a ceiling gap. Because remember, all the properties about floor detection also apply to ceilings, so they can have edge vertices that cause gaps too. And the reason these ceiling gaps matter is because if you're swinging across the mesh and move into a ceiling gap, then you fall off the mesh. So anyway, on this mesh structure, we have these 4 edge vertices that lie on this edge, we have this edge vertex that lies on this edge, and we have this edge vertex that lies on this edge. So first let's look at the seam on the dead end path. Its edge vertex causes a ceiling
Wait,
overlap,
why am I-
which means that there's no problem here. So there's no
I missed
risk
somebody.
of falling off if you explore the dead end. Then next, let's look at the seam at the start of the 1-up
Evidently, there was
path.
another
This
person
one
in
has
there because
2
it didn't
edge
say I was the
vertices.
bravest in that
The
room.
right one causes a ceiling overlap, and the left one also causes a ceiling overlap. So this seam is also fine. Now let's look at the seam near the end of the 1-up path. Its edge vertex misses by causing a ceiling gap, meaning that there are ceiling gaps all along this seam. And I'm making them orange because we need a new color for ceiling gaps, and I'm kind of running out of colors here. Then next, let's look at the seam at the start of the star path. Just 1 edge vertex, which misses by causing a ceiling gap. So on this
Son of
seam
a bitch.
too, there are ceiling gaps that could make you fall off. Not very good.
So
since
far, this is the
the
worst
path
room
to
by
the
far.
star, like the one path you have to take. And finally, let's look at the seam near the end of the star path. Just 1 edge vertex again, and this one
No,
also
that's
causes
so
a ceiling
fucked
gap,
up.
which is extra not good because that means the path to the star has 2 seams of ceiling gaps, which, like I said, can make you fall off out of nowhere.
That's messed
So
up.
in total, the mesh
That's
has
so
3
messed
seams
up.
of ceiling gaps, 1 on the path to the 1-up and 2 on the path to the star. You know, this whole thing kind of feels like one of those carnival games that's secretly rigged against you. Like, they let you practice your swinging skills on the dead end to let you get the hang of it and build up your confidence. Because there's no risk of falling off there, that one's perfectly safe. So then you try testing your skill on the 1-up path. There are no ceiling gaps near the beginning of it because they want to make you think you have a chance. But then right at the end is the trap to make you fall off. Here I hit a ceiling gap and fall down, but luckily I still land on the platform. And finally, if you want to go for the big prize, the star, well now it's double rigged against you. These first ceiling gaps are less dense on the right side, so that's the safer side to go on. And the second group of ceiling gaps is less dense on the left side, so that's what I recommend there. Though here, I still end up hitting it and falling down, which could easily lead to your death if you're not expecting it. And also, because these are ceiling gaps, that means it's possible to just jump right up into the gap, because the ceiling doesn't block you there. Here's what jumping into the gap looks like in the game. And just for good measure, I bonk in there to show that I'm surrounded by ceiling hitbox. Then in Lethal Lava Land, we have this arched platform. Its shape is like a breeding ground for edge vertices. Look at it, we have 7 of them. So let's see, we have a floor overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap,
Oh, you son of a
floor
bitch.
gap, floor gap, floor gap. So mainly on the right side, we have a bunch of unit columns of out of bounds that leak out. But we can't forget about the other side of the structure, because on this side, we have something very similar going on. 7 edge vertices. Looking at these ones, we
Oh
have
my
a floor
god, what a
overlap,
nightmare of a
floor
level.
overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap, floor gap, floor gap, floor gap. So it's actually the same pattern on this side that it was on the other side. But yeah, be careful if you're on this structure. And when Mario does a lava boost, he's able to reflect off of out of bounds, which means we can wedge Mario between unit columns to make him reflect every frame, just like earlier with
That
the
actually
Donkey.
explains
Then in
deaths
the
that I've
volcano
definitely
and
had
the
before.
Lava land, we have these flare triangles near the lava fall, which have an edge vertex between them. So this is a rare case when it involves a seam between floors without there being a wall on the seam. But we can analyze it just the same and see that the edge vertex causes a floor gap. So there's not even a wall over the floor gap this time, there's just nothing there. And that's why we get unit columns of out of bounds, which extend all the way up to near this upper path. So if you try to take a shortcut by jumping over the gap, you could just end up bonking on this invisible wall and falling down. And the cool thing about this one is that it's actually used in the A button challenge, you know, where your goal is to not press A. See, bouncing off the invisible wall helps you redirect your momentum when you're doing lava boosts up the lava fall, which lets you get all the way over to the start platform without having to press A at all. Then in Dire Docks, we have this wall near the 5 yellow coins. Based on the edges,
There are more of these than I thought there were, which makes me substantially less happy than I was before.
But what you don't see is that the floor on the bottom is bigger than you'd think and extends behind the wall. So really, the bottom edge looks like this, which means we have 2 edge vertices on the top. Now this one's weird because the edges are not at a weird angle, they're cardinally aligned, which means that it was completely doable to put these edge vertices exactly on the edge. But for whatever reason, they miss. And so we end up with a 2-unit thick continuous seam of invisible wall, which makes this one
They
pretty
could have
egregious.
just not made it,
If you cross
but they
over
did.
this seam, you're very likely to hit this invisible wall, compared to the other ones we've seen whose units are more scattered. So you might bonk on it,
Incredible.
you might try to jump up from
I've
the
definitely
water
hit
onto
this
the
one
ledge and only manage
multiple
to ledge grab,
times.
and you might try to run off this ledge and end up ledge grabbing instead, because walking into an invisible wall slows down your speed, and walking near a ledge with too little speed makes you drop down into a ledge grab instead of just walking off the edge. Then in Snowman's
why is
Land,
this so
we have this
jank?
wall. The top of the wall is subdivided into 2 different edges, so we have an edge vertex between them, and that edge vertex causes an invisible wall. And you can see that some of these unit columns only rise upwards until they meet the icy bridge. But anyway, I guess this invisible wall could actually help you if you were
Continuous
about
double
to
thick, it's very
accidentally
easy to
jump
hit. Yeah,
off,
100%.
because then it
I've
could
definitely
bonk
hit
you
that
back
one and that's
on.
definitely saved me
Then
before.
another in Snowman's Land, we have this wall near the igloo, though 2 of these triangles are actually ceilings. So here are the edges, and here are the relevant edge vertices. Zooming in on them, we have a floor overlap on the left, and on the right, the vertices miss in a way that causes a floor gap. But
thank
just
God.
a little one.
The
with
timer on this
exactly
level
2
is really,
columns
really
of out of
weirdly tight.
bounds. And you can see that these columns only rise upwards until they meet the icy bridge. So
Man,
it
they
seems
autosave a lot in
unlikely
this
that
game.
anyone's ever hit these ones before.
I'm here
since
for
there's
it,
just
but-
2 of them, and they're in such a weird spot next to this green wall. Also in Snowman's Land, we have these floor triangles on the snowman's head. Once again, this is a seam between floors with no wall in it, and the floors have an edge vertex that causes a floor gap. But do these floor gaps let through out of bounds or a ceiling? Well, why not both? See, farther down on the snowman, there's a ceiling that covers some of the floor gaps, but not all of them. So floor gaps to the northwest let out of
Incredible.
bounds leak through, and floor gaps to the southeast let ceiling leak through. So it's like a hybrid invisible wall, half out of bounds, half ceiling, but 100%
Thanks, I hate
trouble,
it.
because one bonk on this could send you falling all the way down the snowman.
I'm
And I mean
99%
all
sure
the
that's
way
happened to
down.
me before.
And still in Snowman's Land, we have this wall near the moving snow mounds. It has 2 edge vertices on top because the wall is a trapezoid. The left edge vertex does a floor overlap, which is fine, but the right edge vertex does a floor gap, which is the problem. So all along the seam, there are unit columns
Bro,
of out of
fuck
bounds.
this
So
level.
if you're playing around near the snow mounds, you might just bump into this invisible wall. Now, there's something very interesting about this invisible wall, which has to do with the snow mounds. If we look at it from the side and take a sort of cross-section, you can see that each of the snow mounds actually drops down into the ground and covers the invisible wall for a split second before
That's
disappearing.
hilarious.
And the extra big snow mound covers it a lot. So this is the only invisible wall where unit columns of out of bounds continuously appear and disappear. And because of that, we can actually have the out of bounds appear into Mario, causing him to die. You get it? Like normally, out of bounds prevents you from going into it, but we can go there when the out of bounds is gone and then it reappears into us. So basically, you can just die out of nowhere. And I should mention, if you go back into bounds, you can move around some more, but the death transition already started, and so it'll still take you out of the level. Now you have to wonder,
I've
did
cured
anyone
depression.
ever die like this in the history of the game?
Didn't somebody do it in the middle of a
Surely
speed
would
run,
take, like,
right?
1,000 years before this ever happened to someone
I'm
by
99%
chance,
sure this
right?
literally happened in the middle of somebody's
wonder no
speedrun.
more, because it did happen to a guy named Bebop Bandit live on stream. So let's watch.
And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he was in the middle of a run that he was already very annoyed with. He was very, very tilted.
Please.
I've seen this clip before.
For the love of God. What the hell? Are you kidding me? What the?
It's so tilting. It's like I'm actually I
So
can
just
feel
goes
it
to show,
from here.
When you have so many people playing the game for so many years, crazy rare stuff will happen eventually. And finally, in Snowman's Land, we have this
It's worth
wall
being
belonging
tilted
to
over
the
that.
green slope. You know the drill. There's an
Like-
edge vertex, it misses by causing
Bro.
a floor gap, and so there's unit columns of
The percentage chance of that happening is like so high. Like I feel like you're more likely to win. I don't actually know because it looked like he did it on a small one, not even a big one. I feel like it's so low. Like you're more likely to win like a fucking lottery than to hit that.
out of bounds all along the seam. Now you might think this one wouldn't be too bad because who goes on that green slope? But actually, speedrunners climb over it as a shortcut, so it could definitely cause them to bonk and mess up their run, because now you're sliding all the way down into the water. Then near the top of Tall Tall Mountain, we have this little sliver of a wall. It has one edge vertex on the bottom, and if we look closely at it, we can see that it causes floor gaps. And these are the kind of floor gaps with a floor under them because the death barrier is below them. And so interestingly, we can actually just jump right into one of these floor gaps and go through the mountain, falling all the way down to the death barrier. And these floor gaps are actually used in the A button challenge. See, Mario's able to dive up that seam using the floor gaps, because each floor gap makes him become
Incredible.
airborne, which lets him dive again even though he's on a steep floor. And diving straight up this seam is the fastest way to get to the star on top of the mountain. Then in Rainbow Ride, we have this wall on the ship. This one also doesn't look like it should have any edge vertices. It just looks like two edges that laterally align. But if we look at the surface triangle view, you can see that there are multiple floors here. And that's because the floors on the right trigger wind, like most of the ship does, whereas the floors on the left don't trigger wind, probably to let you get up to the star more easily. So because of that extra subdivision of triangles, now we
So
have
I'm
an
getting
edge
some
vertex on the bottom.
snack.
That edge vertex causes a floor gap, so some unit columns of ceiling leak through, specifically from a ceiling on the bottom of the ship. So I don't know how often you're gonna go right there, but if you do, you could hit this invisible wall. Then in the castle grounds, we have this wall above the steps in the moat. As you'll come to learn, steps are super prone to invisible walls, since each step adds another edge vertex. This one has
That
two,
checks out.
so let's see. The left one causes a little gap, and the right one causes a huge gap. It's off by 6 units.
Holy
it's like
shit.
they weren't even trying to align it. And so the result of this is that we get an extra thick invisible wall, at least compared to the other ones we've seen so far. So yeah, you might hit this one if you try jumping into the moat, and good luck if you line up with the extra thick section. And also in the castle grounds, we have this wall near the bridge. Like I said, having steps is likely to cause invisible walls, and this is no exception. So this side of the bridge has some invisible walls. But there's also the other side of the bridge, which also has a wall above these steps. That also causes a bunch of edge vertices, some of which cause floor
Nowhere
gaps to the
is
right of
safe.
the bridge. So on this side
Too
too,
true.
there are unit columns of out of bounds. So if you ever want to go from one side of the bridge to the other, maybe just walk on the bridge instead of jumping across the corners. You'll thank me later. And then inside the castle, we have the wall above the stairs down to the basement.
secret of crime
With
is
this
safe.
many steps, we have
Thanks.
more edge vertices than I know what to do with. Some cause gaps, some cause overlaps, you get the idea. You know, some part of me was like, there can't be invisible walls inside the castle. Like, this is the hub area, our safe haven. But nope, even the hub area can have
Fauci.
invisible walls, especially with how
My
many
bones.
steps there are in the castle. Well, most of the castle steps are cardinally aligned, so they don't have any issues. But the sides of these steps are at a weird angle, which is the problem. So yeah, on both sides of these stairs, there are invisible walls that could get in your way. So watch out for those. Now remember, if you jump up into a ceiling, it cuts short your upwards trajectory and then you fall down. Also remember, if you jump up into out of bounds, the horizontal component of your quarter steps gets cancelled, but you still move vertically. Interestingly, the programmers made an oversight because they never considered what should happen if these two cases occurred together. And so, if you jump up into out of bounds with a ceiling above you, the out of bounds cancels the horizontal component of your movement and you still move vertically, completely ignoring the ceiling. In other words, the ceiling has no effect. You can just go straight up into the ceiling hitbox. Now this invisible wall is made of out of bounds and it extends up into the ceiling. So here, if we jump up into the invisible wall, it lets us pass straight through
I was
the
not aware of
ceiling,
this,
putting us
actually.
next to the upstairs key door. This trick was actually used in the 120-star task, since it's the fastest way to go from the courtyard to upstairs. And the last example,
That's pretty
in the
blessed.
Snowman's Land room, we have yet another staircase whose sides are at an angle. So lots of edge vertices, and some of them cause floor gaps. And so the result is that we get some unit columns of out of bounds. Not too many, just 8 of them, so watch out for those when you're making your way through this room. So yeah, that's the 4th cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call floor gap due to misaligned edge vertex. And so now,
2
let's look
hours
at the 5th
still
cause.
left.
So remember that structure we had before, where it was just 2 steps? Let's look at it from above again. Remember, when this structure rotated, the 2 floor edges making up the seam stayed perfectly flush with no gaps between them. But now focus your attention on this vertex of the upper step. If we move this vertex to a slightly different spot, then the 2 floor edges aren't flush anymore. There's a gap between them. And if we do our little process, we can see that there are now floor gaps which could cause invisible walls. And geometry like this happens in the game. There are vertices that are meant to be aligned, but for whatever reason, they're a bit off. You know how the previous cause of invisible walls stemmed from a misaligned edge vertex? That one was at least understandable because the edge vertex had to have integer coordinates so it couldn't be placed exactly on the edge. But in this new case, there's really no excuse. The programmers literally just didn't line up 2 floor vertices that could have easily been lined up, causing there to be floor gaps. So let's look at some examples.
Math is hard, okay.
In Cool Mountain, we have this wall near the beginning. Here are the floor edges, and we're going to focus on this vertex. So let's go to a top-down view, show the floors, and now zoom in. The vertex I highlighted should have been lined up with this other vertex, but instead of exactly coinciding, we have 2 vertices that are 1 unit apart, and all because the programmers didn't line them up right. So because of that, we have some gaps along the seam. And it's not a ceiling or out of bounds that's below these floor gaps, but another floor, specifically the death barrier. So the result of this is that we're able to jump into these floor gaps, assuming we do it at the corner where the wall is too small to push us away.
That's actually
and by going
incredible.
through this gap, we don't
You die?
necessarily die, we can actually land all the way down here.
Close enough,
That's
some
why this
underpaid
technique
Japanese
is used in
programmer
the
in
120-star
1995.
task
True.
because it's the fastest way to get to the wall kicks will work star. Then in Shifting Sands Land, we have these 2 floors in the quicksand, which presumably share a vertex over here. But if we zoom in, we can
Apparently
see
you
that
can
their
just dig this
vertices
man
are
up.
actually 5 units apart. That means all along the seam between those 2 triangles, there are unit columns of out of bounds. Not very good, because if you're riding the shell over that seam, then there's a chance your shell might break out of nowhere and you'll die.
I've definitely had this happen to me too.
Invisawalled?
And it could also mess up your flying, because if you fly into out of bounds, your angle gets redirected downwards. So you might be flying along and suddenly you're redirected downwards into the quicksand.
I was hoping it was going to be the exact same guy.
Pero man, ¿qué es este juego? ¿Por qué te estafa así?
Then in Wet Dry World, we have this wall that lies on the seam between floors. If we focus on the lower right vertex, we can see that it misses the upper
Actually,
right
evil,
vertex by
100%.
1
That is like the
unit.
least
So all
acceptable
along
of
the
all of them.
seam, there are units of out of bounds that leak out. And so when you're collecting that
I would
ring
argue
of
that's
8
actually probably the
coins,
worst
you
one
might
by far.
accidentally bonk on this invisible wall.
That
And
one
in
I've definitely
Tall
hit
Mountain,
before.
We have this wall near the
Sorry,
rolling
I thought I had
log.
already killed the
We're
guy,
gonna
so I was
focus
paying
on
more
this
attention to the
vertex
video.
on the right, but also there's an edge vertex on the left that we should also look at. So if we zoom in on them, we can see that the edge vertex misses by causing a floor gap, and for the other vertex we highlighted, it's off by where it should be by 1 unit. So all along the seam, unit columns of ceiling leak out from the ceiling on the underside of the structure. And hey, this is the invisible wall that I showed in the intro. Remember that? You were so innocent back then, you had no idea how deep this rabbit hole went. Then still in Tall Tall Mountain, we have this wall triangle. Note that the triangle next to it is
Cringe
actually a
Mountain's
floor
log
and
area.
not a wall.
It's
and
so
now we're
bad.
going to focus on this vertex. Zooming in on it, we can see that it's off by 1 unit, which means that all along the seam, there are floor gaps with floor under them because the depth barrier is below here. And so it's actually possible to just fall right through one of those floor gaps and fall to the depth barrier. Now this was the last main example of floor gaps with floor under them, aka the kind of floor gaps you can just jump into. But there are a few other examples that aren't as interesting because you can't jump all the way into them. But they're still worth mentioning, so let's briefly go through them. In Cool Cool Mountain, there's some floor gaps at the start of this bridge, so whenever you walk over this seam, you could enter freefall for a split second if your movement happens to line up with a floor gap. And if you try to fall into one of these floor gaps, the wall pushes you out before you're all the way through. Also in Cool Cool Mountain, there are some floor gaps in the wall kicks will work area at the start of this icy bridge. If you try to enter these,
I've definitely
you get pushed
had that
to the
happen
side by the
before.
walls. In Snowman's Land, there are some floor gaps right where this walkway connects to the bully platform. If you try to enter these, you get pushed to the side by the wall. And in Tall Tall Mountain, there are some floor gaps right near the Monty
No,
Moles.
damn it.
Like the others, if you try to enter
Tigger
these,
section,
you
Tigger
get pushed
section.
to the side by the wall. So yeah, I just wanted to point those out. And now back to the real examples. Lastly, in the castle grounds, we have these 2 walls near the waterfall. So this one's like a 2-for-1 special, because this vertex misses by a bit, and this vertex also misses by a bit. So all along the seam of both of these walls, we have unit columns of out
Can
of
I make
bounds
it?
that leak through. So if you want to be like Yoshi and jump into the waterfall, you'll have to hope you miss these invisible walls. So that's
Pog.
the 5th cause of invisible walls, which we're going to call floor gap due to misaligned vertices. And with that, it means we've done the left side of the Punnett square, which focused on floor edges failing to line up. Next, we're going to do the right side, which focuses on a floor edge and a ceiling edge failing to line up. You might get some deja vu as I explain it, because we're going to be going through a similar process to what we did before, but everything will be a little different. So, let's look at the 6th cause. So consider a box, just a regular old box. On the top there's
Show
a
me.
floor, on the bottom there's a ceiling, and
This is
on the
Pokemon.
sides there are walls. Now we're going to look at it from above on the unit grid. This time, I'm going to draw the floor from the top of the box and the ceiling from the bottom of the box. Right now, the 2 rectangles exactly coincide, so it just looks purple. But I assure you, both a floor rectangle and a ceiling
Gen 3 secret
rectangle are
base
being
music. How
drawn.
the
So this time, we're going to focus on the floor rectangle's
Nerdy ass
south edge and
motherfucker.
the ceiling rectangle's south edge. Or in other words, the edge at the top of the wall versus the edge at the bottom of the wall. The question we're going to be analyzing is, do these 2 edges line up?
I
or
say,
does
having
one
already
jut
said
out
something
more than the
easily
other?
just as nerdy,
On
if
the
not more
unit
nerdy,
grid, we can see that these 2
for
edges have the same
specificity.
lateral coordinates, so they do line up. Now, if we see any red area, then we know the ceiling is jutting out more. And if we see any blue area, then we know the floor is jutting out more. But if all we see is purple, then we know the floor edge and ceiling edge are exactly aligned. So let's put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it. Still, the floor edge and the ceiling edge stay exactly in sync, so neither one juts out more. See, the 2 edges exactly match in terms of their lateral coordinates. So let's rotate the structure back to normal, and now we're gonna modify it. Now it's 2 steps going to the right. And you can see this change reflected on the unit grid, because now the floor is subdivided into 2 rectangles, while the ceiling is still just 1 rectangle. And if you notice, the floor now has 2 edge vertices, because these vertices
Just
are meant
know
to
the
lie
banjo music? I
exactly
don't know
on
what
the
you're talking
ceiling
about.
edges
I would
below.
never.
Now, since the whole structure is cardinally aligned, it's easy for the edge vertices to lie exactly on their edges, and so no ceiling leaks through. On the 3D structure on the left, that means that this vertex exactly lines up with this edge. So let's clear all of that, put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it again. You can see that now we run into the same issue from earlier because
would
we
never.
have edge vertices at weird angles. For example, let's stop it here. At this angle, it's impossible for the edge vertex to lie in its edge, because the edge vertex has to be at integer coordinates, but the edge doesn't go through any integer coordinates. And so the edge vertex just has to pick integer coordinates that are close to the edge. In this case, the result is that the ceiling edge juts out a bit from the floor edge, because we can see some red area. Now if the edge vertex were here instead, then the floor would be jutting out because we can see some blue area. That would be fine, since it means the floor covers the entire ceiling and some extra. In fact, that's what's happening on the other side of the structure. But since the edge vertex is here, now we have an issue, because the ceiling juts out, which lets some ceiling leak through. To see this, we can do our little process. So first, we'll mark each integer point as either floor or ceiling. If it's both floor and ceiling, then I'm coloring it purple. Then add the arrows, and then fill in the unit squares. And so we can see that some of the unit squares are ceiling with no floor to cover them. Consequently, those ceiling units leak through the leaning wall and cause invisible walls. And so, any structure that resembles this structure could have the same problem. The floor could have the edge vertex, the ceiling could have the edge vertex, they could both have edge vertices. In fact, the structure
Gasp.
could even look like this, or like this, or like this. Basically, it'll be a structure where on top
I'm sure we've
there's a
never
floor,
seen those
on the
structures
bottom
anywhere
there's a
before,
ceiling,
and there's
on
definitely
the
not
side there are
foreshadowing
walls.
in
Then
whatsoever.
You need the floor edges at the top of the wall and the ceiling edges at the bottom of the wall to be subdivided differently. That causes there to be edge vertices, which are intended to line up with an edge. But if the structure is at a weird angle, then the edge vertex might be misaligned from its edge, allowing some ceiling to leak through. So to recap, we looked at 4 scenarios: whether there was no edge vertex,
I'm wondering how
or
long
there
till we
was an
go
edge
back to one
vertex,
we've already gone
and
to
whether the structure was cardinally
that had a different one
aligned or
that
at a
now has
weird
also
angle.
this one.
And only when there was an edge vertex at a weird angle did the ceiling jut out. So those are the 2 main ingredients. Now let's look at the situation from the side. So, consider the box again. Let's put it sideways and take the cross section of it. As we saw in the previous demonstration,
They really like the underwater music versions of most of the banjo music, from what I can tell. Because this is underwater of Mumbo's Mountain, I think.
there's some geometry that can cause these 2 points to be misaligned, meaning the wall triangle can end up slanted. So just like last time, we're going to look at 5 different alignments of the upper point. But this time, instead of checking whether 2 floors completely cover out of bounds, we're checking whether 1 floor completely covers a ceiling. So let's start with the wall being perfectly vertical. In this case, the edge of the floor is exactly flush with the edge of the ceiling. If we show the hitboxes, we can see that the floor completely covers the ceiling hitbox. And since none of the
Easy.
ceiling leaks through, it doesn't cause any invisible walls. So I'll give this case a happy face. Then next, let's
Happy
look at
face.
leaning very far back. Here, the wall triangle is so slanted that it's now a ceiling. So that's an extra ceiling that the floor now needs to cover. But if we show the hitboxes, we can see that the floor does cover both ceilings completely. So this case gets a happy face. Then next, let's look at leaning a little back. Here, the wall triangle is still a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. If we show the hitboxes again, we can see that the floor still covers the whole ceiling, this time with a little bit of floor to spare. So this case gets a happy face. Then next, let's skip ahead and look at leaning very far forwards. Here, the wall triangle is so slanted the other way that it's now a floor. If we show the hitboxes, we can see that the 2 floors together cover all of the ceiling. Like, the original floor no longer covers the whole ceiling because its left edge is to the right of the ceiling's left edge. But fortunately, the new floor is there to pick up the slack and cover that part. So this case gets a happy face. And then finally, let's look at leaning
I'm
a
sure this
little
one's also
forwards.
totally fine,
Here,
right,
the
guys?
wall triangle is still a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. Now let's show the hitboxes. You can see that in this case,
Oh,
some of the
no.
ceiling
Who could have
leaks
ever
through
seen
the
that
leaning
coming?
wall, because walls don't cover ceiling hitboxes. It's just like I said earlier, walls that lean slightly forwards are taking on the responsibility of a floor, but without the powers of a floor. So I'm gonna give this case an angry face. So to recap, we looked at 5 slants, and only a wall that's leaning slightly forwards lets ceiling hitbox leak through. And if we move the upper vertex around continuously, you can see that it's only a very narrow range that lets the ceiling leak through. Specifically, the wall triangle has to be leaning forwards so that the ceiling juts out more than the floor, but the wall can't be leaning too far forwards or else it acts as a floor that covers that distance. And finally, let's look at the side view and the top-down view at the same time. When the wall leans very far back, the fill is just a uniform shade of purple, so no ceiling leaks. When the wall leans a little back, we see some blue, meaning the floor juts out more than the ceiling. But that doesn't cause any trouble. When the wall's perfectly vertical, it's also a uniform shade of purple, which is fine. When the wall leans a little forwards, now we see some red, meaning the ceiling juts out more than the floor, so some ceiling might be leaking through the leaning wall. And when the wall leans very far forwards, then the wall becomes a floor that covers the ceiling hitbox. So it's once again a uniform shade of purple, which is fine. And so, it's only the one case where ceiling leaks through. And let me clarify something. Last time, we looked at floor gaps, which actually had 3 different subcases. It could be a floor gap with a floor under it, a floor gap that lets out of bounds leak through, or a floor gap that lets ceiling leak through. But this time, there's just one case. When the ceiling juts out,
So it has to be
leaks
the
through.
ceiling gaps.
So I just wanted to clarify that bit of asymmetry. And so now, let's look at some examples. In Bob-omb Battlefield, we have this gray tunnel. Here's the wall, and you can see that the edges at the top and bottom of the wall are subdivided differently, which causes there to be edge vertices. So let's go to a top-down view, show the floors on
What the hell is this one? Is this Pokemon TCG by any chance?
the top of the tunnel, and you can see that on the underside of the tunnel, we have some ceilings. So let's add those to our map as well. Now we're going to zoom in on each edge vertex. On all 4 of these edge vertices, you can see some red area, meaning the ceiling juts out more than the floor. And so the result is that all along this edge, there are ceiling units with no floor to cover them, resulting in an invisible wall. But we can't forget about the other side of the tunnel, because here we have something very similar going on. Another 4 edge vertices. But will the ceiling jut out or the floor jut out? Let's see. First,
the world
the
may
ceiling
never
juts
know.
out, then the floor juts out, then the ceiling juts out, then the floor juts out. So interestingly, we actually end up with only 2 ceiling units of invisible wall, one at each of the 2 vertices where the ceiling jutted out. So that's a cool thing about this type of invisible wall. Sometimes there will just be a single unit column sticking out right at the ceiling vertex itself. And now I'll show you another cool thing you can do with invisible walls, walking in midair, then down warping. So how does that work? Well, let me explain. So as you know, Mario's movement consists of him moving using quarter steps. Now, the quarter step function in the code has a return value. You can basically think of the return value as the status for how the quarter step went. In total, there are 4 possible values that can be returned. First, the movement succeeded. This is basically the default value and means nothing unexpected happened. Second, Mario became airborne. This happens when you leave the ground. Third, the movement got cancelled, either because Mario moved into a ceiling or out of bounds. And fourth, Mario hit a wall, which happens when Mario hits a wall. Now the quarter step function can only return
Which
one of
happens
these
when
values.
Mario hits a
So
wall.
even if it seems like multiple
Who could have
things
ever
happened,
seen that
the function
coming?
just has to pick one and return it. So for example, let's say we have a setup like this and Mario does a quarter step. This quarter step both leaves the ground and moves into a ceiling that cancels the step. The function can't return both that Mario became airborne and the movement got cancelled, so it just has to pick one. And in this case, it picks that the movement got cancelled. That one takes priority. So what happens here is that the movement gets cancelled and Mario ends up pushing in place. He does not become airborne. Here's what that looks like in the game. Mario's movement gets cancelled even though the quarter step goes off the edge. But now consider this. Let's say Mario's walking into a ceiling and then suddenly the floor moves out from under him. You'd think he would fall
becomes
down,
airborne,
but that's
right?
not what happens.
Wait, what?
He's actually able to stay in the air walking into the ceiling. See, the normal way that the game realizes that Mario is airborne is by checking the return value of the quarter step function and seeing if it's the airborne option. But as we just established, if Mario walks into a ceiling and the air at the same time, then the quarter step function just returns that the movement got cancelled, not that Mario became airborne. So at no point does the game realize that Mario should become airborne, and instead he's just allowed to continue moving into the ceiling in midair. An easy place to see this is on this elevator in Big Boo's Haunt. We can walk into the ceiling next to the elevator, and then Mario stays in place pushing even as the elevator moves away.
I have never seen that
now,
before.
when you're in this state, there are a few things you can do. You can press A to jump out of it, you can press B to punch in place, and you can press Z, which downwarps you to the ground while crouching. Why does it downwarp you? Well, when you press Z while you're moving, you go into the crouch sliding action. Now, an interesting thing about the sliding actions is that they tilt Mario based on the floors around him. See, even though Mario's on a flat floor, the sliding action causes him to tilt based on that hill next
where the
to him.
fuck am I supposed to
Here's
use
the
this
function
key?
in the code responsible for setting that tilt. But you can see that the first thing this function does is set Mario's height to be at the height of the floor below him. So that means every time you slide and get your tilt set, you're also being snapped to the floor below you. More specifically, this floor snap happens on every frame except if your last quarter step became airborne. You know, because they didn't want you to get a big downwarp when you slide off the edge. So let's say you're in midair and you're walking into a ceiling. Then you press Z to crouch slide into the ceiling. The first quarter step of the crouch slide enters the ceiling hitbox and gets cancelled. So the return value of that quarter step is that it got cancelled, not that it became airborne. And like I said, any sliding movement that doesn't become airborne aligns Mario with the ground, and so he gets a big downwarp to the floor below him. So that's how the downwarp works in Big Boo's Haunt. So this mostly explains how I downwarped earlier. I walked into a ceiling in midair and then pressed Z. But how did I initiate walking in midair without standing on a platform that moves out from under me? Well, it has to do with the turning around action. See, when Mario starts turning around, he goes into the turning around action. Then a bit later, it transitions into the walking action. You know, because he finished turning around. Here's the code for the turning around action, and here's the relevant logic. So if Mario's done turning around, specifically if the turning around animation is completed, then Mario goes into the walking action. Now a bit earlier, we have some other important code. This one says, if the quarter steps result in becoming airborne, then Mario goes into the free fall action. So you can see the issue. Let's say on the same frame, Mario both leaves the ground and finishes turning around. Then first his action gets set to free fall, and then second his action gets set to walking. So that first action change gets overridden by the second action change. And so even though Mario left the ground, he still ends up in the walking action.
Wait, what the
Now
fuck
this
am I supposed
exploit
to be
by
doing?
itself just results in one frame of walking in the air before transitioning to free fall on the next frame. But let's say we use that one frame of walking in the air to walk into out of bounds. Now Mario stays walking in midair and can downwarp by pressing Z. We can also use that one frame of walking in the air to walk into a ceiling, which also lets us downwarp. Now since invisible walls are made of out of bounds and ceilings, we can also do the trick on them by walking in midair and then pressing Z to downwarp. So let me summarize everything. I did a turnaround and then walked off the edge on the same frame that the turnaround ended. That first set my action to freefall, but then overrode it with the walking action. So I was in midair, but still in the walking action. Then I walked into the invisible wall, so the quarter step return value was that the quarter step got cancelled, not that I left the ground. Because of that, the game didn't know that I should have become airborne, and so it just let me walk in midair. And finally, I pressed Z to downward because the crouch sliding action aligns Mario with his floor if it doesn't become airborne. And here, it didn't become airborne, it got cancelled because I crouch slid into the invisible wall. So a lot going on there, but that's how you can downwarp on basically any invisible wall. Then still in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall on the mountain. This is the wall with the lower alcove.
Oh, there's another door
now,
in
there's
here.
one triangle on the wall
That
that's
they put the
actually
picture of the fucking
classified
bird
as
that
a
I got the
ceiling.
key from.
So let's mark that ceiling's edges as
If you
well.
turn it on
So that
perfectly,
gives
Mario
us
has
4
one
edge
frame of coyote
vertices.
time.
And as you
Lamau.
can see, all 4 of them have the ceiling jut out more than the floor. So that means both on the ceiling of the alcove and along that little extra ceiling, we have ceiling columns leaking through. Luckily, none of them block the entrance of the alcove itself. But if you're on top of the mountain, you could hit this invisible wall if you try to cross above this edge. Then right above that previous wall, we have this wall on the mountain. This is the wall with the upper alcove, which if you remember, already had an invisible wall in it. But anyway, we have 4 edge vertices on the ceiling of the alcove. So let's see. Floor juts out, ceiling juts out, ceiling juts out. So basically, just on the right side of the alcove ceiling, we have some ceiling columns leaking through. So you could hit these if you try to travel above the alcove. Now, speedrunners actually come out of that upper alcove and side flip up to King Bob-omb, potentially going right through the invisible wall.
So I think I
if
hit that
you ever
one.
try that side flip,
I don't
and you
think
only
I
manage
have,
to ledge
but I
grab,
wouldn't be
you probably
surprised
got
if somebody
blocked
else
by
has.
that invisible wall. Then in Jolly Roger Bay, we have this wall on the sunken ship.
Bro, fuck
the
this
wall is
cod.
a diamond shape, so it has 2 edge vertices, one at the top corner and one at the bottom corner. You can see that both edge vertices let the ceiling
Fuck
jut
you.
out, and it juts out by a lot. So once again, we have a really thick invisible wall. Now this is our first invisible
Extra
wall that stems
thick.
from surface triangles on an object, because the sunken ship is an object and not just static geometry. And the thing about objects is that they're only tangible when Mario's within a certain radius around them. For example, if you're
Fuck
standing on
off.
an object and you jump up too high, you may notice your shadow change positions.
This
That's
kid is
because
such a
when you
shit.
jump up too high, you move out of the object's tangibility radius, and so the object stops being tangible. In other words, the object stops loading its surface triangles, and so your shadow drops from on top of the object to just on top of the ground. So let's
There
go
we
back
go.
to the sunken ship. The invisible walls here stem from the ship's ceiling triangles. In other words, these invisible walls only exist when the ship's surface triangles are loaded, and that only happens when Mario is within
Looks
this
unfair why is Piglet
radius
so slow
around
because
the
he's
ship.
stupid.
So if Mario's outside of that radius, the ship
No, you
won't
gotta be
have
scared
these
twice.
surface triangles, and so effectively there are no invisible walls outside of the radius. And so going forward, all invisible walls stemming from object triangles will have their height capped at the object's tangibility radius. So here, you can see that if we swim above the invisible wall, nothing happens since the ship is intangible when we're this far away from it. But if we swim a little lower down into the invisible wall, then the ceiling triangles are loaded and affect Mario, causing him to downwarp. Because remember, when you're in water, ceiling hitboxes downwarp you to the bottom of their hitbox.
I'm so fucking good at this game.
What the what? What just happened? What just happened?
Then in Cool Cool Mountain, we have this wall on the side of this snowy bridge. It's just a triangle, so it has one edge vertex on the bottom. If we zoom in, you can see that the ceiling juts out, meaning we have ceiling columns all along this edge. And I really like the way this one looks. It's very aesthetically pleasing. But anyway, if you're sliding down this path, be wary of jumping off to the right side here. Then still in Cool Cool Mountain, we have this wall near the wall kicks will work
he's
area.
sleeping. I'm gonna
it
see
has
if I can
one
find
edge
any
vertex
other.
on the top. And when we zoom in, you can see that the ceiling juts out. So we have a decently thick invisible wall, which thins out farther away from the ledge. Now you might think, who would ever run into this invisible wall? Like, you're not just gonna jump off the edge right there, right? Well, not exactly. You see, speedrunners jump down that way to get to the wall kicks will work star. So let's take a look at some past attempts.
Oh my god, that's... What?
Oh,
How
I'm
am I
dead.
standing here? Oh. Mario?
What the fuck? Oh my. Oh my.
Was death warping? Smile. What item did I pick up?
So what's going on with those? Mario's doing some weird
Fuck,
animations.
I didn't want to death warp,
Let me
actually.
explain. Firstly, when Mario's on a steep floor, he slides down. You can even slide into ceilings and out of bounds, in which case your movement gets cancelled and you just stay sliding in place. And note that when you're sliding, you can use the control stick to tilt Mario's upper body. Now usually when you're in a sliding action, your animation updates every frame to be the sliding animation. But there's an oversight in the sliding code, because if you're sliding and your movement gets cancelled, either from moving into a ceiling or out of bounds, then Mario's animation doesn't get set to the sliding animation. Instead, you just keep whatever animation you are already in. I mean here, I was already in the sliding animation when I started sliding
I
to
accidentally
out
got a
of
piece of
bounds,
ice
so I
underneath my
kept
straw.
that sliding animation. But let me demonstrate it with a different animation. Here, I do the pushing animation and then start sliding into out of bounds. The sliding into out of bounds doesn't update Mario's animation, and so his animation stays as pushing, even though he's actually sliding. And when you're in this state, you can still use the control stick to tilt Mario's upper body.
Dude, something's wrong with my
So
water
going
bottle,
back to
or
Cool Cool
this
Mountain,
piece of ice
you
is
can
just
see
an
that
absolute
the
dick.
invisible wall here is right next to a steep floor that makes you slide. So we can use the invisible wall to let us slide in place with various other animations. For example, here I slide in place in the back flipping animation. So it doesn't even look like Mario landed yet, even though he's actually on the ground sliding. Here I slide in the jumping animation, and remember,
I'm pretty
I can
sure I
still
did that in the
tilt
wrong
Mario's upper
order,
body,
that I'm
which
not
looks
supposed to be
pretty
able to make
funny in
that.
this animation. It definitely wasn't intended to handle that. Here I slide in the walking animation. This one also looks pretty silly when you tilt him, especially because he's just running in place. Where are you
Wait, what
trying
the
to get
fuck
to,
did this
Mario?
accomplish?
Trying to go somewhere? Oh, almost got there. Come on, Mario, you can do it. Oh, almost there. Come on, a little more. Oh, there we go. Here I do a triple jump into it, so I slide in the triple jump animation. And
How
here I
rude.
slide in the sparkly triple jump animation, which results in Mario somersaulting for forever. So yeah, it's fun to play around with. Then in Hazy Maze Cave, we have this wall on this little floating structure. It has two edge vertices on the bottom. So will the floor jut out or the ceiling jut out? On this first vertex, actually neither one
Another
juts out.
underwater
They're
theme,
exactly
dude.
aligned. So give it up for
Fucking
the programmers,
underwater
guys.
banjo
They made an edge vertex that exactly
keeps
lies
winning.
on its edge. No one thought it could be done, but here we are. Well, to be fair, this edge is at a 45-degree angle, so not exactly a weird angle. And then for the other edge vertex, the ceiling juts out. So actually, that results in just one ceiling column of invisible wall, right at the vertex itself.
Underwater equals
But
good
then there's
vibes.
also the
You're
other
not
side
wrong.
of the structure, which is like a mirror image of the first side.
It's
So
like
we
a
have two
very,
edge
very soft
vertices.
sound,
One of them lines up exactly,
really
and
nice
the
in
other
some
one lets
cases.
the ceiling jut out. So on this side too, we have another ceiling column all by itself. So I actually don't know if anyone's ever hit these ones before, given how little area they cover. Then in Lethal Lava Land, we have this wall at the start of the walkway. There's one edge vertex at the bottom. Now the edge vertex misses its edge, but it's interesting, because to the left, this causes a floor gap with out-of-bounds units, and to the right, this causes the ceiling to jut out with ceiling units. So it's once again a hybrid invisible wall with some out-of-bounds and some ceiling. So be careful when you jump onto the start of this path, because you will get burned if you mess up. Then in Snowman's Land, we have this wall on the ledge with the tree. It has one edge vertex on the bottom. Now this one's also a hybrid in a sense, because on the left we have a floor gap with ceiling leaking through, and on the right we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor does. So that means all along this edge there are ceiling columns leaking through. So if you're ever climbing up the snowman and then you randomly have your height cut short or bonk while you're crossing this edge, now you know why. Then still in Snowman's Land, we have this section near the top of the snowman. This one's a little weird because it doesn't involve a wall. Instead, to the left we have a ceiling, so let's mark the ceiling's edge. And to the right we have a floor, so let's mark the floor's edge. And so basically, the edge vertex is here because the floor vertex is meant to lie on the ceiling's edge. Now the edge vertex misses, which means that farther to the right we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor. And so all along this edge we have some invisible wall from the ceiling leaking through. This one could get in your way if you try cutting across the corner while climbing the snowman. But
that one
also,
I've definitely
this invisible
hit
wall
before.
is next to a floor so steep that you can't stand on it or slide on it. You just fall off of it. So a cool thing you can do is wedge Mario between the floor and the invisible wall, and he just kind of gets stuck there in the falling animation. But it is possible to get out of it.
Yes, no. What is going on? What? I've never seen that. What?
Then in Tall Tall Mountain, we have this wall near the rolling log. See, there's a reason I picked this place to use for the intro, and it's because there's so many invisible walls around here that I figured the most people would relate to bumping into one of them. Then we also have one on this wall, which includes that part on the left without a wall. We actually have two different edge vertices.
Is there anywhere
here,
safe
which
on
both
Tall Tall
miss the
Mountain?
edge. So that means to the left, we have some invisible wall from the ceiling jutting out. And then on the other side of the log, we also have something going on. Two edge vertices. The right edge vertex lets the floor jut out, which is okay, but the left edge vertex misses in a way that both makes a floor gap with ceiling units and also lets the ceiling jut out. So yet another hybrid case. So
Bro,
yeah,
fuck
this
that
area is
coin
even
that
more
decided to be in
hazardous than
literally
you
an
would think,
impossible to
with
reach
3
place in
more
time.
invisible walls that you have to worry about. And there's actually one more invisible wall that's around here, but we're not going to get around to that one until a bit later, so stay tuned for that.
Abandon the casino. What the fuck was that? I'm pretty sure that was an invis wall.
What? Oh my god.
Then still in Tall Tall Mountain, at the top of the waterfall, we have these two walls. It's another alcove, and alcoves seem to be basically
I love
as
that
bad
tease.
as stairs are. But
Wait,
anyway,
no? Hold
we
up,
have
which
two
thing did you
edge
say no to?
vertices, and they both let the ceiling jut out. So along
I was
both
focused
ceiling
on
edges, we have
grabbing
some
cookies.
invisible wall. Though it's much more concentrated on the left side than
Is that
it is on
is
the
that
right
did
side.
I was that
So
a no? There are no
basically, if you
safe
try to
walls
enter
in
the
Tall Tall
alcove
Mountain.
From above, you might get blocked by
'Cause that's
this
also fair.
invisible wall. Then in the Tall Tall Mountain slide, we have the first arch. Remember when I said the first arch was fine because it had a floor on top, unlike the second and third arches? Well,
Fuck.
turns out it does have some invisible walls. We just weren't ready for them back then. But you can see that its shape creates a ton of edge vertices, so it's
Bro,
almost
what did I
guaranteed
kick?
that some of them will let ceiling leak out. And then there's also the other side of the arch. There's not actually a wall on this side,
This game
but
is
I'm still
actually
drawing
troll.
a theoretical wall just to help you see the shape of the arch. So on this side too, we have a bunch of edge vertices, some of which let ceiling leak through. And the invisible wall on this side is basically a mirror image of the invisible wall on the other side. So while you can go on top of the first arch, unlike the second and third arches, there are still some invisible walls to worry about. Then in the huge version of Tiny Huge Islands, we have this wall, one edge vertex at the bottom, which lets ceiling jet out.
Hold on, is this a
so we
gambler
have some
machine?
invisible wall to the right of the edge vertex. But we're
What the
actually not
fuck
done
is
yet,
this?
Because on this wall too, we have something going on. Two more edge vertices that both let ceiling jut out, so we have some invisible wall on this edge too. So I guess if you ever wanted to just jump off one of these two edges, then these invisible walls could get in your way. Or just think of them as guardrails keeping you on for your own safety. And then in the tiny version of Tiny
Bro,
Huge
fuck
Island,
this.
we have basically the same thing. Well, only for the first invisible wall. The second invisible wall actually isn't present at all here. But for this one, it's just one more invisible wall that you have to worry about. Then in Tick-Tock Clock, we have this wall on, you guessed it, more stairs. So that's 3 edge vertices. The outer 2 line up exactly, but the middle one lets the ceiling jut out. So just near that middle vertex, we have some invisible wall, specifically on the first and second steps. But then we also have the other side of the stairs. Note that the wall on this side doesn't include the upper 2 steps.
This
because the
fucking
wall for
wall.
those 2 steps
Fuck
is a
this
bit
wall.
further
All my
out in
homies
order
hate this
to be
wall.
flush with the treadmill. But that means we just have 2 edge vertices, one of them lines up exactly, and the other one lets the ceiling jut out. So on this side of the stairs, we have some invisible wall just on the first step. And so these invisible walls are pretty bad, because they might kill you on the very first jump in the level, only a couple seconds in.
For the one time, Mario, don't die.
Nope.
Walls absolutely everywhere. Like, literally, go f yourself.
Nope. Nope.
And since Tick-Tock Clock is a vertical stage, that means invisible
Bro,
walls
look at how
here
thick
have a
that
much greater
wall
impact,
is.
because now the invisible wall can affect you at later parts of the level too. This
Bro,
invisible wall goes all the
fuck
way
that
up until it
wall.
meets this walkway. But more importantly, it's right in the middle of this gap you have to jump over, where sometimes it gets cut off a bit by this rotating triangle. But that means anytime you jump over this gap, you have to worry about this invisible wall. And bonking in Tick-Tock Clock usually leads to falling way far down, often with dire consequences. So it's pretty unfortunate for speedrunners, but that's just the way it is.
No, not him again. We just saw him get this.
My cock, dude.
And speedrunners will also try to jump from this cog to the get a hand star, which goes right through this invisible wall. So you could easily bonk during that jump too.
Alright, so I can do it here and there's no invisible.
Find a random setting invisible wall. It's caused by an object moving around in 2D geometry. Fuck me, dude. Yep.
Okay. I don't have any words for that invisible wall. I've never seen that invisible wall.
The best part is I now know where every invisible wall in the game is, and they're all still bullshit, and I hate them all. Just making me never want to come back to speedrunning this game ever
really?
again.
Oh my god, another invisible!
Then in that same area, we have this wall on the treadmill. Because of the way the floor slopes down on both sides, we get 2 edge vertices. The left one has the floor jut out, and the right one has the ceiling jut out. So primarily on the right side, we get some invisible walls. But not above the last 2 stairs, because they connect to the treadmill and block the invisible wall from coming out. Now luckily, this invisible wall doesn't extend up too high
This
since
video is
it's
the
from an
best
object,
advertisement for
but it
Sunshine
can
of all
still lead
time.
to your
Love
death
that.
if you hit it just right. Then still in Tick-Tock Clock, we have this wall on the pit in the pendulums area. Kind of a weird shape, but it has 3 edge vertices.
It's gotta be this basket.
So let's see.
Think
First
fuck.
the ceiling juts out, then they're exactly aligned, then the ceiling juts out. Consequently, we have ceiling columns all along the edge. Though you may notice that there's a single gap in the invisible wall, which is right at the vertex that was exactly aligned. But basically, that means that anytime you jump over to this area, you risk bonking and falling all the way down to your death. So definitely not a very fair system.
Bum, 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 bum. The correct response.
Why is there an invisible wall there?
Hey,
Bro,
now you
I
know
have not
why.
seen the name Wilco
Now,
in
this
so
invisible
fucking
wall
long.
also extends pretty high up in the level. You can see some of it stops at this walkway, but then the rest of it rises up all the way to the ceiling of the course. So yeah, this one can be pretty annoying given how
Paste
far-reaching
cannon?
it is in the level. Specifically, it passes by 2 walkways. For this lower walkway, if you try to take a shortcut by
Done that
jumping
before?
across the gap, you may bonk and fall down to your death.
That is the saddest thing since sliced bread. Yo!
Clearly, this is not the run. Clearly.
The correct response.
Jesus.
And for the upper walkway, if you try to jump down, as speedrunners do, you could definitely hit the invisible wall.
I'll be back.
The correct response. Being fucking done with the game.
Oula, je vais juste aller sur l'aiguille histoire d'éviter les murs invisibles.
Wow. Merde. That's the only like French curse I know.
Someone help me, man. Jesus fucking Christ.
But this one actually has a solution. See, you can go forwards on top of the clock.
Turning out the
hand
Nintendo
because it
64 is
creates a
always
little
enough.
safe haven
True.
above it. It's like Moses parting the Red Sea, but it's the clock hand parting the invisible wall. Then even still in TikTok Clock, we have these 3 treadmills. Now the treadmills themselves are cardinally aligned, so there's no issue
Banjo
with them. But
Kazooie
focus your attention on
or
these
Banjo
mesh
Ocean
walls
music
between
just
the
keeps
treadmills.
winning, dude.
These
This is
walls are
another
actually
fucking
both
underwater
sides of
theme.
2 little boxes. So if we look at them, you can see that they're 3D shapes. It's just that normally you only see the texture for one side of them.
Wait,
now on the
hold
bottom
up.
of these boxes, we have ceiling.
This is underwater Grunty's Industries. Where the fuck in Grunty's Industries do you get underwater? Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm correct. I'm 100% correct. Where the fuck in this game do you get underwater? In the cross between that world and Jolly Roger's Lagoon. Oh. Fucking incredible. I actually could not place where this was in the game. I mean, I knew literally where, like, but like not, you know what I mean.
So the question is, did the ceiling hitboxes leak out? Well, you see, the boxes don't have floors on their tops. Instead, they rely solely on the treadmill floors to cover them. So let's see how well that plays out. For this first seam, there's a 1 unit wide gap between the treadmills. Consequently, we see some red
It could be
areas,
down?
so
I didn't know you
think
could be
some
down.
ceiling leaks through. But actually, every integer coordinate is covered by a floor, so all the ceiling is covered. Now let's take a look at the other seam. Between these 2 treadmills, there's a 2 unit wide gap. So this time, we do have integer coordinates that are ceiling with no floor to cover them. This gives us a 1 unit thick, continuous seam of invisible wall between those 2 treadmills. And so as you're climbing from the 2nd treadmill to the 3rd treadmill, you might hit this invisible wall. But that's not actually the full story here. Remember what I said, the boxes have ceilings on the bottom, but no floors on the top, so they rely on the treadmill floors to cover the ceilings. But the treadmills are objects, meaning that they're only tangible when Mario's near them. So it probably wasn't a very good idea to cover the ceilings with
So if you're
floors
too
that are only
high,
sometimes there.
there's
I'll
just
illustrate
another
what I mean
fucking
with
wall.
a diagram. So here are the 3 treadmills, here's the upper box, and here's the lower box.
God damn it,
Now we're
Jim
actually going to
Kendo.
subdivide both boxes into 2 chunks. So both boxes have a right chunk and a left chunk. Next, let's add the ceilings on the bottom of the boxes. Now we're going to go through the 4 chunks to see what each of their ceiling hitboxes look like. So first, let's do the right chunk of the lower box. In isolation, its ceiling hitbox looks like this, but this chunk is covered by the lower treadmill. So if Mario's within this radius around the treadmill, then the treadmill will have its floors to cover the ceiling, so there's no invisible wall within that radius. But the invisible wall is there when Mario's outside of the radius. Then next, let's look at the left chunk of the lower box. In isolation, its ceiling hitbox looks like this, but this chunk is covered by the middle treadmill. So if Mario's within this radius, then the treadmill has its floors, and so there's no invisible wall within that radius. But it is there outside of the radius. Then next, let's look at the right chunk of the upper box. This one's not covered by any treadmill, so the full ceiling hitbox is exposed. And finally, let's look at the left chunk of the upper box. In isolation, its ceiling hitbox looks like this, but this chunk is covered by the upper treadmill. So if Mario's within this radius, then the treadmill has its floors, and so there's no invisible wall within that radius. But it is there outside of the radius. And so now you can see the true nature of these invisible walls. Specifically, we have 4 separate chunks of invisible wall. One of them is fully exposed, and the other 3 exist only outside of the tangibility radius of the corresponding treadmill. Now I'll show what these invisible walls look like in the game. So we have the right chunk of the lower box, the left chunk of the lower box, the right chunk of the upper box, and the left chunk of the upper box. So yeah, this is the true nature of these invisible walls. So you can see that the lower invisible walls rise up into the walkway, while the upper invisible walls rise up all the way to the ceiling of the course. So even between the first and second treadmill, there's still the possibility of bonking if you jump up high enough. And because the upper invisible wall rises all the way to the top, it can get in your way if you try to long jump from the clock hand over to the
I've done
flop.
that before,
And remember,
100%.
It's not just a single seam of invisible wall, it's a whole box area's worth. So there's really no chance of you getting lucky and passing right through it, like you could with many of the other invisible walls. And then one more in TikTok Clock, we have this wall on the uppermost treadmill. Just like the first treadmill, it
Those
has
are
2
like
edge
game
vertices on the
or
top.
like
When we
controller
zoom in,
breaking
you can see that
bullshit
the right
moments.
one lets the ceiling jut out, and the left one is exactly aligned. So just on this side of the treadmill, we have some invisible wall. And remember, because these invisible wall units stem from an object, I cap their height at the object's tangibility radius. And so even at the very top of TikTok Clock, there's this final invisible wall to worry about. Then in Rainbow Ride, we're back to the ship. We have this wall on the ship's outside, which has 1 edge vertex on the bottom. Zooming in, you can see that the edge vertex misses by 2 units even though the edge was cardinally aligned. So the invisible wall is 2 units thick right at
How
the
does that
edge
make
vertex,
sense? Whatever, I don't
and
care.
everywhere else it's a 1 unit thick continuous seam. And so if you try long jumping onto that part of the ship, this invisible wall could lead to your death. Then in Vanish Cap under the moat, on the uppermost platform, we have this wall. It has 1
Is
edge
this started Mario
vertex
can't
on
go
the
to
bottom.
ceilings,
Now
slash
this
out of
one's
bounds.
another hybrid,
Yep.
because to the right, we have the ceiling jut out more than the floor, and to the left, we have a floor gap
Listen,
that lets out of bounds leak through. So we
happens
end
to
up
the
with
best of
some
us.
out of bounds and some ceiling, both stemming from the same misaligned edge vertex. But then we have something similar going on the second platform. And by similar, I mean exactly the same
Why did
thing,
it shovel
because
coal?
this edge
Whatever.
vertex also causes a hybrid invisible wall, with some out of
Something
bounds
that
and
children's
some
yearn for the
ceiling.
mines.
But we're not done yet, because the third platform also has a hybrid invisible wall, but this time on the other side of the platform. So you might be wondering just how many of these platforms are going to have invisible
All
walls.
of them.
Well, we're on the 4th platform right now, and there are only 7 platforms total, so why don't you take a guess at how many of them have invisible walls? Right now we're seeing the 5th platform's invisible wall, and the 6th platform also has an invisible wall. So we're 6 for 6, place your bets for the last one. And the 7th platform also has an invisible wall, this time on the other side again. Can you believe that? That means all 7 platforms have invisible
Mario
walls
64
on
is a
them. Look at
masterpiece,
that.
except
Look at what you have to go
if
through
you like
every time
actually
you
good
traverse
games.
this area. A whole gauntlet of invisible walls. So you thought the challenge was just to make your way down some platforms
walls
while
under the boat.
collecting
Oh,
the
shit.
red coins. But nope, there's an additional secret challenge, which
Don't
is
get
to hope
fucking
you get
yeeted
lucky
by the
on
invisible
every
walls.
platform's invisible wall. And speedrunners will do a triple jump on the 7th platform in order to get onto the railing, which goes right through that last invisible wall.
Poor cheese. The fucking double show up in this.
Oh, no. What?
Invis Cap can't see you from Invis Wall, motherfucker.
What the?
What? Why the fuck can I hear their music from like a different room?
Temporary invisible wall. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright.
Show us the
Moving
simple
right
flips.
along.
And then finally, we have this wall in the castle foyer. Factoring in the hole for the door, it has 3 edge vertices. Zooming
simple
in,
flips even
we
in
have
this video?
exactly aligned, and ceiling juts out. So that means mainly on the right side of the door opening, we have ceiling leaking through. So
You can still
might
shout
just be
out him,
going
but
through the foyer to your next course, and then bam, you hit this invisible wall. So not even the foyer is safe. So that's the 6th cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call ceiling juts out due to misaligned edge vertex. And so now, let's look at the 7th cause. So remember that structure we had before, where it was just a regular old box? Let's look at it from above again. Remember, when this structure rotated, the floor edge and ceiling edge stayed perfectly flush without letting any ceiling leak through. But now focus your attention on this vertex of the ceiling. If we move this vertex to a slightly different spot, then it can make the ceiling jut out. And if we do our little process, we can see that some units are ceiling with no floor to cover them. And so those ceiling units leak through the leaning wall and cause invisible walls. So once again, there are cases where the programmers literally just didn't line up 2 vertices that could have been lined up.
Programmers are the worst,
it's a floor
dude.
vertex and a ceiling vertex that aren't lined up, allowing some ceiling to leak through. So let's look at some examples. In Bob on Battlefield, we have these 2 walls on the mountain, on the ridge with the spinning heart. Based on their edges, they connect at this vertex. So will the floor vertex and ceiling vertex line up?
Of course not.
The ceiling
That'd be
vertex
fucking
misses
ridiculous.
by 1 unit and causes the ceiling to jut out on both walls. So we end up with invisible wall on both of these edges. So this is just one more invisible
Bro, how do
wall
these
on
not
the
get
mountain
noticed?
that you have to worry about. Then in Whomp's Fortress, we have this wall on the axle connected to the rotating elevators. Note that the axle is shaped like a triangular prism. We can see that the floor vertex and ceiling vertex are 1 unit off, so the ceiling juts out on this edge. Though it only results in 3 units of ceiling leaking through. But nevertheless, it's still a potential thing that can make you bonk out of nowhere.
That
as
one's
you
really
play
not
this
that
level.
bad.
Then in Cool Cool Mountain, we have this wall in the wall kicks will work area. This time, the floor vertex and ceiling vertex missed by quite a bit. And so all along this wall, we end up with ceiling units leaking through. And so this is the 2nd invisible wall that we've seen near the wall kicks will work area. And remember, speedrunners go through that spot as they make their way to the star. So it's extra bad for speedrunners.
What was that? Did you see that? The invisible wall? Whoa.
Invisible walls in Super Mario 64. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait.
Then in Snowman's Land, we have this wall on the snowman. And let's also mark this floor edge next to it, because that also connects
So
to the
I
vertex
already
we're
can name
about
a
to
more
look at.
iconic duo.
Zooming in, you can see that the floor vertex misses
Invisible
the
walls
ceiling
and
vertex
crippling
by
depression.
1 unit. So on the left, we have a floor gap with ceiling coming out, and on the right, we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor. So another hybrid case. And earlier, we had another invisible wall right around here. So I guess this part of the snowman wasn't put together too well. Then in Tall Tall Mountain, on the mushroom near the start, we have these 4 walls. Based on their edges, that gives us 5 vertices to examine. So let's see. Floor juts out, ceiling juts out, exactly aligned, ceiling juts out,
All right,
and
easy
both
clap.
floor and ceiling jut out in different directions. That means along all 4 of these edges on the mushroom, the ceiling juts out and causes invisible walls. So anytime you jump onto the starting mushroom, you might bonk and die. Though
That's
on the bright
actually
side,
fucking
you don't
hilarious.
actually need to go onto that mushroom for anything. But what if it affected a mushroom that was a lot more important, like the lonely mushroom? Because on this mushroom too, we also have 4 relevant walls. When we look at these vertices, we see something
I've seen
very
it before,
similar,
but
with
no.
the vertices missing each other. That gives us invisible walls along these 4 edges too. And this one's even worse, because this is a mushroom that you have to go to. And so you might bonk out of nowhere and die as you're trying to get the star on it. But we're not done yet, because there's one more mushroom we have to do, and that's the mushroom with the red coin star on it. You know, I'm starting to suspect that they just copy and pasted these mushrooms, which would explain why all 3 of them have such similar mistakes in terms of not lining up their vertices quite right. But yeah, that means that this mushroom also has 4 edges worth of invisible
Bro, if you're
wall.
gonna
So
copy
you can
paste,
easily
at least
hit
make
this
sure
and
your
die as
first
you're
one's
jumping to the
right.
red coin star.
Fuck.
And don't count on the wind to save you.
What? No. What the? What the? Nah. What? What do you? What? What the? What do you want me to do? What?
I would literally never speedrun that game ever again.
I refuse to believe that just. Come on.
Like, unironically, that's the kind of shit that, like, I'm like, cool. We fucking out. We're done. This is never happening
like
again.
the NPC version of Mark Ruffalo. Just get what is going on? What is going on? So anyway, how are you guys doing today? Pretty good, or how's work? How's
Love
school?
squeaks.
And just the other day, Liam was on a world record pace run and lost a run to this invisible wall.
That would 100% make me never run the game ever again.
Mulch coded.
I don't deserve it. Why does this only happen to me? Why do I only get the worst invis walls in all of my runs? Why do I consistently get the worst coin RNG, the worst luck at all, in every run? Keep going? Dude, I'm gonna die.
Skill on his part, that one's
playing
preventable.
fine,
Nah,
man.
fuck that.
Like, I was playing fine. I would have saved time, man. Oh my god, man.
So to avoid hitting this invisible wall during a speed run, you just have to aim more to the right. Specifically, make sure you cross onto the mushroom to the right of this vertex that I'm highlighting here. If you do that, then you will avoid the invisible wall. Then in Tower of
So,
the
you know what the
Wingcap,
problem
we have
is?
this wall on the side of the rook.
You lose
This
time
wall
doing
has
that.
2 edge vertices, but we're also going to
You
look
lose
at this
frames,
vertex on the far
and,
left. So let's see what we got.
you know,
Ceiling
it's
juts
just
out,
too
floor
optimized
juts
of a
out,
game.
and then this vertex misses by 2 units, causing
So
the
you gotta
ceiling
take the
to
risk.
jut out. So all along this edge, we end up with invisible wall from the ceiling leaking out. But we're not done yet, because we also have to look at this wall.
You
on
just
the
gotta
right.
gamble your
Once
life.
again, we have 2 edge vertices and another vertex to look at. This time, we have ceiling juts out, floor juts out, and this vertex misses by 2 units. So
Jesus
it's the
fucking
exact
Christ.
same thing on this side, which makes me wonder if this was copy and
Nintendo.
pasted too. And we're still not done, because we have one more thing to look at. And I literally mean one more. Because on this vertex, if we zoom in, you can see that the floor vertex misses the ceiling vertex, and it results in just 1 unit of ceiling leaking out.
I love playing a
So
Russian
in total,
invisible
we have
wall.
2 edges of invisible wall, which are
Yep.
symmetric to each other, and a separate single unit of invisible wall in a different corner. But it's not jumping into these invisible walls that you should be worried
The
about,
fucking
but flying into them.
smallest little
Because
bonk
remember
in the
what I
world.
said, flying into an invisible wall redirects you downwards. So you might be trying to fly onto the rook and then mysteriously get redirected downwards, bonk, and fall down.
Alright, down. It's gotta be. It has to be aggressive. Okay, so. Somebody explain when you land on something, why aren't you sliding?
Then in Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have some stuff going on this springy staircase. So for this ramp, if we take a look at the floor on top of the ramp and the ceiling on the bottom of the ramp, we can see that they're offset by about 20 units.
Oh, no.
So basically, the floor is in the right position, but the whole ceiling is just 20 units to the side of where it should be,
God
which
damn
results in
it.
some invisible wall. And then actually, we have something very similar going on this ramp. Because if we look at the floor and ceiling here, we can see that the ceiling is also about 20 units off of where it should be. And right in this spot, that causes a huge chunk of ceiling to leak out, like a whole rectangle's worth. And then there's also invisible wall along the rest of the edge.
This is actually
And you can see that
disgusting
some
how
of the
bad
unit
this is.
columns rise up into the walkway above. Also, the bottom of these unit columns move up and down because the whole staircase moves up and down. So as you're climbing your way up this staircase, just be wary of bumping into those invisible walls.
What the fuck was that, dude? Holy shit.
But there's also a cool thing you can do with these invisible walls. We can walk into them and then the staircase moves away, resulting in Mario walking in midair. Like we discussed earlier, this is because every quarter step returns that it got cancelled instead of that it went airborne. So the game never realizes that Mario left the ground and just lets him walk in midair. Let's watch as one speedrunner discovers this trick all on their own.
The worst down angle anyone has. What the hell? I didn't know you could do this. What? What? What is what? What is happening? He's what is happening? Dude,
Bro,
I
the
did
brain
not know.
being broken right now is actually the best.
Then still in Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have this wall
The only
on a
positive thing to
walkway,
ever
and
come
we're gonna
from that
focus on
invisible
this
wall.
vertex. When we
Ever.
zoom in, you can see that the floor vertex misses the ceiling vertex by 1 unit. And so along this edge, we get a 1 unit thick, continuous seam of invisible wall from the ceiling leaking out. So this one's not actually too bad, because you're never really gonna jump off the edge right there. And then in Bowser in the Sky, we have something remarkably similar. Another wall on the corner of a walkway where there's a fire spitter nearby. And this floor vertex misses the ceiling vertex in exactly the same way as the previous one did, making me think that this may have been copy and pasted too. And so we end up with a very similar invisible wall. Note that this invisible wall only rises upwards until it meets the Goomba platform, so luckily you don't have to worry about it affecting you up there. But if you were to jump off the edge right here, then you'd have to worry about it. So to reiterate, this type of invisible wall happens when a floor vertex and a ceiling vertex are meant to be aligned, but they're slightly misaligned, which lets some ceiling leak through the leaning wall. Now earlier, I said these cases happen due to the programmers failing to line up the vertices. But this type of invisible wall can also happen even if the programmers lined up the vertices
fucking course they can.
Specifically, it can happen if the structure is an object that rotates. See, if it's rotating like this, then it's basically guaranteed that the structure will go through certain angles that cause there to be slightly leaning walls. And so those walls can let ceiling leak through.
Bro, why does this guy get faster when I get closer to him?
Ceiling leak through due to misaligned vertices.
This game takes itself far too seriously for this chase sequence.
Leak through because these vertices can have slight fluctuations to the left and right, which creates a leaning wall that lets ceiling leak through. Though note that these side ones
Bro, I don't need realism in my chases. Fuck off.
Invisible walls, which was ceiling jutting out due to misaligned edge vertex. And even if the structure is rotating perfectly sideways,
that is a scary amount of invisible
because now we have
walls.
edge vertices at weird angles. So let's look at some examples. The rolling log has some invisible walls. You can see that the short sides of the log basically always have some invisible walls on them, and the long sides of the log have invisible walls only at certain angles. And this was the one I was referring to earlier, about how there was another invisible wall in this area. And as luck would have it, the angle that the log starts at has an invisible wall on the long side of it. So before you do anything, there's already an invisible wall there ready to get you when you jump onto the log. So let me just recap all the invisible walls in this area. On the left side, we have the inner seam, the outer edge, and the smaller edge. Then on the right side, we
no
have
wonder
this
you're
edge,
pretty much
and then
guaranteed
for
to
the
get hit by
rolling
this
log,
shit.
It starts off with this invisible wall. So a regular journey through here could go through 4 different invisible walls. 2 on the starting side, 1 on the rolling log, and 1 on the far side. So this is just not a very friendly area. The swings in Rainbow Ride have some invisible walls. Specifically, both the blue rectangle part on the bottom and the yellow axle part on the top create invisible walls at certain angles. You probably won't run into the one on the yellow axle anytime soon, but the one on the blue rectangle can get in your way as you make your way across the swing.
What?
The crusher in the volcano has an invisible
Vegetable
wall on just
hell.
one frame.
What an
Specifically,
achievement
on
for
the
a
first
Disney
frame when
game,
it starts
dude.
retracting back into the wall. So you could hit this one if you tried jumping over the crusher while it's out. The rotating bridge in Womp's Fortress has invisible walls at many different angles, though note that the invisible walls only come out of the very tip end of the bridge. That's because its cross-section is an upside-down triangle, which causes there to be an edge vertex at many different weird angles. And bonking on this one is usually pretty bad, because then you fall down the ramp.
What?
Oof.
Hello? Dude.
My friend Piglet was here. I just know that he could help me track down
No,
my
that-
struggling point.
What was that invisible, dude?
What? The spinning
Bro,
triangle
the name of that
in
achievement being
TikTok
Ahoy
Clock has
There's
some
Chips.
invisible walls, but just on the front side. You wouldn't think there'd be any there, but the floors on the top are subdivided midway through the edge, which is what gives it an edge vertex. So we already talked about how this gap has invisible walls in it, but even the triangle has invisible walls on it, which could easily mess you up and cause you to fall all the way down. Rotating elevators have invisible walls when they rotate around at the top of their movement, so if you thought it was annoying how they rotate around, now you know that it's even more annoying, because those rotations produce invisible walls. The rotating cubes in TikTok
Of course they
Clock have
fucking do.
invisible
Why wouldn't
walls
they?
when they rotate around, so you could hit one of those ones and fall down to your death. The rotating triangles in TikTok Clock also have invisible walls, both when they're rotating and at certain stationary angles, so these ones could also trip you up and make you fall down. The elevators that are on fixed tracks have invisible walls, since they tilt as they go around their pathing. Look at how many there are. This elevator was supposed to help us get around, not inhibit us from getting around by blocking us with invisible walls. Now for the most part, I'm just showing one instance of each object, because it's just not feasible to show every instance of an object in every position at every angle. But for these fixed track elevators, I'm making an exception. See, since they do the same movement every time, their invisible walls are the same every time, so it just feels more worth it to show each of the 3 fixed track elevators in their entirety. Think of it like a carnival ride. Not that rigged carnival game from earlier, but like a nice peaceful ride where you're sitting in the boat, nice and safe, and it's passing by the scary pirates or something. But in this case, you're riding on the elevator with
Fucking
me
changed
as
to
we're
such a
watching all
chill
the
ass
invisible
song after
walls.
talking about how
So
bullshit
relax,
all this
take
is.
a breather. You earned it for getting this far into the video. We can just have a friendly conversation, me and you. Me, who's recording these voice lines months in advance, and you, who can't actually talk back. That'll work, right? So I hope you're enjoying the video so far. This is literally the video that's taken the most effort of any video I've ever made.
Surprisingly
so I hope
wholesome,
you find
actually.
it worth the effort. And don't worry, I'm not going to disappear for forever after this video. I have a lot more video ideas that I want to make. I got regular video ideas, YouTube short ideas, music video ideas. So if you want to see all those, make sure to subscribe. And our elevator ride is almost over, so let me commemorate this occasion
This
with
is like a
little
weirdly
poem.
wholesome thing.
Before Here and Now, I was all on my own. Then you came around and I found my new home. A place for just us to talk about it all, and as an added plus, some invisible walls. So if you want my view, all joking aside, I love being with you on this elevator ride.
Oh my.
OMG pen and poetry.
Oh.
Oh.
And now,
The
let me
best
show you something
reaction
cool
ever.
you can do on these elevators. A down warp that can happen when you bonk. I know we already
Bro.
had one down warp, but this one works a little different.
Another underwater Tui or Kazooie dub. Technically, it's another underwater banjo dub.
Show the
But
floors, show the ceilings, and now zoom in.
Should
You
make a
can see
literature
that
club?
currently
Bless.
the floor juts out a bit, so in the unit square view, it's mostly purple but with some blue squares. Now let's walk through what happens on this frame. First, the elevator moves one frame forwards, which slightly changes its triangles. So now the ceiling is jutting out more, giving us some red squares. Then
Are you
Mario
still surprised
moves
when I was going
forwards,
through all of
not
them?
because
Apparently.
of his quarter step movement, but because he's
I'm
on
just
a
surprised he
moving
didn't use any
platform.
normal
See,
versions of the
when
songs.
Mario's on a moving platform, like the elevator, then the platform moves Mario along with it every frame to keep him on it. Now normally, this platform displacement would keep Mario in the same relative spot on the platform. But here, because Mario was so close to the edge, and because these edges fluctuate a bit due to them only having unit precision, the platform displacement puts Mario off the edge. Like, now he's on a white square that isn't floor or ceiling. Now when a quarter step moves Mario off the edge, the game knows to put him into an airborne action. But this does not happen if the platform displacement moves him off the edge, because I guess they never expected that, since it's supposed to keep you in your same relative position on the platform. And so, Mario just stays in the action that he was already in, which is the grounded diving action. So like the other down warp, Mario's now in a grounded action, but in the air. And now Mario does his quarter steps. His first quarter step lands on a unit square that's only ceiling, meaning he moved into an invisible wall. So the quarter step returns that it got cancelled instead of that it went airborne. And like I mentioned earlier, any sliding movement that doesn't become airborne aligns Mario with the ground. And since Mario's not actually
Why the fuck
above
do
the
I have a
elevator
shadow
at the
coming
moment,
from
aligning him with the ground gives him a
some
huge
random ass
downward,
shit?
all the way to the floor down below. So it's similar to the previous down warp because we found a way to be in a ground action in the air and then slid into an invisible wall. But instead of using a turnaround to walk in midair, we used a displacement from the moving elevator. Then the ski lift in Cool Cool Mountain has some invisible walls, which makes sense because it tilts based on where Mario stands on it. Well, I guess most people just stand still when they ride the ski lift because they're already worried about falling off of it. But if you decide to jump, you could bonk on one of these invisible walls and fall down. The controllable platform in Hazy Maze Cave has some invisible walls, since it tilts both when Mario stands on it and when it bumps into a wall. Seesaws also tilt based on how
what is
Mario
this
stands
level?
on them, so they can have invisible walls too, so you might bonk on them if you go near the seesaw's edge. The long wooden seesaw in Bob on Battlefield has some invisible walls, though they're just little tiny ones on the corners near Chain Chomp. So you'd have to be really unlucky to ever accidentally hit one of these ones.
We're gonna see a
The big
video of somebody hitting
seesaws
those,
can
aren't we?
also
Oh,
have
we didn't
invisible
actually.
walls when they tilt at the right angle. And this one was hard to hit because you have to tilt it and then get into the right position really fast. So I kinda doubt anyone's ever hit this one by accident. And the squiggly seesaw in Bowser in the Sky has a lot of invisible walls from even the slightest tilt. And this one's very bad for speedrunners because as you're jumping across the seesaw, you can bonk and fall down to your death.
I was a bit confused of that, so I got a visible wall!
Leaves and piled up and were blocking Piglet's path. These needed to be cleared away.
What?
And there was
What?
nothing better for the task
What was
than a
that?
broom.
I've never seen that in my life.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he said it. What the fuck? Fix your shitty game. I'm doing 70. I'm sorry.
The loose floor panel in Big Boo's Haunt can have an invisible wall, which you could bonk on and fall all the way down into the water. Floating wooden boards can have invisible walls because they tilt based on Mario's position.
That's so cursed,
but these
dude.
invisible walls only occur on the sides of the platform that are away from Mario. That's because the platform updates its tilt instantly, and it's only the far sides of the platform that are walls that lean slightly forwards, meaning they let ceiling leak through. So you can't really hit these invisible walls because they stay away from you. It's like the platform is playing monkey in the middle with you and moving the invisible wall to wherever you aren't.
They know
When
what
you
they're
fight
doing.
Bowser for the second time, the stage itself rotates when Bowser jumps onto it. So as the platform is wobbling back and forth, it creates invisible walls. You're probably not going to hit these ones though, because if the stage is wobbling, you're most likely trying extra hard to stay on the stage and not going near the edges. Falling blocks rotate as they fall down, so you could end up hitting one of their invisible walls as you're traveling across the blocks. The coffins in Big Boo's Haunt rotate, so they have invisible walls. Specifically, they have invisible walls on the first frame that they start rising upwards, but no invisible walls on the downwards movement. Womps in Womp's Fortress can have invisible walls because they rotate when they attack, and these ones can happen both when the Womps fall down and rise up. Even King Womp has some invisible walls. It's almost like a defense mechanism. Like, a porcupine has quills for protection, whereas King Womp has invisible walls, which kind of are like really long, thin quills if you think about it.
That is a sentence I heard
What
with my
is a
ears.
bonk? Hello? What the fuck is that?
The falling plank in Womp's Fortress has some invisible walls, but mainly just on one side of it as it falls down. Now this one was hard to hit, but I did find a way to do it. So first I go onto the plank, hit it once with a breakdance to get it wobbling, and then knock it down with a wall kick, which positions me perfectly to hit the invisible wall. IROC has some invisible walls, but only on the initial movement when he gets into position, not any time after that. And if you're really fast, you can hit these invisible walls. I don't know why you'd want to, but you can. Even Dory has invisible walls on the sides of his tail. But don't think of it as
How
Dory
dare.
attacking us. It's more like a sea creature who got their tail stuck in plastic and now can't get it off. So you could bonk on this invisible wall, but you could also be trying to swim onto Dory's tail and then suddenly you get downwarped to under Dory. Because remember,
I've definitely had that happen to me before.
Mario when he's in water. So yeah, that's the 7th cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call ceiling juts out due to misaligned vertices. And now the whole Punnett square is filled out, so let's take a look at it.
Bro, what the fuck am I
Basically,
supposed to
the
do?
top row is misaligned edge vertex, the bottom row is misaligned vertices, the left column is floor gap, and the right column is ceiling juts out. So these 4 causes are just all 4 combinations.
The Dory one you
And
hit
now
the
we
other
just have
day,
one more
that doesn't
cause to
surprise me
do,
for a second.
Which is the 8th cause, aka the final boss of the causes. This one's a weird and complicated one, but don't worry, we're gonna build up to it like we always do. So, imagine we have 4 floors arranged like
I actually need to pause this
I'm
so I can
gonna
figure out what the
label
fuck
them
I'm supposed to do
A,
in
B,
this poo
C.
game.
I don't suppose you're looking for Tigger, but if you are, I saw him just a bit ago.
Bro, how is there
Before you see
an
him,
hour left
the
still?
Tigger
What the
I saw
fuck?
did not have any stripes, so I'm not sure it was our Tigger after all.
D, so that it's easier
I don't know
to
where I'm
talk
supposed to
about
go.
them. And let's place Mario in the middle, so he's airborne and about to fall down. Now, when Mario's in the air, the game calculates which floor is directly below him. This is because as he's falling, the game checks to see if he landed yet by comparing Mario's height to the height of the floor below him. If Mario's about to move lower than the floor, then that means he landed, and so then the game puts him directly on top of the floor in the landing action. But now let's go back to when Mario was still in the air. As I explained, the game needs to know which floor is directly below him. But how does it calculate this? Your intuition might say, start at Mario and draw an arrow straight down.
Wait,
And
what did that
whatever floor
accomplish?
the arrow hits first is the floor directly under Mario. If we do that, we get floor C. But that's just what our intuition says. What does the game actually do? Well, to show what
Oh,
happens,
it
we're
opened
going to
this.
use a table. So what the game does is go through the floors one by one in order from highest to lowest, which in this case would be A, B, C, D. For each one, it checks two things, whether Mario's within the bounds of the floor laterally and whether he's above the floor. So for floor A, Mario's within the bounds but not above it. For floor B, Mario's not within the bounds because he's too far to the right, but he is above it. For floor C, Mario's within the bounds and above it. Now, as soon as the game finds a floor that meets both criteria, it returns that floor as the one directly under Mario. It doesn't bother checking the rest of the floors because those ones should be further down than the floor Mario's gonna land on, and so those further down floors shouldn't affect his trajectory. You know, because he's gonna land before he goes down that far. So anyway, that's the process that the game does to find the floor directly under Mario.
Trying to
which found
save
floor
time
C.
and
our intuition also
cycles.
said floor C. So in this case, the game logic matches our intuition. However, there are some obscure cases where the game logic does not match our intuition. For example, let's say we have two floors arranged like this. Let's call them A and B, and let's say Mario's
We must know at
here.
all times
Same
which
question,
floor Mario
which
is
floor
above.
is
I mean, that
directly
actually
below
is
Mario?
relevant, right?
Well, first let's do our intuition. If we draw an arrow straight down from Mario, then we hit floor A
The
first.
problem is,
and so
isn't floor A
should be the one
too
directly below him. But what
high?
does the game logic do? Well, once
Because the
again,
highest part
let's
of
get out the table.
A is
so
above
the game
him?
goes through the floors from highest to lowest and returns the first one for which Mario is both within the bounds and above. Now, both floor A and floor B satisfy both criteria, so really, it all comes down to which floor the game checks first. So if floor A is checked first, then it's the one under Mario, but if floor A were considered lower than floor B, then floor B would be checked first and it'd be the one under Mario. As I've mentioned, the game checks the floors from highest to lowest, but that's a little ambiguous here because some of floor A is above floor B and some of
Yeah,
floor
that
A
was the
is
real
below
answer,
floor B.
is I didn't know
so
which
it's
one
not
would technically
exactly
count.
clear which floor is higher up and gets to be checked first. But don't worry, the programmers figured out a very simple technique to order floors. One might even say a little too simple, because the way they programmed it is, all floors are sorted by the height
actually no,
of their
above
first
makes sense
vertex.
because you need to
Let me
know where
explain.
their drop
As
shadow
you
to
know,
put
every
is.
floor triangle has 3 vertices. The first vertex, the second vertex, and the third vertex. But for our discussion here, we're only concerned with the first vertex. And to be clear, when I say first vertex, I literally just mean the vertex that the programmers listed first of the 3 vertices in the code. So a floor triangle's first vertex could be its highest vertex, its lowest vertex, or a vertex in the middle. Basically, you can't really make any assumptions about which vertex is the first one, as it's essentially random. So using the first vertex as the basis for
It's
floor
completely
heights was kind of a
arbitrarily.
weird move on the developer's part. Now let's go back to the first floor layout and let's say
That's
the
'cause it was
floor's
less
first
intensive
vertices
than
are
actually
arranged
doing the
like
math.
this. But let me make a little change. Instead of having all the pink circles be labeled V1, I'll instead label them by the floor's name, just to make it easier to follow. Okay, so the game goes through the floors from highest to lowest, specifically from highest first vertex to lowest first vertex. So here, first that'd be floor A's first vertex, then floor B's first vertex, then floor C's first vertex, and then floor D's first vertex. So the game would order the floors as A, B, C, D. But that's just for this arrangement of first vertices. They could instead be arranged like this, like this, like this. But even now, the order
doesn't
would still
matter.
go A, B, C, D.
But
So
in
for
the other
these
case, it would
floors,
very
it doesn't
much
really
matter.
matter how the first vertices are arranged, because the heights of their first vertices would always still be in the same order. But if we have a floor layout like this, then it actually does matter how the first vertices are arranged. They could be like this, like this, like this, or like this. If the first vertices are arranged like this, then floor A has the higher first vertex. Floor A is considered higher up in the order. Floor A gets checked first and passes the check. Floor A is considered the floor directly below Mario, and so if Mario falls, he lands on floor A. On the other hand, if the first vertices are arranged to like this, then floor B has the higher first vertex, floor B is considered higher up in the order, floor B gets checked first and passes the check, floor B is considered the floor directly below Mario, and so if Mario falls, he lands on floor B. In other words, he passes straight through floor A, because remember, he falls until he lands on the floor directly below him and ignores any floors considered lower than that one. So this is a phenomenon called floor overshadowing. To summarize it, it's when our intuition says that floor A should be above floor B, but instead, the game considers floor A to be below floor B due to the heights of their first vertices. And the result of this is that Mario can't land on the portion of floor A that's directly above floor B. To illustrate this, I'll replace that portion
Where
with
does this
dashed
happen in the
lines,
game?
meaning that that portion of floor A is overshadowed by floor B. But it's only that one portion, so Mario can land on the left part of floor A, because even though floor B still gets checked first, it fails the check since Mario's not within the bounds, he's too far left. And then floor A passes the check, so it's considered the floor under Mario. And then similarly, Mario can land on the right part of floor A, because once again, floor B is checked first, fails, floor A is checked next, and succeeds. But when Mario goes in the middle, floor B is checked first, and this time succeeds. So floor A is never even considered, and so Mario can pass straight through floor A to land on floor B. And the setup doesn't have to look exactly like this, with the bigger floor above the smaller floor. Instead, it could look like this, with the smaller floor above the bigger floor. Here, the bigger floor's first vertex is above the smaller floor's first vertex.
Okay, at this point I understand. I just want to see the example.
First vertices are all
Perfect.
here. So no surprises there, their first vertex heights are just at the height of the platform. But now let's look at the 6 sides of the black hexagon structure to see where its floor's first vertices are. On the first side, the triangles look like this. And I'm making these ones blue, which will signify that they're the ones being overshadowed, or at least they might be. So these triangles have their first vertices on the bottom right corner.
They also may not be.
So this is the exact scenario we just talked about, where we have a floor jutting out of another floor and their first vertex heights are tied. And in this case, it just so happens that this blue first vertex is considered lower than the orange first vertex. So these blue triangles get completely overshadowed, meaning Mario can't touch them at all. But that's just for this side. Let's look at the other sides too. On the second side, the triangles look like this, have their first
Why is this
vertices
achievement
on the
called
bottom
Nightmare
right
Fuel?
corner, and so they also get overshadowed. On the third side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they get overshadowed. On the fourth side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. On the fifth side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. And then we have the sixth side. Now for the other 5 sides, the triangles were subdivided from top left to bottom right. But for this last side, the triangles are instead subdivided from top right to bottom left. So that gives us this triangle on the right, whose first vertex is on the bottom right, and so it gets overshadowed. And then we have this triangle on the left, whose first vertex is on the top right. So of all the triangles on the side of this black hexagon structure, this is the only triangle that doesn't get completely overshadowed. So as you're playing around near this black hexagon structure, you'll notice that you can just walk straight through it, because 11 of the 12 floors on its side get overshadowed, meaning they effectively have no
How the
collision.
fuck did they
But if
not
you go
notice
onto
this?
that one blue triangle that isn't overshadowed, then you actually can walk on it. And of course, the top of the structure isn't overshadowed either. Then in Bowser in the Sky, we have this gray spike jutting out of the yellow disc. So let's look at this one. The yellow disc has its triangles like this, whose first vertices are all here. So they're just at the height of the disc. Now let's look at the spikes triangles. On this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex at the top. So this one does not get overshadowed. Then on the second side, the floor triangle also has its first vertex at the top, so this one also doesn't get overshadowed. Then on the third side, the floor triangle still has its first vertex at the top, so this one also doesn't get overshadowed. And then on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom left. Now, even though it's at the same height as the yellow disc's first vertex, it's considered lower. So that means this one side of the spike gets completely overshadowed. And so if you're playing around near here, you can actually just walk straight inside the spike by passing through that blue floor. And hey look, I turned Mario into a traffic cone. But note that if you go too near any of the other sides of the spike, you'll clip onto those floors and get ejected from the spike.
So now I have
then
garlic?
in Snowman's
What the
Land,
fuck can I
there's
do
this
with
freezing
garlic?
water that has some chunks of
Bro,
snow
this
in
game's
it.
so
And
weird.
we're going to be focusing on this chunk of snow. So the chunk of snow is on top of this orange floor, whose first vertex is here. You know, just at the height of the floor in the water. Now let's look at the sides of the chunk of snow. On this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right. This ties the height of the orange first vertex, but this blue one is considered lower, so this triangle gets overshadowed. Then on the second side, the floor triangle has its first
Turn Mario
vertex
into
on the
traffic
bottom
on
right,
cannon.
so this one also gets
And it wasn't
overshadowed.
in
Then on the third side, the floor triangle has its first vertex
Odyssey.
on the bottom right, so this one also gets overshadowed. And then on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, so this one also gets overshadowed. So all 4 of its sides get overshadowed, meaning you can't touch that chunk of snow at all. So for the other chunks of snow, you can go onto them just fine. But not for that one chunk, it's completely intangible, and so you'll end up going right through it. Then in the Volcano and Lethal Lava Land, we have this star platform. So the star platform juts out of these floors below it, whose first vertices are here, so just at the height of that floor. Now let's look at the floors on the star platform. So on the front side, we have this ramp, whose first vertices are on the bottom left. This ties the height of the orange first vertices, but these blue ones are considered lower, so these triangles get overshadowed. Then we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the bottom left, and so these floors get overshadowed. Then on the right side, we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the bottom, so they get overshadowed. Then on the back side, we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the bottom right, and so they get overshadowed. And then on the left side, we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the top right, meaning they don't get overshadowed. So of all the floors on this star platform, the only floors that don't get overshadowed are the left side and the top. So if you're playing around near the star platform, you'll notice that you go right through the ramp, and through the front side, and through the right side, and through the back side. All you can stand
Actually
on
incredible.
is the left side of the platform.
I have never noticed
the
that,
top
and
of
I've
the
definitely.
platform.
I think I'd
And in
always
Bowser
jumped
in the
over it.
Dark World, we have several of these crystals on this green path. So let's start with this crystal. And let me just point out, these crystals look like they have 6 sides graphically, but in terms of their collision, they actually only have 4 sides. So I just wanted to clarify that so you don't get confused when I show the triangles. So on this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex at the top. On the second side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right. On the third side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom left.
Yeah, who doesn't
And
just
on
jump
the
at the
fourth
start?
side,
Exactly.
The floor triangle has its first vertex
So
on the
that one
bottom
really
right.
doesn't matter that
Now,
much.
this crystal is located on top of this orange floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices again. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than all the blue vertices, meaning that all 4 floors on the crystal get overshadowed. So you can't land on top of this crystal. Then next,
Apparently
let's
this dude
look at
was
this
looking for
crystal.
garlic, and I
On
wasn't
the
paying enough
first side,
attention.
the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right. On the second side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom left. On the third side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, and on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the top. Now, you can see that the crystal is located on top of this floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices again. You can see that the
I already
orange
fucking
vertex
did
is higher
that.
than
Why did
some
it
of
work
the blue
now?
vertices, but not the one on top.
This game
So that means there's just
tilts
one
me.
floor on top of the crystal that doesn't get overshadowed. And finally, let's look at this crystal. On the first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right. On the second side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom left. On the
Where
third
the fuck
side,
am
the
I
floor
supposed to
triangle has its
go?
first vertex on the bottom right. And on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the top. Now, you can see that this crystal is located on top of this floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices again. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than some
Crystal's
of the
first
blue
vertices.
vertices, but not the one on top. So that means there's just one floor on top of the crystal that doesn't get overshadowed.
This game's dog
And
shit,
so if
and
you're
I hate
playing
it.
around near here, you can actually just jump straight into these 3 crystals. For the first one, all 4 of the floors on top of it are intangible, though it's still pretty precise to get into because the wall hitboxes on the sides will push you out. For the second crystal, you can jump into it as long as you avoid the one floor on top that's still tangible. And then same thing on the third crystal. So if you want to impress your friends, challenge them to jump into a crystal, and then after they fail, you do it. And during their attempt, maybe don't tell them which crystals it's actually possible on. So anyway, those crystals are an example of this setup where we have a smaller floor above a bigger floor, and so the whole smaller floor gets overshadowed. Then in Bowser in the
Try to
Fire
jump with those
Sea,
crystals
we
is
have this
pretty precise.
elevator in the mesh cage. And I'll hide the mesh cage
Especially
to
considering it
make
doesn't do
easier to
anything,
see.
right?
So this elevator has a floor on the top, on the bottom there's a ceiling, and on the 4 sides there are also ceilings because the sides are tilted. So nothing out of the ordinary so far, it just seems like a normal platform. But now watch this. If we look inside the elevator, we can see a texture
Walls
on the
will push
north
you out
side.
most of the time. That
That's
checks
not
out.
supposed to be there. But not only is there an extra texture there are also extra floor triangles there. So if we show all the floor triangles on this elevator, we have these two blue floor triangles on the top and these two orange floor triangles on the north side. But we're only concerned with these two specific triangles.
Oh, fuck me, dude.
So here are their first vertices. Even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, creating a triangle-shaped hole in it. Now, for the most part, you can't actually reach the hole because the mesh wall
Bippity
blocks you
boppity,
from
I
getting
fucking
close
hate all
enough.
this.
But at the top of the elevator ride, where there is no more wall, you can become airborne for a split second by going over the hole. But note that even at the top, you can't fall all the way through the hole because the wall pushes you out. And then in Tall Tall Mountain, we have this area near Ukiki. And for some visuals, like this one, I'm using the orthographic camera mode for both the left screen and the right screen. But anyway, here we have this orange floor at the bottom of the water and this blue floor on the side of the slope. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Now here are the triangle's first vertices, so you can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that right at the section where the two floors overlap, the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, creating a little hole on the slope. So if you're ever playing around here, a cool thing you can do is jump right through the slope by going through that little hole. It's like a little secret area in here, just for those who know about it. But if you move to the side, then you'll clip out and enter the water.
Of course, there's nothing
so those
fucking over
holes
here.
were an example of this setup, where we have one floor above another floor, and so a portion of the upper floor gets overshadowed. So now you understand floor overshadowing.
Fuck!
But you might be wondering, what does this have to do with invisible
Oh,
walls?
this is the first
Well, let's say
banjo
floor
music
A
that
is
isn't
actually
underwater.
part of a platform with
This is
walls
King
on the
Jingling.
sides and a ceiling underneath. Now we're gonna focus
Slash,
on
I
the
think
ceiling's
technically the
upper
credits
hitbox,
uses this
so
too?
let's let
I don't
it
know if that's
extend
true, though.
upwards. As you can see, most of it stops at the floor hitbox as intended, but a part of it leaks through. And that's because the overshadowed part of floor A doesn't cover ceiling hitboxes. Consequently, the ceiling hitbox escapes through that
The
portion
Winnie the
and
Pooh portions of
becomes
the
an
game are
invisible
dog.
wall. And this invisible wall isn't just a few ceiling units scattered along a seam, this is like a whole section of ceiling leaking through. So basically, if you have two floors with the lower one overshadowing the upper one, and you have a ceiling between the two floors, then the ceiling's hitbox will leak out through the overshadowed part of the upper floor. And the setup could even look like this, where the two floors are adjacent. So they overlap by the tiniest bit and let out just a little bit of ceiling. So let's look at some examples. In Rainbow Ride, we have the chimney in the big house. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. We have this orange floor on top of the chimney and this blue floor on top of the roof. And here are their first vertices. Now,
Let's
even though
fucking
they're
go.
at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher
Wait,
than the blue
okay,
vertex.
yes, let's fucking go. This
so
is
the
the way I
orange
needed to
floor
go.
overshadows the blue floor, creating a little square-shaped hole in the roof right above the chimney. And then we have the ceiling on the underside of the roof, which is right between the two floors. So the ceiling's upper hitbox leaks out through that hole in the roof and becomes a square-shaped invisible wall. So it's kind of funny. The chimney was meant to only be in the house, but because of floor overshadowing, it's like we get a phantom chimney above the house that
That's
goes
actually
all the way
funny as
up.
shit.
And you can slide into this invisible wall, meaning we can do the animation shenanigans from earlier. But once you start sliding into it, you're basically stuck, because there's nothing you can do to get out of it. Our sliding movement just gets continuously cancelled by the invisible wall, so Mario stays in place. And you can't even exit out on the pause menu, because the game only lets you exit out in certain stationary actions, which doesn't include sliding. So it truly is a soft lock. Then in Bob on Battlefield, we have this right arrow sign. So let's look at it from the side, and let's look at it from above. So the sign's collision is like a little box,
In
which in
fucking
theory should have
incredible.
four walls
The
on
most
sides and a
inconspicuous
floor on
thing.
top. But
A
what does
right
it
arrow
actually
sign.
have? Well, the front side is a floor, the right side is a ceiling, the back side is a ceiling, the left side is a wall, and the top is a floor. So only the left side and top are correct, while the front side, right side, and back side all failed to be walls. Now the
Oof.
sign is located on top of this orange floor. And here are the floor triangle's first vertices. You can see that the orange
I have
vertex
pissed
is
this game
higher
off,
than the blue
apparently.
vertex.
Did I just
So what
soft
that
lock the
means
game?
is that the two floors on the sign get completely overshadowed. And without the floors there, the ceiling hitboxes extend upwards unimpeded. So if you ever tried to travel
Bro,
above
this
this
load
sign,
screen is
you'll see
longer
that
than
you
fucking
bonk.
Taz
But you
wanted.
can also just walk straight into the sign by going through the front side, because that side is an overshadowed floor. So it's kind of fun to play around with. But remember, the sign still has one wall hitbox that can push you out, so don't play around near the left side. Then still in Bob on Battlefield, we have this fence on the mountain. Now here's what the fence's collision looks like. So you can see that its cross-section has a rectangle part on the bottom and a triangle part on the top. But importantly, the triangle part is a ceiling instead of a wall. So just keep that in mind as we go through the visual. Anyway, we have this orange floor next to the fence and this blue floor on top of the fence. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's
Okay, I think I
first
broke the
vertices.
game, dude.
The orange vertex is just a tiny bit higher than the blue vertex. So the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, but only a little bit on the edge between them. Because these triangles are adjacent.
Alright, I want to finish this, and I want to finish the game, but it is time for me to end the stream. I'm probably going to do it anyways offline, but I appreciate you sending this to me. I'm sorry, unless you're really, really wanting me to finish Piglet's Big Game online. I have a feeling like it's not that big of a deal to you. You're not going to be hurt if I finish this offline. The end of the video is really fucking good. I plan on finishing it. Do you want my reaction to it? So I shouldn't watch it offline, or are you good if I watch it? As for Piglet, I don't mind either way. Perfect. Then I'm thinking I'm gonna don't worry, I didn't like close it. I'm probably gonna end for today. I would like it. Then I can wait. I can either wait for tomorrow to finish this up, or we can I can probably hop in Discord later today when I'm doing some other random stuff like DDR, Mario, and so. Although the only catch for that is it wouldn't be recorded, so if you weren't able to make it to that, slash you had to go to sleep. Because I'm probably gonna go eat, stretch, go on a walk with the fam, that kind of stuff. But regardless, actually, I'll just save it for a different day. 30621. Let me write that down. $306.21. We'll just wait for another day. Until then, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Oh, my music player crashed, so peace.